My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. We were born in blood. born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your foxtails, your handles in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside, but it left long ago. Now tell me how you gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess. You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your Dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help.
slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect.
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. 'Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. 'Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, 'cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, you're incredible. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your footsteps. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside, but it left long ago. Now tell me how you gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess. You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the truck, skip the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the truck, skip the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I try to hide this feeling from myself, but I'm in love with you, baby. I don't want nobody else. I try to forget you, but you're always on my mind. From the minute I wake up in the morning till I lay my head at night. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away
Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time.
作为一个职业选手的话，每一个选手肯定是都想赢的，不太想体验那种失败的感觉，然后就去想把自己最好的一面能呈现出来，就是让大家都可以记住自己表现好的时候的样子。
我们队伍里面其实已经有几个队员其实已经拿过世界冠军，但是我觉得拿过之后也得每年更努力的再去拿下一个，因为我觉得冠军就是每一年的终点，就一年没拿的话，就那一年我觉得都是遗憾。
现在的话，比起外界方面的东西，我可能更注重比赛的本身吧。不管身处在什么样的环境里边，目标都只有一个，就是赢下每一场比赛。
两人吸进去啊，反手大出来，要上傻豆了。这边倒地，瞬间的一波零换4，天哪，上路是一个单杀吗？
起来了一波，结果被 WBG 给化解了。
其实那年拿冠军的时候，我也不觉得这个冠军是我这个职业生涯结束，就也可以说下一步的开始。然后今年的话，也不停的努力嘛。
解决在卡莎飞机打到右翼，W 被阿拉给打不出来，Rookie 收获了一个3杀在这里。
每一场比赛对我们而言都是十分重要的，我们不能有一丝一毫的懈怠。
因为也过了很久，然后每个人也都成长。去年的失败就是要在今年更想打回来了。
一定还记得那些时刻，一路走来，屏息凝神的注视，温暖真挚的
炮火加油！BG加油！BG加油！
坚定不移的陪伴，
你们对他的盲僧满不满意？
山呼海啸的狂欢，历经欢笑与泪水，正是因为有你们的欢呼、呐喊、鼓励，我们才能迸发出无畏向前的决心。
这一路过来也有很多支持我的人，
谢谢大家，
谢谢大家，以及
谢谢大家周一直以来支持我。
动容的瞬间有你相伴，炽热的热情有你延续，昂扬的斗志因你点燃。尽情呐喊吧，我们赛场见。
就你的梦想。要反手的话，立刻一个破裂，踩表人，预言家先行倒地，而后续的话开始后来了，骑士型回旋踢，换风动弹不得，直接倒地。
已经有晕了，侠这边大招几个直接先上。
躲过了，再将 W 躲，往前方小威很立功，想要去找头锤，第二时间招起来，双 C 都跑了，想看下一波大门口太高了，以后反开，带着过来一步伤害拉满了，小林先被秒掉，而且3道进攻卷起4个人，今天的目标从自己的大招以后闪现撞到了墙上，没有办法，这边团滔博已经溃败了，哇，这波卡纳韦的这个大闹天宫卷麻了。镜头一切，又是贝尔维斯在对方野区撒野，敌的3个人，假的，直接变大小做又被留住，回到塔前还要 Q 上去，第一时间没有刷新头方向的 Q 选择放弃，乳乐来了 ，W 再中，再次变身，你在干什么？
薛闪现 QAW 伤害差一点，但是这里有人，
哇，还敢跳过去，
有误认，拉卷起来了。
哦哟，阿边在配合，又是一个 Q 技能，把纳尔也收割。开的不错，但是自己也有点站不住吧。阿卡丽被后排锁定住以后，4包1是好大！这个大树救下了阿卡丽的同时，德善在宝蓝这个位置要被捆住了，交了个闪现下人，梦魇帮忙挡，梦魇说大哥我也没盾，我怎么给你挡啊？野辅瞬间被融化。
Scum 交了保护性大招，双挑撤退被闪现捆住了，这把萨姆也倒了。
太不会波了。小虎两个人的人都肯定晕，只晕了一个，但是晕一个已经够了吗？把泰坦秒掉，小虎自己也倒，侧面李春南的位置还不错，微微想捡，后牙这边交闪，被烂的跟闪拿到人头，德善闪现过去咬到的是优口闪现出来，后面的路飞溜是红白刀，但是没有第一时间往前走，微微突出魅魂往前走，突破天灵拿到了一个插花的人头，再捡起来，李秋南这边手都 A 酸了，但是双拳南敌那边4个人啊，哇，而且是找大龙叠了蛮多飞轮的，是的，只求力的这个飞轮叠了很多，来看一下这条大龙会是有很给拿到，那这样子的话，在龙坑里面的时候好快啊，魔力只能 TP 来正面，而且正面又有风雨的大招可以进行阻隔， 小天能不能平整？但是平整不了，大队抢到了，小天被逼头，这样的话小天牺牲掉自己，是可能这样。一直来帮助。
泥王的装备很好啊，这段偷一趟
小心泥王，泥王伤害是很高的，泥王有闪了，但闪现死了，闪现交慢了呀，没错。
碰到了杰杰4级有个 buff。
被粘
这边要赶紧走，如此这边赶过来，蓝也不能动。哎，在 Q 反向闪现，很帅的一个单杀。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back here to the Regional Gauntlet, to the Regional Qualifier for day number 2 with Elimination Match up ahead. My name's Sarek, I'm joined by Naimira here on our cool little fun jazz desk that we have created over the past couple of days that involves 2 chairs, 1 grump, 1 question mark, and a whole bunch of audience volume in the background to get us started. Welcome back, by the way. I know you were here yesterday.
I know. I didn't really leave. I actually just stayed here overnight. If I stay here long enough, they don't let me leave.
True, that's right. You couldn't get out, so here we are again. Again, running not on fumes, but on fuel, on good fuel. That thanks to everyone who's fed us through today. But it's not about us. It's not important. It's about the road so far and the journey that we've been coming through. Of course, we started with our grand finals the other day with LNG versus JDG. But we also started our regional gauntlet, another tournament to run into Worlds qualifying matches. 3rd seed decided yesterday in Naimira, and I think we've got to talk about that first of all. LNG versus EDG is where we kicked off.
LNG finally get to stop playing. It's 6 best-of-5s in a row. They've played 28 games across the entirety of their post-regular season run, and they looked magnificent during it. And against ADG, I think a lot of us on the English broadcast were definitely thinking they were coming in the favorites. They showed us exactly why.
Yep.
Now, EDG did take a game because of a fantastic a la Jax game that was very dangerous coming from EDG, so later into the regional qualifiers, we'll have to keep an eye and see if teams can handle that in their own way, or whether just continue to be banned. That's what I expect. LNG walk away as a very deserving and strong 3rd seed for the LPL.
And I think looking at LNG, it was those defining factors that throughout the regular season, throughout playoffs, got them to where they are now. Let's just quickly mention Scout, Tarzan, a great mid-jungle duo. I think the best in the LPL, it still has to be said. And especially Tarzan in some of these games was a linchpin.
Absolutely. I think that Tarzan, he's kind of overcome a couple of the demons which he's had to fight in terms of actual performing in high-pressure matches. We now saw in the finals and then into this series as well, Tarzan has been playing on better form than sometimes we've known from him in LPL playoffs. And LNG as a whole are performing so much better in the postseason as well. They have done incredibly well at adapting to the macro. It feels like they really know how to control the map. If you give them pushing lanes in the mid-game, they can destroy pretty much any team in the LPL. JDG even got blindsided by it. EDG, it felt like they tried to open up the series with some answers to it, but the entirety of the series, it felt like they were just behind LNG's class and understanding of the meta.
And I mean, class from a player we didn't expect, right? Let's talk about top lane quickly. Zika came in clutch. I think one of the best off-season moves at the start of this year from IG now to LNG, going to his first Worlds. Zika's this little rookie who's got 2 years of experience under his belt, but against Arla, he stood tall.
Absolutely. I think, in my eyes, he's the most improved player in the LPL between Spring and Summer. It's between him and maybe Tanyuan on RNG, who I think had a good step up in Summer too. Considering where he was at in Spring, it's very important for him. He's got so much music in the background, but we get to vibe here and talk about, oh, Zika. Zika was the real pop star of LNG.
What a transition. Zika was a pop star. We started talking about him and... Oh, okay, anyway, we got a broadcast to do here on the English side. We're going to bring up the bracket for you because as my phone drops down, our regional qualifier continues. Today's elimination match we already talked about, but again, 3rd seed is decided. JDG, BLG, now LNG here in Naimira with only 1 spot left remaining.
And EDG, from the games that they showed yesterday, they definitely had some ability to really play out through their power picks, but they didn't necessarily have all the power picks to go the duration of a best-of-5 versus LNG. You only have 1 a la Jax. And what that means is going later into this bracket, the winner of today, Top East versus Weibo, I think they have a realistic shot of taking down EDG, whoever wins today. It's going to be a very important match and a very close one, I think.
The amount of talent left standing, though, in those 3 teams is just insane, too. We've got a lot to talk about over the next couple of days, purely about accolades, purely about the talent that has hit the highest highs in the world, that will be getting eliminated. Only one of these teams to make it through for that 4th seed. Imagine getting to play-ins and versing Uzi or Jackie Love or Light or like the Shy, and you're like, well, that seems completely fair. As again, we told you this is an elimination match, and Nymira, Weibo versus Top Esports, one of these teams going home today.
And that is such a tragedy in so many ways because of all of the history and accolades between these players and the class of these players too. It's not just based on history. These players are really, really good. Now, the problem is, you can put all the best players in the world, but if they don't necessarily click together, you can't necessarily make yourself a championship or a championship contending team. These are two teams which are largely viewed as super teams at the very start of the year, but they never quite found that full potential, and now in very similar positions, that one of these teams has to go home with the year feeling very, very incomplete.
And let's start in one of the most important areas, which is Weibo Gaming, right? And you know, for me, there's going to be a little bit of bias today, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you why later on. But Weibo, this has been a disappointing year. I think being very real with how WBG have been set up with their super team, their expectations were high. I put them top 3 in spring. In summer, I was willing to do the same even after BLG took this surprising second place. Weibo have continued to disappoint, really.
I think the most frustrating thing and the most heartbreaking thing about Weibo is that they give you hope. They beat top teams. They are consistently contesting the top teams. They beat JDG in the regular season. They've had some awesome performances, but then, you know, over the course of the year, they've shown us that they can also lose in some really tragic fashions too. They are consistently inconsistent. They play to the level of their opponents, and it leaves you wondering what version is going to turn up on any given day. Weibo, they have so many championships between them as a roster. They have so much skill between them as a roster, but getting them all to turn up at the same time has been an issue.
And I mean, coming into summer, you know, they tried to make an adaptation. They brought in Weiwei. Of course, we haven't seen Casa, which I think is really unheard of when you consider his tenure, at least his participation in the LPL over at least the past 5 years. You know, seeing Weiwei, we're like, okay, good, there's top priority, there's a bit of change in dynamics, but even that wasn't enough.
And I do think that Weiwei was the correct choice for the team. Seeing here on the screen, Weibo in spring, they fell out to BLG, and that was their rise to glory, right? BLG surpassing a lot of expectations, but they had to beat Weibo. Weibo fell apart in that series. Coming into summer, then of course Casa goes out, Weibo comes in. It did feel like Weibo had some breath of fresh air coming with him, and they managed to go a little bit further in the playoffs into summer as well. They had a very close series versus LNG, which we'll be showing just in a couple of these clips after this point as well. But even then, LNG, we've talked about that, given them a lot of praise, but Weibo, they threw away some really nasty situations again. Situations like this where it felt like they were in a good position, ahead in gold, starting the Baron, completely throw away the fight at that point though, and in some of the clutch moments we can see them fall apart.
I think we can make a trend of this, right? BLG in spring, LNG in summer, teams who we consider at the moment have better macro, better 5v5, but more importantly, better communication coordination as a team. I think LNG, we saw that over the past couple of days where their macro really felt like it's second to none, even to JDG comparing there. Weibo aren't a team who would go, oh man, this team's clean. They can play clean macro games.
And that is so surprising to me because they have Xiaohu on the roster. Xiaohu, for me, there is a very particular Xiaohu style of League of Legends. If you think back to the MSI run which he had with RNG last year, when of course they ended up beating T1 in that 5-game series in the finals even back then, Xiaohu showed everyone how to play that meta in terms of vision control, vision denial, teleport flanks at that point. Weibo, we see glimpses of that, and that's the really frustrating thing. Xiaohu on champions like Azir has done some incredible flank maneuvers. He's played it as an initiating champion, not just a DPS champion too. I just would love to see that in 3 games out of a best of 5 instead of just like 1.5 to 2.
Yeah, again, that it's frustrating when we talk about Weibo. Remember, it was LNG in a Game 5, though, that knocked them out. That's why they're in this position. That's why they're in the elimination matchup where, yes, they got some points in spring, but not enough. Yes, they got some points in summer, but they didn't get towards the top 4. It was LNG that knocked them out in that 5th game, barn burner with the Elder Dragon, and now here's the spot they're in, fighting for their lives up against Top Esports. We have to talk about their potential on a lighter note, though, no pun intended. Weibo have shown some glimpses. We've been a little bit negative to start things off because, again, it's realistic with where Weibo are and how they've been. But Nymira, when we see their tops, when we see their highs, this is what it looks like.
And what it looks like is when Weibo get the early game solid, where their lanes are solid and they're not falling behind in various matchups, they are incredibly good at getting kills. They're incredibly good at smashing through towers whenever those openings are given to them. And that means that actually they're very good at building gold differences as well. You wouldn't be surprised to know that JDG are first in that one stat at the bottom of the screen there as well. It's very hard to beat them in that regard, but Weibo, they are very proficient at snowballing if you give them a solid start in the game.
Well, I feel like Weibo, again, to see this today, it rather relies on quite a lot of things. It's nice to look at some of the positives, though. I will be honest, again, we have been negative. I personally as a bit of a Weibo fan.
But it's because we hold them to such high standards. It has to be, right?
That's exactly right. Very well said. As top esports, I would say I hold them to high standards as well, because on the other side of the fence, I mean, I feel like this team is kind of in the same boat, right? Very similar values to put against TES. They also have high expectations with the roster, as Jackie Love and Rookie are literally in a boat.
They are. Not sure how many paddles they've got, though. Who's holding the paddle? Who's steering the rudder?
Who's driving?
Who's driving? I mean, the thing is that every other game is a different person for top esports who's got the rudder or got control of the ship, because they have some incredible individual performances. Rookie, he's had some incredible Ari games. He's one of the few players that's still playing that. I think Jackie Love on stuff like the Kaiser, everyone's been playing that so far, but he's one of the best remaining Varuses, currently in contention for the regionals as well. They have great individual players that will step up in different games, but again, it's just making sure that the rest of the team is solid enough to allow them to do the carrying. Sometimes top esports, they will find advantages somewhere, but it's not enough to balance out the rest of the map.
And remember, again, we're looking at a similar roster. It's kind of like Weibo, except for the interchange between Caster and Weiwei. We are looking at the same players, Wayward, Tien, Rookie, Jackie Love, and Mark, coming through Spring. And it's funny how similar they are to Weibo, where they fall short of that top four, at least in Spring's sake, and fail to hit marks.
And the expectations for top esports are no less than Weibo's from the start of the year. In fact, I would say the top esports expectations, at least from the community sentiment, was even higher than Weibo's.
Yeah.
This was a team that was put together when you look at Tien, if he was on form, Rookie, one of the best mids the LPL has ever witnessed as well. Jackie Love, similar from their AD carry role. You expect great things from this team. And we saw it for precisely 2 weeks in Spring before things started to kind of fall apart at that point. They have struggled to find consistency in the same way as their opponents today, and sadly for them, they're now on a last chance elimination match to try and continue their year.
I can't believe they're at this spot. Again, it's just crazy that we have these two teams going head-to-head up against each other in this spot. And you know what's also funny is we talk about similarities. Both of them eliminated by LNG, by the way. So LNG really taking numbers as our third seed at Worlds, but also making sure Weibo and top esports are in this hard position.
And you know, top esports, it's not like they had themselves a bad playoffs per se as well. They ended up taking BLG to a number of games as well, and that was an incredible series. You saw some incredible back and forth at that point. When we say negative things about these teams, it is always put in that perspective of they are so good on paper and they've shown us sparks of brilliance that we have to compare them to that. We wish we could see that every game, but sadly we haven't so far.
Again, there's so much talent. I know we'll be talking about it after our opening ceremony, where we can kind of put together the accolades of both of these teams combined. For anyone out there who hasn't watched competitive League of Legends before, or even for the past couple of years, you'll be surprised with how much talent can exist on 10 people in 2 different rosters. But again, top esports in this spot, thanks to LNG, who have already qualified. As we get closer and closer towards that opening ceremony, or at least the opening itself, I want to talk a little bit about the experience together from former champions. Jackie Love, Rookie versus the Shy. That's what's on my mind today. Yes, I know Tien and Crisp are going up against each other, but now, Mira, you crunched the numbers here. You looked at days spent together and how long these guys, or at least a form of, have actually done.
So since these players were on the same roster in 2018 IG, that crazy roster which ended up going to Worlds and winning that championship, one of the first internationals for LPL in that era of time, they have spent 1,905 days, at least with 2 of these players playing together on the same roster, and only 370 days apart. They found their ways to play back to each other again, and now we have 2 on one side, 1 on the other to continue the streak.
And I wonder if we can just start looking at some of the clips as well for the flashback momentum before we do roll into the thunder of this opening ceremony for our elimination match today. Worlds 2018, what a throwback here, considering how well these guys played, the name value that they brought, and how much this roster excited me from way back then.
And I remember watching these games live back then. It feels so long ago, yet so close as well, because these games really stick in your mind. IG found ways, particularly from their solo laners at that point with Rookie and the Shy, to just mechanically outplay Jackie Love as well. This was during the time when AD carries started to get more of that agency in terms of the mobility of Kaiser, a champion which hadn't been seen before this season really, well, because it hadn't been released at that point. But the ability to IG to outplay and out-team fight was second to none at that time. And remembering back to it, you see, again, why we have these expectations historically from these great players.
I mean, again, like, it's just at the peak of their career as well. I remember 2018, 2019 Spring the Shy. I remember Jackie Love at that time as well. Kind of playing similar to now, like he has those high highs, but you're not seeing Jackie Love run into the enemy team in a bad way, if that makes sense.
That's a great point as well, because looking back on it, Jackie Love has had probably his most consistent year for a very long time. think that, you know, he's still had himself some strong carry performance. He's had a couple of iffy moments too in the way that he does, but it feels like when he's gone for those plays, the plays which sometimes he becomes infamous for, he's doing them for the right reasons. And that's the kind of thing which I want to see today. If it comes to a very clutch series, JackeyLove, I think he's one of the players which I'm really looking to step up.
And again, with JackeyLove especially, I feel like he's a player who has had such a fun champion pool and has moved back into the meta. You know, Kaiser's in the meta. The clips we're watching now, it's Kaiser Xayah meta, funnily enough. I didn't realize we're putting this together. Reckless on Xayah. Kaiser coming through as well. And yeah, we're just in the perfect place for this legend. But I'm going to add another caveat in as well as we look at the 2019 semi-finals, which was a close call against FPX. For a player like Rookie as well, I mean, also hitting his stride here. I feel like we've still had top-tier Rookie throughout the years. Back and forth some splits, but again, it's still exciting to talk about this player.
Heck, also in this series, we have, you know, Crisp there as well. We have Tien in there as well.
We do
Two other players
indeed.
who are also going to be in this series. And one of the players we haven't mentioned is also Xiaohu, one of the greatest international performers the LPL has ever produced. Rookie looking at series like this as well. He, of course, walked away the loser from this particular series, but he was on such good form in 2018 and 2019. I think that in this year and in this split, Rookie has had some uncharacteristic inconsistencies. Even then, every time we see a game from him where he's had an awkward flank which has been spotted out, he's had those games where he's actually won the game as well. Rookie is one of those players which you always have to kind of fear him in the back of the mind, knowing that he can pull out the big plays.
And you know, I put in this last clip, this final moment, because it still tilts me to this day. You know, the Shy stepping up, getting caught with Flash with ulti available, unable to use both. I put it in because today I know we're going to have a huge conversation about these two top laners, Nymera, quite shortly in fact, and how they define their teams, maybe not in the best ways. That in a quick moment, but for now, as we get closer and closer towards warming up the series and starting off our game one between Top Esports and Weibo, let's talk about the accolades. I alluded to it before. There is a bunch as we bring this monster up on screen for you. Nymera, I don't know where you want to start, but man, with these 10 players, the experience is wild.
It is absolutely insane how much has been achieved by everyone on the Rift today. And to the fact to think that these are not even going to be our top 3 teams. This is minimum 4th seed from the LPL. And this is how deep the talent goes in the LPL. We have a ridiculous amount in here. We talked about the IG members from 2018. We talked about some of those FPX members from 2019 as well. Xiaohu in the mid lane for Weibo is the most successful MSI player ever. He's done it in multiple roles. Yes, you got to look at Weiwei there and like, okay, sadly hasn't got any of those titles to his name just so far, but even then he is amongst giants, and as we said, coming in to replace Carcer, even for him, he has done well for this team and stood up amongst some huge names.
And I mean, again, not only that, like, yes, Weiwei, as you said, you know, to be continued, because this player hasn't been in the LPL for as long as some of these other legends. But if you added this all up together, I feel like we would have one of the most experienced matchups in the world to date, considering the accolades falling off the screen here as well. Remember, the only thing we don't have a Rookie also, we added an LCK title when he was on KT Rolster Arrows. That's also another accolade in there you can throw in. Of course, this stays within the LPL and representation internationally there within. But it's insane. Again, it could go on forever, honestly. If we would continue watching these players for the next 10 years even, with how on top of their game they are, that's the other thing. We're still in a top 6 world. These teams and these players still maintain form.
So you might be wondering what direction we're going with this, because we did some of the present day and then we went back to the history and talk about the greatness of these players. We've done a little bit of both, but we do kind of have to bring it back to the here and now then, because we can talk about the greatness of these players, but it's not quite happened that way this year.
So let's talk about key players then. Let's talk about what really matters. Who is it, Nymera? Who really matters? Who defines the matchup, ladies and gentlemen? Take a guess.
The thing is, a key matchup is not the best player on each team.
Bring it up.
It is the matchup which will decide the game. And it has to be top lane. The Shy and Wayward have struggled this year, and that's putting it politely. The Shy, worst KDA amongst top laners in playoffs. He has one of the worst kill participations of all top laners within playoffs. And if you want to know whether his stats are better in the regular season, no, they're not really. The Shy has, however, managed to at least get some of his damage on the board. He does continue to impart himself on the game. He never has quiet games, which means he is very entertaining to watch, but most of the time that has been to the detriment of Weibo. And on the other side, Wayward, we saw in his very last game in playoffs, he went something like, what, 1-8 on Gnar after he gets solo killed by Renekton over and over. He's had a bit more of a quiet playoffs. It has felt like He's had a couple of ganks top lane early in a lot of these games to keep him stable, but if he doesn't get that, things fall apart. Now we have both of these struggling top laners getting to a point where one of them has to walk away the victor.
That's right, again, defining in so many different ways. I love that we highlighted this matchup because, again, people will take it in a negative way, but when these guys pop off, especially on the Shy's part with the high DPM we talked about, it's really noticeable too. So as we look through, remember, we already talked about it a little bit earlier, Weibo went up against LNG, and Nymera, we are taking a big focus here on this Cassante, which we expect to see again today.
Should do, because that is the real shared pick between the two of these top laners. It feels like the Shy has basically only played that champion through playoffs. It's stable, it allows them to play weak side or strong side, should it be. But now the problem is, you know, if you're trying to play weak side towards that, you know, does that leave open too many resources to go towards bot side if you're just permanently going towards that? That's a big difference between these two players as well and these two teams. I'm really struggling to figure out how both of these teams play towards topside because they're not really teams that exploit topside to potentially use this weaker matchup on the other side.
That's right. I mean, a lot of the time, Weibo, especially with the Shy, left on an island, and he's hurt because of it as well. Team abandons, but also steps too far and often heavily punished up against LNG in parts of the series. I remember focusing on that. But on the other side, let's quickly talk about Wayward because I think he's been a heavily criticized member of top esports, not just by us here today, but by fans everywhere.
Yeah, Wayward's had some pretty visibly poor moments, and you know, Wayward is sat there, and earlier in the year he was splitting some time with Qingtian in the back as well. We were wondering whether Qingtian was going to start today. Heck, when we were meeting other people around the venue and around the event, they were surprised to some extent that there wasn't a top lane change coming in from top esports, but so I guess some of that belief has been put into him again to continue playing on the starting lineup for top esports. And the reason why there's so much worry about this is that when he starts falling behind, he is just a black hole of pressure.
Yeah.
He can be stable in some of the quieter games, but it's a real worry that he can just fall apart through topside.
But that's why there's similarities. Again, a black hole of pressure. Either of these top laners fall behind, a lot of the time leads to the demise, the game demise of these teams. So Wayward the Shy, it could not be more important as we take a closer look and get even closer towards the matchup here. Top esports versus Weibo. We look at topside and we say, who's going to play better today? A really important question. As we get even closer, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly just look at picks before we start talking about predictions, before we throw it away to the casters. Predictions important here, or excuse me, picks are important, if I can get my English right today. Let's start with Weibo here, Nymera, because again, I think there's a large, diverse champion pool, starting with top lane, of course, that needs to be discussed.
I mean, the champion pool for Weibo on the top side is, I mean, it has been largely that Cassante, but I mean, I'm really thinking through, because a lot of the time when we come to this, we try and talk about key picks, we try and draw some similarities between the two teams. I feel like that top lane, we talked about that Cassante already, it feels like there are some differences across the board, though I think particularly in mid lane, we've seen that Xiaohu going much more towards the Azir, whereas on the other side, it's been much more about the playmakers, LeBlanc and the Ahri.
Well, I've just been told, we're going to get the players on stage instead. Screw the picks! The audience is getting us into it!
现场和屏幕前的召唤师们，接下来即将迎来的是2023 LPL 全球总决赛资格赛第2日的比赛，掌声有请2支战队登场。有请滔博电子竞技俱乐部，有请微博一汽奥迪英雄联盟分部。 有请 TES 上单 Wayward WBG 上单 The Shy。有请 TES 打野天 ，WBG 打野微微。有 有请 TES 中单 Rookie、WBG 中单小虎。有请 TES 下路 Jackie Love，WBG 下路 Light。有请 TES 辅助 Mark，WBG 辅助 Crisp。2023 LPL 全球总决赛资格赛第2日，陶博与 WBG 一起奥体的对决一触即发，就让我们拭目以待。
作为一个职业选手的话，每一个选手肯定是都想赢的，不太想体验那种失败的感觉，然后就去想把自己最好的一面能呈现出来，就是让大家都可以记住自己表现好的时候的样子。
我们队伍里面其实已经有几个队员其实已经拿过世界冠军，但是我觉得拿过之后也得每年更努力的再去拿下一个，因为我觉得冠军就是每一年的终点，就一年没拿的话，就那一年我觉得都是遗憾。
现在的话，比起外界方面的东西，我可能更注重比赛的本身吧。不管身处在什么样的环境里边，目标都只有一个，就是赢下每一场比赛。
这吸进去啊，反手大出来，要上傻豆了。这边也倒地，瞬间的一波零换4，天哪，上路是一个单杀吗？
起来了一波，结果被 WBG 给化解了。
其实那年拿冠军的时候，我也不觉得这个冠军是我这个职业生涯结束，就也可以说下一步的开始。然后今年的话，也不停的努力嘛。
解决在卡莎飞机打到优异，打不被阿给打不出来，Rookie收获了一个3杀的胜利。
每一场比赛对我们而言都是十分重要的，我们不能有一丝一毫的懈怠。
因为也过了很久，然后每个人也都成长。去年的失败就是要在今年更加打回来了。
And welcome back. We hope this matchup delivers the way the crowd set it up. There was energy, passion, and everyone coming out in force just to get pictures of moments with the Shy, Xiaohu, Rookie. The following is huge.
And the reason that following is huge, I think you have to take it back to how people felt back at that point. 2018, that was just at the end of the Korean era of dominance. Every title was pretty much won from like 2013 up to 2017, besides the EDG, MSI in 2015.
Yep.
That 2018, particularly RNG, MSI, and then particularly IG in 2018 Worlds as well, they really rocked the world and the Chinese fan bases as well in regards to their region being able to get on top of things. After that point, it really was the LPL's era of dominance, and the people that started it still have a real chokehold over the hearts and minds of the fans.
It's
here.
loyalty, right? It's created through the fans to the players. I mean, people like the Shy, not only is he a good personality, but still, even when he's performing a little bit question mark at times, you still get the audience supporting him and being loyal to him. And, you know, there was another matchup we didn't get to talk about. We're talking about how top is so crucial to this series, how it really should define it. I think another one is Xiaohu versus Rookie, the two best mid laners in LPL history. It has to be said, you know, Duumbi came in. Yes, he did well recent history, but Xiaohu Rookie been around for years.
And they have been so successful in different ways, might I add, as well. Xiaohu, for me, he feels more like the battle master, the general behind the team. We talked about it a little bit in regards to talking about Weibo as a team, but whereas Xiaohu, when he goes into a team, he plays Xiaohu-style League of Legends, and he then corrals his team into doing that in terms of the way that they play macro, in terms of the way that they play vision, and the way that he becomes a real initiator for his team as well. We've seen it, I think, particularly in the NIP series in playoffs. He had some great Azir games where he would get behind the AD carry and sweep them back into the team. He was building like Ludens on the Azir to be more bursty, rather than going something like Crown or Leandries and sitting in the back line, and that shows you the real mindset of that player. Now, Rookie, on the other side of things, is still a big playmaker, but it's a bit more in terms of those individual plays as opposed to like the team-based initiation. He plays stuff like the LeBlanc and the Ahri, high mobility, which can look for picks, and it feels like he can still achieve some similar results to what Xiaohu's doing, but in a very different way. Now, if one of these players gets an edge over the other, I'm very interested to see if that leads to the initiations being that much cleaner.
True. I mean, again, dynamics are so much fun when talking about Xiaohu versus Rookie. It's a matchup we've seen so many different times, when Xiaohu was on RNG, when Rookie was on IG, because remember, again, talking about, you know, a bit of a rivalry here today with Top Esports Weibo. In the past, RNG IG actually built up a very fun rivalry that we talked about consistently in the English broadcast. It was one, again, that, you know, the Shy versus the Tai, or at the time, I'm trying to think who the other RNG, Let Me, right? Really fun top lane matchups. It's just been something that we've really traversed through, with players changing rosters and changing their organizations that they grew up with in the LPL, that they became synonymous with in the LPL. I think this is a matchup that, again, Nomura, you know, might also define it in a different way, depending on how the series goes, depending on how we get past that top lane. Like mid, with their different playstyles, could actually change the pace of the series.
I think I think particularly in finals, less so yesterday, but to a little bit. I think we have the non-overlapping champion pools, which is going to affect the bans that we saw come through as well.
Yeah.
I think in finals we saw you kind of had to ban Azir or Jace. The Nico kind of cropped up on both sides of the matchup as well. Whereas here, I mean, Xiaohu didn't play Jace within playoffs, but he has played 7 games of the Azir. Whereas on the other side, you know, Rookie has played 5 games of the Azir. Only one of them was a win. It's not necessarily something which he's been finding that much success on.
I don't identify the champion with him.
No,
I mean,
not
in
really.
the past as well, he's also used it as an engage tool, and so that's a very different way. I feel like.
But Xiaohu's doing that, but winning with it, which is the interesting thing, right? So like, one of them's actually successful on that, whereas, you know, Rookie is playing a lot more of that Jace. Jace we've seen be first pick and be absolutely crucial in the meta. It feels like Jace is the LPL mid lane champion at the moment, and because we've got 2 different players with such high pedigree and different styles, I think that's really going to affect the red and blue side bans, because it doesn't feel like you're removing champions to or rather have one last power pick remaining in the mid lane, which then you can snatch away.
And again, as we get closer to getting into pick ban, I know shortly we'll be hightailing of the Chinese broadcast to pick up some of the pick bans that we should be looking towards as we approach. But I think also, while we're talking about mid and how they pilot their champions, a quick touch-up before we get there is talking a little bit about AD carries here. Yesterday we saw high-tier AD carries, LNG EDG, means Uzi versus Gala. Today,
one of the classics.
I mean, Jackie Love versus Light might not be, but they are still now historic LPL AD carries. Apparently, we can't get that. We don't need to talk about picks anyway, because, look, we'll find out from casters in game number 1. We're going to bring up predictions for you instead and talk a little bit about what the casting team thinks. And I'll be honest, I think this one's about love, Nomura. I think this series is about who loves who more. And you know why? You know why? Because Weibo are going to 3-0, because the Shy is everything. Not only to me, but
no, Jake, buddy, it's not about love. It's
about love.
No, it's about physics. It's about the physics of a coin.
You are a scientist.
It is the physics of a coin flipping through the air. There is no way you could actually predict this matchup.
And how many times can you flip a coin to heads? 3 times in a row, no tails. If Wayward was tails, I'm just going to tell you all, Today's about the Shy. I love Rookie and Jackie Love. I got a photo with them hidden somewhere on the phone, but today's the day I get a photo with the Shy. Today is the day that the Shy comes out and proves everyone wrong, and in this top lane matchup that we talked about being flippy and the criticism, it goes out the window because the Shy's had enough and he's here to play.
I'm just going to turn that up. It's flipping. It's a full flip. I mean, the Shy has had such a high pedigree for such a long time. And now I am agreeing with you. I think Weibo can walk away with this. But it's not about the 3-0 is what I really take issue with. I mean, the thing is, I think genuinely anything for 3-0 through to 3-2 on either side is genuinely, you can back that up.
Yep.
This is such a versatile matchup. We haven't seen these teams since they went out of playoffs as well. It is very hard to really objectively say this is why I think it's going to be a 3-1 or a 3-2 or something like that. I think it's going to be close. I think we're going to see some adaptation midway through the series in terms of that draft. We know that this top lane matchup is exploitable on both sides, and it does feel like pretty much everyone is feeling that. It is a majority of 3-2s between the people that we've had on predictions.
They have to pop off to get the 3-0, and look, at first I was like, I could do the 3-2, or I could do a 3-1, or I could just put belief, and it is, again, about love, to a whole new level. And it's hard when your brethren, your first team, your cast go up against each other. How do you pick a side as, man, I mean, obviously love is through the air, isn't it?
Love does make you blind a little bit sometimes, so it is said. It's one of the things where, you put on the rose-tinted glasses and it makes all the red flags just look like normal flags. They're all the same color. I feel like when you look back at Weibo's good moments, you forget that the very next game, and this the same can happen with top esports too, you can have some great games followed up by an absolute dumpster fire of the game at the same point. In a 5-game series, you cannot expect these teams to be firing on all cylinders every single game. I think we're going to see some wonderfully creative and flashy League of Legends through a lot of this series, but getting them all on form at the same time is going to be very difficult.
My boy. I mean, honestly, I'll give you guys context. He told me, he said, you know what? Weibo just going to win it all. And I didn't ask him for a score. I didn't assume he wanted it at 3-1.
They are born to win. It's in the catchphrase.
I've just set him up for 3-0. You are so welcome, Mr. Casual. You're so welcome.
There's a conspiracy going on
here.
He
doesn't have to thank me all at once, but I know he's on the train. Dom doing a 3-2, by the way, when, it's I will dominate Tien. We've all seen that. We know that he should be going for top esports. He went for Weibo today. That's got to tell you something is, look, enough shenanigans. At the very least, we know it should be a good series regardless of how it ends up. So from Nymira and myself, we wish you the best, enjoying this roller coaster while we throw it to the casters for this elimination qualifier here in the regional day number 2 bracket. Mazel and Kitty to take the call.
Welcome to the caster desk, everyone, and welcome to all the love in the world that can't save you if you lose here, because it is an elimination match. It is one of these teams with the star-studded rosters that will not be continuing their summer campaign.
It's also going to be the start of either team for making that run to the regional finals, where they will fight for a chance for that 4th seed for the world stage. But of course, we have top esports versus Weibo Gaming today, and I think Hysterics described it the best, right? He described it with the word roller coaster. I think no matter whichever team wins, it's going to go to 5.
I can't wait. I love how many 5 games predicted we had on our guest predictions, but as well as our caster predictions. And I think as a whole, we've already talked a lot about, where the key matchup is going to be. A lot of the onus of the top lane is going to affect the rest of the map. But now, particularly for me, it's looking at the things that have worked really well for both teams. And we highlighted a lot of the strengths and champion pools they've had, but it's also, we haven't seen these two teams in a little while since they got eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, especially Weibo Gaming, right? Because they never made it to the double elimination bracket, where they fell out of the playoffs in that round 3 up against LNG. And a bit of a, I guess, ongoing trend for both of these teams is that both of them were eliminated from the summer playoffs by LNG, where they will be, or at least LNG will be going to Worlds as our 3rd.
Yeah.
So let's see who will be our 4th seed, of course.
Oh, I can't wait, Kitty. Everybody get your seat belts on and get into your roller coaster seats, because we are kicking it off with Top Esports versus Weibo. Top will be on the blue side for game number 1. We got the Vi ban and the Ivern ban. A lot of focus over towards Weiwei, and the LeBlanc Kaisa ban by Weibo. Some very particular ones there, Kitty.
Yeah, the jungle champion pool is going to be very interesting coming into today because if we take a look, Tian has played 7 Sejuani games, while Weiwei, he's still defaulting back to what was comfort for him throughout summer, where it was champions like the Vi, right? And that's been taken away. But coming into tonight's series, LeBlanc is a permaban against Rookie. He's currently sitting on 100% win rate from the summer playoffs, and he was dominating in all of the 2 games that he showed us.
You know, I will say there is an interest for me because Top Esports, in their playoffs at least so far, have only won on blue side. We'll see if they continue to do so here.
Yeah, in Top Esports, we haven't seen Xiaohu play the Jace yet in this current meta, where Top Esports, they decided to break this duo up by prioritizing that Maokai away, where the Tristana is still up and available for Rookie to play as that AP and AD duo in the mid jungle, of course, but champions like the Kai'Sa and the Xayah has been taken away, and I'm getting a little bit concerned for Light coming into this matchup in particular, because if you look at the champions he's played so far, it's Zeri, it's Ezreal, not the most consistent in terms of DPS.
We already got the Renekton locked in for the Shy as well, so some fisticuffs already being drawn in the top lane against Wayward. We'll see who comes out on top, or what that answer is going to be for Wayward. I like the Maokai setup here, though. Obviously, for Top Esports, I think it gives a lot of breathing room for Tian to be proactive, but also have a lot of setup around objectives as well. And the answer does have to come out here for Weibo. We have seen some very heavy prevalence around the Sejuani, but it is the Lilia that gets locked in for Weiwei. You see a cheeky little smile there.
Weiwei did play 1 Lilia game in the summer playoffs, and then it was a permaban against this guy for the remainder of Weibo Gaming's run, but I love the Renekton in the hands of the Shy, especially paired alongside something that can work well in terms of the jungle, because we focus in on the top lane matchup. It's going to be extremely vulnerable to jungle ganks. So we do have the Jace getting locked in, so Weibo Gaming decided to give over this OP duo in the current patch, which is a bit of a question mark for me.
And it's interesting because Rookie, has been pretty prevalent on a majority of picks, but I think the Jace has been really interesting to me when he's able to combine with Tian, because these 2 guys are some of our best minds in the LPL. We get the Tristana locked in here for Weibo.
With the Tristana and Lilia getting locked in for the side of Weibo Gaming, they don't really have too much hard engage just quite yet. So Weibo Gaming, they need to look for something like the Alistar or the Rel to really make up for that AoE engage when it comes to these important team fights. But Top Esports, they still have their bottom lane up and available, as the Tristana on the side of Weibo Gaming could be potentially flexed for the side of Light, which we also saw him playing it very well throughout the summer regular split. But JackeyLove, I mean, we still have champions like the Sivir that he has introduced to us before, and champions like the Varus, where it was very prevalent in our previous series in LNG versus EDG.
Yeah. And I know Nightmare was talking, saying, he has been one of our better Varuses in the LPL. I think it's a little bit of bend and break style situation there for him, though. See if they do go for that. I love that focus, though. We get the Varus pinned away towards Light. We actually get the Ziggs to counter maybe some of that push that Weibo are opting into here.
And I love just talking about the AD pool for tonight, right? Because Light, he is an absolute madman, playing the Kalista and the Neela when the entire champion pool has been pinched out for the bottom lane. And he did spectacular on it, because when you give Light setup for the early game, he's more than happy with that confidence to win the 2v2. So it's going to be dependent on Crisp and what champion that he gets with this counter pick, because it is going to be saved for this 5th position.
I actually appreciate the Alistar here, too. I know we saw a lot of it from LNG, and being able to see something at least be banned away like that, some stability. The Rel also taken away against Weibo.
We still have champions like the Leona that does relatively well into champions like the Jace, where once you use that ultimate, you can just burn the Jace, or at least put him out of a position where he is comfortable on DPSing, right?
Yeah, I would say so. And I actually really like the kind of Rel add-in here. I will say I think we're going to get some tried and trues for the bot lane setup. We actually get the Aphelios for Light, so you will have the double marksman composition for Weibo.
Now the question is, what is JackeyLove going to play? Because we also saw the Sivir played by, I believe, LNG Gala from that previous series last night, paired alongside the Jace, but currently it is the Draven Hover Mazel.
Let's go, baby! JackeyLove coming out swinging with the right hook.
You want to play Aphilio as well? JackeyLove, one of the best Dravens around the entire world, is going to shut you down in that laning phase, as the Nautilus also gets locked in alongside the Draven. So a very powerful 2v2, and they want to be looking for kills ahead. So Weibo Gaming, the best choice probably would be this Braum to defuse that situation from happening.
Oh my god, I know we had our analyst that's talked about top lane all day long, but now I'm looking at JackeyLove and Mark down here to set the tempo for Top Esports. Esports. I actually really like the Braum lock-in. You have a lot of centered aggression around the concussive blows that you can pull off, and I think execution is definitely on the side of Weibo, even though you have some of that high-risk, high-reward gameplay from the Draven on Top Esports' side.
I love this Draven pick for JackeyLove. I think JackeyLove has had his best split throughout 2023 so far. He is definitely a standout, and why Top Esports was able to end that 4th position in the summer regular split, because he's been able to elevate himself, or at least be comfortable with the current meta, as it did shift to champions like the Kai'Sa and the Xayah. But still, Draven up his pocket, he's more than happy to play this champion in the early game. But once again, Weibo Gaming, they have a very comfortable champion pool with the Lilia and the Tristana coming in, but it is going to be a lot harder to execute because they don't have a clear engage for 5v5. So I'm expecting Weibo Gaming to play through the side lanes while we have, I believe, Top Esports looking for those hard 5v5 forces.
Yeah, the side lane versus 5v5 is going to be very interesting to me, but also just who gathers that momentum early, because I think for both these teams, disappointment is not an option. You cannot lose here. The amount of names, the amount of just backing behind both Weibo and Top Esports, the star-studded rosters of these two sides, anything less than a win here is disheartening. You even heard JackeyLove say earlier, if they can't win a championship, he will be thinking about it the rest of the year. It will be on his mind. You know that's the same for all 10 of these players. So I'm very excited to see what we get for this roller coaster ride to kick us off, but I love that focus and the difference we've seen already in this first game draft.
There is no time to leave for regret in this series. Whoever loses gets eliminated for the entirety of summer, and we won't have any games until 2024. And JackeyLove, I mean, he just picked the Draven. He is more than confident on this pick, and I'm going to be very excited to see how this entire series starts off.
We're getting into game 1 now, and I could not be more ready. We are kicking off an elimination match between Top Esports and Weibo Gaming. All the stars have aligned. All the crowd here in Xi'an, 18,000 strong, to watch these two do battle. Let's hit the rift for game number 1 and let the Gyos ring. The crowd ever energetic, the ground shaking beneath these players' feet, the flags flying high. And as we get into it, we have to particularly look at Weiwei. We've seen the Lilia recently. It wasn't a game 5 for Tarzan against LNG, and it did not go well for him. So I'm looking for Weiwei to be proactive, but also a big influence on this Lilia.
Weiwei has to play a very important role in this game, because if you look at Weibo Gaming, the only realistic AoE CC is the lullaby coming out of him, right? So the flash timer is going to be crucial when it comes to these team fights. But on the side of Top Esports, we have champions like the Jace and the Draven, double AD. So Tian can't be behind on this Maokai, being the solo AP. But coming into today, or at least the jungle matchup, I wanted to talk about Weiwei's debut into the summer, right? Because I think the best impression that I got from Weiwei is that he's a great counter ganker. They started off the entire summer by taking JDG to a 2-0 series, and they completely destroyed our best team in the LPL, and it was because of Weiwei. On the other hand, Tian, I feel like he really shines in the early game, so it's going to be on how Weiwei diffuses the situation away from Tian.
And I do love it. Obviously, we were talking about on the desk as well, a lot of the meshing storylines between these two. When you have previous brothers going against each other, it feels like that's the theme of the LPL regional qualifiers. But we got the engaged bot side here as well. Flash early comes out and cleanse from Light.
But that's double summoners gone from Light, and we all know that the Phillies is such a vulnerable champion when it comes to these ganks. Mark having that hook available as we have Tian starting in the top side, he can realistically just start pathing towards his bottom side and start pressuring Light where he can't even push up into the lane, and that is going to make Weiwei really difficult in terms of how he plays the map state.
And I'm really curious at how quickly Weiwei can get his pathing going. We see both junglers heading down towards bot lane. That seems like it's going to be our focus here. We're talking about a little bit of the 50-50 that can go down in top lane. That will still be there. We'll keep a side eye there, but it seems like the whole holistic focus for both teams will be towards these duos in bot lane. And Weiwei actually going for a little bit of aggression early.
As you already see, the Tristana...
They stole him!
They stole the tiny chicken!
Oh, Swirl Seed's OP, baby!
Well, with Xiaohu pushing in the mid lane and being so ever aggressive against Rookie on this Jace, right? That's exactly what you expect out of the Lilia, trying to put Tian out of his comfort zone and really going in for that early aggression. But we'll have to wait and see, because I feel like Jace, it does do relatively weak in the early game until the Serrated Dirt comes online. But once he reaches 3 items, I mean, this Jace is going to become a huge problem for Weibo Gaming to deal with.
And we've seen a really good track record of Jace's destroying games, not only just in the finals. So I particularly need to see if Rookie can pilot this one. I love the double marksman composition, but we have seen that it can be that double-edged sword we were talking about.
And throwing it back to when Top Esports was still competing in the summer playoffs, that one series against BLG, Rookie and Jacula both had amazing performances as that double carry, extremely consistent. So all they need is for the remaining 3 members in Mark, Wayward, and Tian to be relatively stable for them to reach that stage, because I feel like once you give them an opportunity, they're more than happy to carry.
And Tian is no slouch to being able to facilitate carries, right? There is a world championship with FPX that has his name on it, a finals MVP as well at that tournament. But he will have to facilitate the rest of his team on this Maokai. And I look around objectives for them. I know we were talking about 5v5s early on, but it will end up being a lot of the vision call by Tian around those.
As we have the Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, we do expect Top Esports to put a lot of attention towards Dragon stacking, as you do have a lot of lane priority towards that bottom lane. But Weibo Gaming, because they locked in something like the Tristana, they desperately need this first Herald. And that first Herald needs to go towards mid lane to get Xiaohu online. And I saw a bit of a discussion between Static Shiv and Kraken on the Tristana, and I personally prefer the Kraken so much more, because you provide consistent damage against champions like the Cassante, Maokai, and Nautilus. So hopefully that's what Xiaohu will be doing for this game 1. But once again, Weibo Gaming going to prioritize the top side, while Top Esports, they need to get Jacula ahead.
Well, we know that they do have the Rift Herald bot in top side with the Renekton, but we'll see how that timing does work out. We have our first Dragon spawning up on the board here as well. And actually, TP is going to be utilized by Xiaohu to get back into lane 2 to continue building that priority there.
Going back to the overall composition, I mean, Tian having his Maokai, very comfort champion for him as well, and such a dominating pick coming into summer as well, because it provides great damage, great disengage, and also engage, comparing the entire meta with it being swarmed by LeBlancs and Ezreals, right? So just having that guaranteed route where you can lock down a specific carry is going to be key, and I'm getting a little bit worried for Weibo Gaming, because they don't really have a true front line. If you think about it, they don't have an Ornn, they don't have a Cassante, so who will go up and block the Nature's Grass is going to become a worthy sacrifice in these team fights.
Somebody's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb here as well, and see who ends up taking that mantle up. I think you can have a lot of setup, though, for Weibo. We were talking a little bit about their split push style, but also the way that they can actually use Weiwei to set up the double marksman composition. And speaking of, Light might get a little bit of love here, as Hysterics was talking about on the desk. We'll be buying a little bit of time down here, waiting for this push to come through.
Light does have the Gravitum Gun to set up for this potential 3v3 in the bottom side, but I don't think they win it, because Draven is so much more value compared to someone like the Aphelios right now.
See, though, Mark gets the nice little dredge line. Weiwei and Tian are here, turning into a 3v3 that TES don't want to go forward on.
The situation has diffused away, as both the junglers just want to get to that level 6 before they start hard forcing for these skirmishes. And with the Dragon up and available, I'm assuming Weibo Gaming, because they just lost bottom lane priority, yes, the scuttle does go over towards Top Esports, but once again, the jungle experience is going to be key. Weiwei only just hit 5, so it's going to be very far from a hard engage, and that goes back to Weibo Gaming's problem, right? If Weiwei doesn't have the lullaby, then they don't have guaranteed CC unless you work off Crisp's passive.
Yeah, and that cohesion is going to be super important. That's why I was talking a little bit about that execution factor, the kind of bar that it will be set there as well. Love to see all this movement, though, from Top Esports. Mark getting out of lane will be super crucial, because he is the lockdown, it feels like right now.
He's going for
the entirety. I don't know if they got it, though. That tower shot will mean the Shy backs off.
The TPs were used a bit before, as they were just trying to reset for the wave, but like you said, the all-out use onto the Shy while he was just holding onto his ultimate, so a relatively overall dub for the top laner of Weibo Gaming. With the Rift Hold also spawning in 30 seconds, you see that Weibo Gaming already putting in so much priority, planting down some vision at the dot bush. So Top Esports, they most likely will need to just trade, because we also have Weiwei hitting level 6 here.
see, especially that level 6 really enabling a lot of this, right? The Nature's Grass coming out, but Tian getting aggressed by Weiwei already. We'll see if they actually want to continue contesting this.
And an important detail is that Mark's cancel, or back got cancelled, so the bottom lane won't be rotating towards his top lane skirmish.
Oh, it is going to be Tian who gets the better of that one. It should be Weibo taking this Rift Herald, though, off the back of that. And it's Top Esports playing a lot more relaxed early because they know what they're building up towards.
A very clear game plan coming out of Weibo Gaming in the first 10 minutes. As you see, Tian and Rookie, they don't have their items online, so they won't really offer as much compared to Weibo Gaming, considering their top lane 3v3 right now, so they will just give over that without trading for the Dragon. But I believe once the Serrated Dirk comes online for Rookie, that's when they will start looking for the fights.
Trying to get up here in time is Mark for the Rift Herald. It's stolen away by Tian!
What?
He is a monster, but they can't get the eye here. He does end up finding it in the end. Who's going to go down first? It's the Shy for first blood to Rookie. Brothers killing brothers, and Weiwei goes down too as Tian stands there. He will end up dying to Xiao, who traded back, but you love that for Top Esports.
How does Tian just walk into the pit and flash smite the Herald away? Mark were also there first compared to someone like Chris, who was late on the rotation. So, I mean, it really just seemed like a free Rift Herald going over towards Weibo Gaming, but they didn't commit enough members to zone off the only person with the smite.
Oh, feels a little bit bad, but that's also just the Tian level of expertise. There's a reason why this guy's a finals MVP at Worlds, but they see the fact that he does give up his life, but he gets so much for it.
And you also see the lullaby, but he flashes before the lullaby even hits, so he gets in range and gets the Rift Herald. And then living on 1 HP, I don't know how he lived for so much longer. I believe it was because the remaining members of Weibo Gaming just forgot that there was a Maokai and he lived on like 200 HP. But
Mark
you see,
stopped Weiwei.
yeah, you see the difference between the support of Top Esports being there first. The rotation was faster compared to Crisp on the enemy team, and that was the difference. And such a huge win con getting delayed away from Weibo Gaming.
The fact that Top Esports now have 1 kill apiece on their solo lanes is going to help Tian find the path in this game, especially, and you'll love to see that Thornmail already completed up there for Wayward too. The Cassante for Wayward has been an interesting game, has been a pretty big staple for a lot of our laners in the LPL, but also just gives that stability against this Renekton pick in the top side.
When you think of Wayward in the summer, it's quite literally 2 champions, Cassante and Gnar, right?
Literally
when you're
is.
playing top lane blind, you play Cassante. When you have a counter pick, you play Gnar. So in this scenario, he did pick the Cassante into the Renekton, where the Shy did first pick this away. So that will be an ongoing trend for this entire series of tonight. We'll have to wait and see, because the Dragon is up and available for both sides. And like I said, the Serrated Ducks are now online. The Demonic Embrace in the hands of Tian, as he does have the Nature's Grasp as well. It's going to be really scary on how Weibo Gaming approach this.
I like this. They were able to push for Top Esports on bottom side. There is still the Dragon that has not been touched for 6 minutes. Weibo are positioning around this, but this could turn into another 3v3 style situation, even though Light will end up stopping his back. TES start up the Dragon.
Top Esports taking absolute control over this early game, although locking in champions like the Jace and the Maokai, which naturally don't have that much, I guess, authority in that early game. But no, Weibo Gaming, I mean, they do have the role getting picked up by Weiwei, as it is going to slowly stack until 10. But still, you can't be giving these objectives away, because you have champions like the Tristana that works of agency, especially bouncing off the Renekton as well.
The combo of Maokai Jace has just been absolutely insane. You have so much control around objectives, and you're even perfectly fine with the other team starting it up and you moving in afterwards. So I think TES are set up in a nice position. I will say Rod of Ages has been completed for Weiwei. He'll start stacking that up. We do actually see that opposite side focus for both junglers, where Weiwei trying to give a little bit of help to the Shy. I want to see more help for Top Esports down to Jackie Love. You got to get this man paid.
You already saw that Tian with the Rift Herald, he was hovering towards that bottom side. I believe Weibo Gaming did spot the Maokai out with that bush being warded throughout the lane, but now Rookie picking up the Duskblade. The items are slowly coming online. Jackie Love so close to his Triforce as well. They are going to spike so soon, and Weibo Gaming, they need to defuse every single team fight if they want to reach the 3 items for Light, because I think Aphelios has dropped a lot in authority in the past few weeks, because this champion truly gets online at 3 compared to champions like the Xayah and the Kai'Sa, who really start popping off at the 2 when they do go AD.
That's been my hesitancy with these double marks and comps that we've actually seen running rampant in these late season playoffs as well. It is that kind of bend and break where if you don't make it to the late game, you don't have the same stability and the same strength around the map. You see the charge actually ended up coming in mid lane, giving Rookie a little bit more gold there. Top Esports, though, they've got light in their eyes, and they get all the CC here. Nature's Craft, depth charge, here comes Chris. Can he save the day? Light goes cleanse, but he's just gonna go down, and Jackie Love gets paid all day, baby. That's another one, 2 for JKL, and a wonderful start for Top Esports.
What a massacre in the bottom lane. All 4 summoners burnt by the bottom lane of Weibo Gaming as well. This Aphelios is not having a fun time because picking Aphelios blind into Jackie Love, the Draven gets locked in, and this is what you get.
Jackie Love has 2,900 gold in pocket right now at 13.5 minutes. He was already close to his Trinity Force, and now that man's going to be covered in gold.
Great to see Top Esports coming into this game one having very clear decision making. They know that Light is solo under this tower as Crips did reset on the Braum, so even using the flash and the cleanse, it wasn't enough. The Braum wasn't able to save him. Jackie Love even dodging out on the CC as well, but everything committed got the job done, and the Draven cashed in. And Top Esports, when they snowball, they really get the ball going.
They have so much control around objectives. Now they have so much strength through Jackie Love, who did get that Trinity Force, has a pickaxe and a serrated Dirk in hand, and you just look at that gold on the left side of your screen. And as a Top Esports fan, you got to be grinning from ear to ear. But it is still Weibo, who have a lot going for them if they can find a little bit of save. They have the Kraken Slayers now completed on both their main ADCs.
And the scary thing is that, realistically, because Light doesn't have that double summoners, Tien could make a revisit towards that bottom lane. They could trade off the Rift Herald and just destroy Light under his own tower, and then also get tower plates, or not tower plates, at least first tower into Jackie Love's pockets, where that opens the bottom lane door to start rotating towards mid.
Do you think Tien all chatted to Chris there, like, hey, you couldn't save your ADC this time around? See if a little bit of that brotherly love comes across between these two. But that is what I love about this series so much, is yes, we have all that strength, we have all the star-studded roster, but it is going to be a contested best-of-5, no doubt, every single way. Now, we actually have a tower taken by Jackie Love in the bot lane. That'll be first turret of the game.
You see a 5-man rotation towards his top side. Light is now sitting in the mid lane, so Jackie Love, he can start threatening the tier 2.
Like you said, they're going to try to revisit him. He's going to Moonlight Vigil. They are under tower here, and he still dies to Rookie.
Guys, we have an ADC to protect. Crisp, you need to be playing with the Aphelios. Why is he getting Nature's Grasp right in front of his own tier 2 tower 2 times in a row as well? This Aphelios is extremely staggered, and with the Dragon spawning in 50 seconds as well, Top Esports in absolute control of this game one.
Yeah, they have so much strength. Mark also still has the depth charge. He can pull it out anytime he wants if somebody's overextended, and the amount of CC lockdown that Top Esports is really going to start playing into their hand. I will say also, having 201 on both Rookie and Jackie Love, 2 of those big stars, going to feel real good as we look back at this replay.
And Top Esports, they're just pinching Light's summoner spell so well, right? Still 2 or 3 minutes away from the Aphelios Flash from coming online, and no cleanse available just means every single global ultimate, at least Jackie Love's ultimate from the bottom lane, also gets that assist. And that's an extra kill into Rookie's pockets, and now he's working towards that Manamune.
I got to look here now. Collector, second item already completed, under 16 minutes for Jackie Love. I want to see Top Esports continue to utilize this, but the Lilting Lullaby might just end up in Tien's death. He does go down after burning the flash to Weibo. They wake up and get a second kill.
Not too sure about that flash from Tien, as he was more than dead, but still not too much tempo, as Weibo Gaming, they do regain control over this dragon, but still Top Esports, they don't need to get this dragon because they already secured the first one. So all Weibo Gaming is trying to do is just buy 5 minutes, so they deny the dragon stacking away from Top Esports.
Now we did see actually Weiwei get that second Rift Herald, so I want to see where he's going to utilize that one. Either Xiaohu or Light needs this gold desperately, but they are starting up the dragon now. Back off immediately.
And the scary thing is that Tien isn't there, but Weibo Gaming back off. You know why? Jackie Love sitting on 2 items, a collector, and Weibo Gaming not having a true frontline when the Shy isn't there. Braum is a fake tank. He isn't actually that, I guess, healthy when it comes to damage, so they had to back off. They couldn't even get anything from getting that pick onto Tien.
And TS are just pressing every single button that needs to be pressed on the jacket of Weibo right now. And I think we see now moving back down towards bottom side. This could just be a second dragon, and it will be for Top Esports.
The macro game from Top Esports right now is absolutely insane. Although Weiwei is still holding onto that Rift Turret, we don't see him getting dropped anywhere. I'm assuming it is going to be towards the top lane, where it will free up the Shy to rotate towards the bottom side, and then maybe potentially Weibo Gaming start playing for these side lanes. But the thing is that Aphelios and Braum isn't going to survive the hard engage that Top Esports has in the mid lane 3v3.
And that's the hardest thing to deal with, because Weiwei will not be tanky. He will be the lilting lullaby that makes the difference, but he's got to stay alive to make sure that happens, and you have to look at the front line. The Shy will be looking for backline access. He's not really going to be a tank in this situation, but a distraction may be what Weibo needs in this situation, because they are falling too far behind to really have much more say.
And the annoying thing is for the Shy is that yes, you can get your hands potentially onto either Rookie or Jacula, but Weiwei with the all-out is just going to take you over the wall, and that is one of your main engages gone from the side of Weibo Gaming.
I really like this though, Xiaohu focusing on the side lane, trying to get turrets down. That is the strength of the Tristana. The quickness that you can take down these side lane turrets will be of importance for Weibo.
But because Weibo Gaming, they invested so much towards its bottom side, with Weiwei also hovering the Tristana, Top Esports, they gain absolute control over this top side, with the Baron also spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds. The Draven, the Jace, they are on their second item, potentially even a 20-minute Baron force where they make Weibo Gaming walk into them and they look for a 5v5.
That's already 2 side lane towers gone. Top Esports doing work there. Chris will end up finding Mark, but the flash is nicely placed. We'll make it out alive there. The Rift Herald does get charged in mid lane for Lights get a little bit more gold, but Weiwei right there to make sure that Tien can't respond in a lot of situations. It was a little bit of a pullback from Weibo.
Second item also stacked up and completed for Rookie as well, with the mid lane tier 1 tower being ever so low. 2 more orders away from that being destroyed, as well as Weibo Gaming will lose all 3 tier 1s. I mean, it's going to be incredibly hard for the Shy to find flanking angles as this Renekton to have backline access when you have no control of the map.
And that's the problem. Look, Weiwei's already bursted down. He's going to go golden, but he's got no life left to stay alive. And there you go, all out, brings the Shy to his grave. Nature's Grasp across, and they are snowballing this game so heavily into the backs of Weibo.
Dead bodies everywhere around this tier 2 tower.
Oh my god, Wayward! They're still going! He might get Xiaohu here. No, he looked exactly for Light, and it has been snuffed out. Top Esports, they're seeing red.
A 4-for-0 trade, and now Top Esports with their double AD carries and Tien alive. It is going to be a 20-minute Baron and a clean team fight out of this roster.
This is a smash. This is Top Esports saying we don't want anything left on the table, and we will show it in game number 1. Now they have that 100% win rate on blue side, or at least the only wins they've gotten in these playoffs in the late season has been on blue side. You have to see Weiwei, that tankiness not there.
Weiwei just got straight up deleted from the team fight with the all-out. The Shy caught out of position as well. That's 2 of the main frontline gone for Weibo Gaming. Not saying that Renekton and Lily is a frontline to begin with, but Light getting bullied from start to finish on this Aphelios. The Q3 with the flash out of Baywood was so clean to re-engage this entire team fight and then collect another 2 kills for the side of Top Esports.
This right here, that is the biggest moment for me. Wayward knows that they can get more than just go after the one they found. They turn it over on the Light.
What a redemption for Wayward as well, right? Because after they got eliminated out of the playoffs in summer, Wayward was one of the more critiqued players out of this roster, but that fight in particular really became the turning point for him, and hopefully it's going to be a trend that continues.
See them kept pressing though. They are in bot side with this Baron for another 2 minutes as well. They will be able to take down this tier 2 tower, and they'll be threatening inhibs at this point.
Top Esports, they locked in a composition where it is going to be all about the Draven, and the Draven got ahead, and this is the exact result that you expect when your Aphelios can't play the game, and now they're pushing in for 2 inhibitors with the tower falling in bottom. No summoners available in the Tristana or the Aphelios. The only way that Weibo Gaming will win is if Weiwei gets a 5-man lullaby.
They're trying to do the side lane push. They're trying their darndest. TP is available for Xiaohu. He's got to get back and defend. It feels like Top Esports are just on the verge of taking this under 23 minutes here as well. And they are pushing on the next turret as the Nexus is almost bare. Top Esports will push back to the mid inhib.
I'm gonna be real, Xiaohu great that you got the tier 2 tower because I don't think they win the straight up 5v5 anyways.
Yeah.
They're slowly running out of options. Of top esports, they're disciplined, they wait for the third one, but still, they want to end this game one.
They do indeed, and they're on the cusp of it. Another minute on the Baron buff here as well. They're playing pretty confident down here. They will have Tian coming over with the Nature's Grasp. Multi's coming back up so they can go for a big engage. And Weibo just need to find some promise. Light gets shot in the face by that shock blast. He's gonna have to go back. There's the Nature's Grasp. This could just be the signaling of the end. And Top Esports, they're looking for everything they can get. Blade World Cove's out of the Whirling Death as well. It is the Renekton in the back line, but it's the Shy running away from everything. They get 2 back, but it's still the carries that are all alive. And Wayward's actually getting chunked down. Jackie Love gets paid one more time. It's the Nexus that's in the eyes of Top Esports. And 23:05 in, Top Esports deliver a haymaker to Weibo.
Jackie Love is collecting the money in this game one. Cha-ching as he takes the series 1-0 up against Weibo Gaming. People came into this series with doubt considering the fact it's Top Esports versus Weibo Gaming. Both of these organizations got eliminated with very devastating results, but still Top Esports coming in with a very strong showing for this game one.
Woo! What a way to do it. You know, they grabbed the Draven. The crowd went insane. Jackie Love's signature pick for back in the day, but the fact is, the Shy was sitting on the other side. Guys, I think we have some problems. He's feeling confident here, and I think they're going to have to rely on a little bit of reeling comeback for Weibo because that was under 24 minutes. We feel like we just started, and the game one's already over.
They got the Baron at 20 minutes and they finished the game in the next 3. I mean, this is efficiency out of Top Esports. They have a dinner meeting soon or something like that, but still, coming into this game one, we expected Weibo Gaming, this composition was going to be hard to execute. It was going to be a lot of requirement for Weiwei to pretty much play perfectly. But something else that was also a very worrying trend was that Light and Crisp, we didn't see that synergy out of the bottom lane duo where Crisp wasn't there to protect his AD carry.
Yeah, and I think that was the most difficult part to see because a lot of the things didn't go their way. I believe I got the word for production that we are ready for break, so let's go ahead and send away. We'll see the analyst desk on the other side with Hysterics and Nymera.
Tentar encontrar alguém, mas só que o Croc próximo, ele consegue puxar, controle de grupo agora funcionou, o abate saiu pra cima do Root, o Celso ficou meio vendido e também eliminado, a Loud tenta entrar com a chegada do robô, o problema é que eles perderam 3 jogadores e a Kate tá praticamente inteira, pra cima do robô que ganha muito tempo, o Tim, livre, leve e solto, garantiu um abatezinho, mas o robô caiu e o Tim vai tentar limpar, foi triple na mão do robô, o Tim tá aqui, mano, contra o Greve! Ele double kill com os 3 do robô.
Forced to flash, looking for the Magnet Storm, but punts it against the wall again. Turns golden as On gets both of the carries and he gets Rookie in! On, you magnificent beast! And now the rest of the fight is all down to Jackie Love looking from Mark. Can Jackie carry as a triple comes out from Elf and the feathers? Are they enough? He's into the GA. It's a quadra for Elf. Jackie tries to put him in the grave, but there's no stopping him. The king of the forest.
한명 배웠는데 아이디 다시 풀었고요. 제우보다 초비를 한 방에 못했어요. 오히려 캐년. 자 일단 여기서 슬로우 줄여서 렌 드디어 왔습니다. 디플라스기야. 아니 캐년이 대박 나는데요. 지금 페이지와 딜라이트가 없는 상황. 천천히. 그리고 또 초비 サポートのライナー一瞬でバーストで倒して、そしてリッキーが夕日をゾーニングしてからグループアップ、それを見て勝新の産声、狭いところフォーマンノックアップがこのように大逆転バーニングコアエース獲得。
Look to get some damage right in the center of the wall. Oh, but it's the teleport coming back in. They've closed all around them, and there's nowhere else for Summit to go. Palafox sends him to the skies. A 3-man counter-strike to Summit outplays it, and he takes out FBI. He ward off over the wall. way he gets out of this one, right? The Q stun doesn't land, and Summit makes it out!
Now we have to draw our eyes towards the first Herald of the game.
Maybe they're dive for here, but Alistar level 6, nice EOA from Noah. A lot of chunk damage, Razork's around, Team One has mid push too, they only have one range now as well.
The last time Fnatic died like this, it went very poorly for them. Limit so low. We're trying to bait them. Humanoid coming in with that shot blast. Acceleration gate. Patrick tanks it. Unbreakable used by Limit. Patrick tanking everything. Oh, they kept him alive. No one dodged it. There's still a Limit within. What the? They're still alive. Limit will fall, but Odo TP finds 2 for Exile.
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship. It runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. Nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know.
我觉得这个版本中单也可以挡 C 位，也可以挡就是节奏的地位。然后我觉得这个版本的中单还蛮适合我自己，所以我只要保持好自己的个人状态，就是还是有竞争力， 还有一个点就是心态方面吧，就不管是劣势，不管是优势，我们把心态稳住，就不管是什么时候都有机会。冒泡赛遇到谁，只要打好自己就可以赢。
It's okay, buddy.
It's not. It's not okay. What we just witnessed, it's not okay. I'm breaking down, man. This is rubbish. I wanted a series. I wanted a great game one. And what did I get? What did I get? I got nothing. I got nothing. I didn't get Weibo, 23-minute game. Dude, that was a stomp. That was a stomp. And I think we both agree that draft was a little bit rubbish.
It didn't help giving over the best jungler on the patch and having a Renekton Lilia to respond to it, which felt really toothless very quickly into that game. Not even contesting the Jace after the Maokai's been led through.
Who lets Jace Maokai through?
I mean, like, already we saw in the finals, right? Jace on its own wins games. We've seen that Maokai's pretty much been permabanned the entirety of playoffs. That can win games on its own. Having both of them together as the premier combination between mid and jungle, it's just way too much. This was a real draft misread from Weibo, and as soon as it comes to the 5-person, just like the whole champions locked in as well, Weibo had basically a Lilia ult to engage with, and that was about it. It felt like they had to use pushing Renekton top lane, pushing Tristana mid lane, and then the Lilia power clearing to win themselves a Herald, and then they lost that as well. This was an absolute disaster of a first game.
I mean, again, like, even though we saw, okay, you know, I guess a stable start, right? Then that Herald changed everything at 2-0. As you were saying backstage, like, if there's no early lead for Weibo, it's so dangerous for them to play the rest of the game. So hard for them to play the rest of this game. And I think for me as well, like, seeing top esports, not only just on the Jace Maokai, but on power picks. I mean, Wayward we talked about, you know, on the Cassante was huge. The fact that Jacula picked up Draven here in a 2v2 that they knew they were going to have dominance in, and they knew that through mid-jungle they were going to be fine around neutrals.
Maybe the mentality is, because there are two ways to approach this, right? You try and think of the mentality, and then you view the objective. Objectively, this was bad. But in terms of the mentality, maybe they were trying to bait top esports into comfort and then counter the comfort. That really didn't work out here, though. I mean, speaking of that comfort, every one of those champions, probably the best in class for top esports as players and then in the meta as well. Wayward on Cassante, very stable. It's what he's gone towards a fair amount. Yeah. You've got the Maokai, you have Rookie on Jace, best mid laner on the patch, Jackie loves Draven, and then Mark on Nautilus, which he has played so much. It doesn't get that much more plug and play for top esports.
Well, that's out of my mini breakdown after I found out, I can't get the 3-0 prediction, after I found out that Weibo got stomped in 23 minutes by their old teammates, at least for the Shy. On the other side, this guy getting MVP. Everyone at home's probably like, dude, the anime arc of Wayward. This is like watching Naruto, and he comes back in Shippuden, and you're like, holy crap, look at the guns.
I mean, we said it was the key matchup, right? I guess we've got a self-fulfilling prophecy or something like that. I mean, This was the play which really was the flashiest moment of game one, where he gets the huge engage after this point. Don't get me wrong, the game was over by this point. This is just the formalities at this point, but the fact that he could have such a big impact and have that jump cancel and stuff like that, it's a great confidence builder for a player that needs a lot of that confidence. It has felt like Wayward, as we said, has been a real liability for top esports. If he's on form, then maybe you revisit some of these questions about top esports. Just going to hold back on that just a little bit, though, just because one of the big problems with both of these teams is we can have games like this where Weibo look completely out of sorts. What are they doing? The draft and top esports, incredible, comfort, great skirmishing, and then the very next game that can flip around. Once we see this 2 games in a row, maybe we can bring that back again. Maybe a little bit more.
Then you'll be more confident. But congratulations to Wayward. Few and far between if we talked about this guy, not only through this split, but I feel like through the year at times as well. Orcs' favorite player, once a Chad spamming emotes, now a Chad winning one game.
Uses the emote of the frog you threw off screen.
That was him, baby. That's why I threw it, man. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to see that.
Did he hurt your favorite player too much? Did he hurt the show too
He hurt the show. But, I mean, look, we didn't talk much about the show. I know it was around Herald, bit of a mess up there from Weibo as a whole, but we didn't get to talk much about, or at least think about much about Weibo in that first game anyway, because what happened? Well, Light got heavily ganked, a lot of mid dives, but the top esports had Jace Maokai to abuse and just won everything.
Again, I mean, there aren't that many gameplay takeaways from this. I think the big one was just the Herald fumble just put the Weibo in the dirt. That was the one area of the game where, I mean, I speak about this a little bit when Renekton comes up as well, where even when Renekton is a bad champion in the meta, the one thing he does well is fight around Heralds very well. And if you have a composition with a Tristana and something like the Lilia as well, which can utilize a brute force Herald push very well with something like Lilia looking for dives with her ultimate, Tristana having the bomb on turret. Renekton can enable them even if there's nothing else he does in that game. Of course, Renekton in the meta right now is actually very good. But when you fail at that point, we're in a draft where the Herald needs to go your way. Weibo, I don't know what to tell you. You drafted a slim win condition and you couldn't win through it.
And again, look, Weibo was on an edge, right? And as you said, that slim win condition, once it faded away, it became a very quick game, 23 minutes for an elimination match in the road towards the world's 4th seed. EDG watching this and going, well, right now it feels like top esports favored. It feels like top esports started the series so easily. But again, that draft difference also.
I just had this like historical kind of memory, one of these core memories come up, because JackieLove is no stranger to quick games on the Drave, and of course has one of the fastest international games of all time from that IG roster he was on, with Draven beating SKT back in MSI 2019. That was a very quick game, so he does this occasionally.
He does indeed, and again, you know, the Draven pick in game 1 sending a message, but I think more importantly, Rookie and Tien getting the perfect duo. We've already mentioned it a couple times. If we're talking about draft adaptations for Game 2...
no Jace, no Maokai,
thanks. No Jace, no Maokai. That's an easy start. What else? Where else do you want to
go? That's the problem. We didn't really see that much from Weibo for them to build on in terms of the picks that they were using, so it's not like you can say this worked for us, we can build on that. For me, they're on blue side. That helps. That means that they can get themselves their first pick of choice. You're probably looking at something like the Azir. Again, I don't think that Rookie is playing many champions that can test push for the Azir, so that would particularly help Xiaohu to get on the board, be a bit more of a presence in the early game, and then beyond that as well as a teamfight initiator, which he does tend to do on that champion. Beyond that point, though, you're kind of starting from a blank slate. That's the difficulty of game 1 like this. You made such a high-level, obvious mistake in the first draft. You can't build that much off of it. You're blank slate.
Yeah, and look, I think honestly as well, if we're just kind of putting through what the possibilities are, you know, so far with people like Xiaohu, people like the Shy, just on their angle too, we know their champion pools throughout the split have extended a mile. I came in today saying, I feel like today's a Quinn day. I feel like today is the Shy Quinn day. Seeing Wayward
like a single feather floated down from the heavens.
Maybe on a game 2, maybe on a game 3, depending on how this goes. I also want to mention something before we, talk a little bit more about drafts and what to expect on this blue side. Just quickly, Crisp in that game, I think a little bit disconnected. And worth mentioning that Light on this Aphelios that needed a bit more time. We didn't actually mention that he got ganked twice through mid, heavy dives, and no one there from Weibo to back him up.
I don't think it helps when you lose the early trades as heavily as they did, particularly with something like the Draven Nullis being such a kill combo very early into the game. You can't really leave lane as easily and then be on call somewhere at that kind of timestamp. But yes, even with that in mind, Chris really wasn't in the right place at the right time to make the most of his pick, make the most of those roams. There is an awful lot to address from Weibo. Now, luckily, both of these teams, we know they can flip the coin.
Oh, yeah.
Turn up completely different in game 2, but Weibo need that to happen now. It will be a very dangerous scenario for them to be 2 games down with a similar game like that, because then trying to string together 3 performances back-to-back for them would be very difficult in a reverse sweep.
Well, not giving Rookie any priority on something like the Jace, that's an important start. Maybe again, as you said, Xiaohu on something that's team fight heavy, like we've seen the Azir we talked about, was a really big deal. See if that makes its way through. Something that's maybe not the Lilia versus Maokai again.
Well, look, the thing is, last game, no one had initiation as well. At least getting the Azir gives you some of that from mid lane. Maybe you look towards something towards that as well. Chris, maybe he can have something that gives him a bit more laning pressure like the Nautilus himself, and that also does the engage.
I think that's been a big thing in the past, especially Chris has been a great engage, sync up support, really good at linking up with his jungle. In some of the more successful games with Weiwei, Chris has done that really well.
I mean, historically, one of the things at the start of the year I noticed about this entire roster was actually all of these players in their prime are incredible engaged players. I think Xiaohu from mid lane, you don't expect it as much from the mid lane, but he can do it. And someone like JackieLove is, he's JackieLove, so he will make plays happen.
He does engage.
He does make those
sometimes not. Yeah. He's barren.
So I'd rather like a light on the other side would be JackieLove on the other side, of course, from that too. But we have so many initiators present in this game. Weibo, they gave themselves no picks to really leverage that through, and that was a big issue for them. They couldn't really start the fights on their own terms.
Yeah, and again, look, they didn't have an opportunity once that Herald fight went down anyway. It was just like an early disadvantage that they couldn't play against. Outside of that, do you feel like this is now just change your perspective on the series? Like, because for me, I've got a little bit of doubt, I don't think Weibo are going to 3-0 anymore. That's happening.
It is, in fact, impossible. Does it change my opinion on the series? No. I was kind of expecting a stomp once or twice either way. I'm really waiting to see whether we get a couple of these games where you can actually have something for both teams to build on. It's so difficult from that first game, though. Weibo had very little to show that they can actually build on.
Yeah, they have indeed. As ladies and gentlemen, I've been telling the casters are ready for game number 2. Weibo, don't mess this up. All right, I put my reputation on the line. Not that it was big to start with, but as we throw over to Mazel and Kitty to take us through the call, game 2 awaits.
Something, something Shakespeare. I have the talking frog now. It has been taken by us. We are back on the desk, and we are getting ready for a game 2 where Weibo have to find an answer to what just happened in that game number 1. They got to call somebody.
Sorry, I'm just calling Coach Daney, and why are we letting Jace Maokai over to blue side? If they're going to get Jace, at least take that Maokai away or play something like the Sejuani that does work so well alongside your Nectin that was given over to the Shy. But let's pretend game 1 never happened. Although it did happen, the draft was terrible from Weibo Gaming because, like Nymera was saying, the engage was pretty much a non-existent for that side, and you were heavily depending on Weiwei having that flash available to have a 5-man sleep onto the enemy team. But what do you do when your bottom lane explodes?
That's the thing. I need more focus for Weibo towards bottom lane because Light has actually been an incredible force for them. And if they can find a way to play around him or play through him, that is going to enable them very, very well. But now you have to think how the meta adapts and if that Jace Maokai does end up being a big prevalence in this best of, because both teams do have some trials and tribulations against those. This time around, though, Weibo on the blue side, they'll ban away that Maokai. So no more tree combos there. The LeBlanc also banned by them. It is the Vi Ivern banned by Top Esports on red side.
Yeah, Top Esports 2 games in a row now, taking the Vi and Ivan away from Weiwei, so that is going to be key. Maybe it's an ongoing trend throughout the entire series, but something like the Jace, Kai'Sa, and Xayah still up and available, and specifically Xayah, right? We saw in our previous 2 best of 5s that Xayah is pick or ban, especially toward that blue side, where many teams like LNG, JDG, they prefer having that champion in the hands of the AD carry where they won't be as vulnerable to those ganks.
I like actually the Cassante ban here from Weibo, just trying to take away anything. The Gnar hasn't been banned just yet, but we'll see if Wayward wants to expand his champion pool a little bit more. It is the Kai'Sa that makes it as a ban yet again in game number 2.
Tristana, Jace, and Xayah still up and available for Weibo Gaming to take away. With this first pick, I'm assuming it might be the Jace. Rookie had such a dominating performance on this champion as well. Sejuani is still up and available if they want to pair that alongside them. I want to actually see this rel on Crisp. I feel like Crisp has been an excellent rel ever since the champion came back into the meta.
It also just provides so much of that engage that was missing for Weibo last game as well. There is still a double pick coming over for Top Esports, and I think they did find a lot of strength in the momentum they were able to grab with their composition last time. Maybe a little bit more safety coming out in game number 2. We had said Top Esports, at least in the postseason, has not been able to find a win on that red side rather. It is the Xayah that will provide that safety we were talking about for Jackie Love.
Top Esports could look for something like the Azir paired alongside the Xayah, a very common trend that we see with compositions where you have great disengage, and with the rel getting locked in, it's very clear to say that Weibo Gaming, they want to go for something very aggressive in this game too, so potentially something like that Jace, which is still up and available.
The Sejuani does end up coming through for Tien, so some strength and engage there for Top Esports, but also some skirmishing power early in the pathing of Tien, and one of our biggest brains in the LPL. There is on the other side for Weibo, though, the lock-in of the Azir for the Emperor of Spring, at least, in Xiaohu, trying to make it come through with this Azir, and it's been a pivotal pick for both mid laners.
Yeah, and Xiaohu had an excellent showing on the Azir throughout the playoffs. Many teamfights were won because of that Shurima shuffle and hitting 5-man ultimate. So we talked about how Xiaohu, he's the general for Weibo Gaming. He's the one that makes fights happen. So let's see that for this game too. But something that will be an ongoing trend for this entire series is that Light most likely won't be prioritizing the Xayah. He hasn't played a single Xayah game into the summer split, continuing into the regional qualifiers on this elimination match. And he is going to default to the Zeri, which is his most played.
Yeah, he goes back to that one just to provide a little bit of safety, but also has safety of his own, right, and some stability there. There is still some big power picks left on the table as well. We haven't gotten our top lane matchup. I'm actually really excited that we're saving that for the second phase, see what kind of bans come out towards that one. But now that we have the Azir mid lane, the answer has to come through here for Rookie, and it is the Jace.
Top Esports this time around, they still have that counter pick save for the top lane or potentially support, but we do know that Mark, I mean, most likely going to pick something like the Nautilus that can lock down the Zeri so easily. But when Wayward's Cassante is banned, man is either your angel or your devil, right? And we saw him having an excellent game on that Cassante in game 1, of course, so potentially a consideration of the Gnar where he has so much priority on that champion.
And this is where I do wonder if Weibo actually banned away the Nautilus, because that was like the tried and true pick into the Zeri every time we saw Zeri every single game when she was so big in the meta. But we actually get the Braum there from that game number 1, banned away by Top Esports.
Something else that Wayward can also consider for this top lane is an Ornn. If you consider the fact that you're versing the Azir, Ornn is a great champion that will put the Azir out of position, and you also deny that away. Or at least, would you deny it away if they pick it on 4? I guess they do, to protect people like Rookie and Jackie who will need to force either a flash or an ultimate just to get away from Ornn.
Crisp, not going to want to go against the Rakan matchup in the bot side. We'll ban that one away from Mark, but now it is seeing if we get that continued focus. The Renekton actually from game 1 by Top Esports. Don't want to give that one over to the Shy.
Something that's really scaring me is that Tristana, hello?
Still there.
No Tristana, I guess, for this game too, as it does get let through open, but we have mid laners and ADCs both locked in for these teams, so it's going to be about the top lane matchup. And once again, I mean, the Shy on the Renekton from that game 1, not too much of a showing when you are a very dominant early champion, so potentially they look for a different team identity where you already have the Azir and the Zeri. Playing for that late game 5v5 is going to be the way for them to bring the series back.
The Jax ban as our final one for this second game. It is the Nautilus there for Mark.
I mean, it is just going to be naturally good lockdown for someone like the Zeri and of course the Azir, and you also have a lot of preference towards the Nautilus when you do go up against a potential rel support on the side of Weibo Gaming, but now the Shy has to blind his top lane matchup where you still have champions like, I believe, the Ornn. I just keep talking about Ornn.
We're going to blind Quinn like Asterix wants.
We're not getting a Quinn. The Rumble gets locked in. Okay, well, the Shy did play one single Rumble game into summer playoffs. I'm not going to say it did too well because it did not do well because he was very aggressive, but that's exactly what you need out of a Rumble, being very aggressive and mean in that early game where you get leads.
So we do get that change up from that game 1 draft. No mistakes necessarily being laid out in front of them. They have the engage. They have a big wombo combo for Weibo Gaming. And Top Esports with the response to the counter pick here will need to find something to maybe match that a little bit.
Ooh, I like the Kennen into the Rumble. Although it's still a 50-50 matchup, the Kennen should be able to play with the range that he has through the orders to get slight trade advantages in the early game. But still, it's going to be about how the jungle pressures towards this very vulnerable matchup in the Kennen and the Rumble. But on the side of Weibo Gaming, they have huge AoE coming into this game too. They have Leona that acts very similar to an Ornn where you throw that ultimate onto either Jackie or Rookie, having to burn summoner spells or either ultimates to dodge that one out. While on the other side, Top Esports, they have champions with range. They have Jace that will get online at that 3-item spike, and Weibo Gaming, they don't really have anything that can deal with this, so we'll have to wait and see, because I feel like coming into this game too, Top Esports, they had that counter pick save for Wayward. He had such a good showing in that game 1. Can he continue this?
That's crazy to see. I know we were talking about the kind of 50-50 nature of the matchup at topside, how influential the Shy and Wayward can be, and I think that backline access towards all these carries is going to be oh so important, but this is a chance for Wayward to kind of step up after an MVP in game number 1 to continue showing people that he cannot be the leaky sieve of Top Esports, and he can be a strength in his own right. But it is me looking over at Weibo saying, you got to find some life in this arena. You got to find something to hold on to.
The pressure's high and the expectations are there. 3 of your previous, or at least 3 of your teammates were previous World Championship players. So now you have to step up as that carry player where he is showing a lot in his champion pool, very diverse. Now with the Kennen also getting picked for this game too, up against the Shy, where this Rumble pick, it has been a very dominant champion coming into 13-13, but a lot of people have decided to not play this because you have champions like the Renekton Sejuani where it is extremely vulnerable to ganks, especially when you don't have that flash available. So with with the Shy having the lowest KDA as a top laner in the summer playoffs, could that potentially be a worrying factor?
We're going to find out if Weibo can take a one-up step into this best of 5. We're getting loaded in for game number 2. Weibo versus Top Esports, where Top destroyed them in game number 1 under 24 minutes. Now we'll see if Weibo can find an answer back, put on some boxing gloves of their own, and get a punch back against Top. We're headed on to the Rift, and we're headed into some wonderful DAY2s as we're going straight into the arena, straight onto Summoner's Rift. As the crowd quiets down a little bit, man, every time it does not get old. The amount of energy in this arena is incredible. But we are looking at a bit of a different take here in game number 2. We are seeing, though, the main prevalence is going to be about early pathing for both Weiwei and Tien, and the proactivity that Tien can have on Top Esports.
Yeah, Top Esports getting the Jace 2 games in a row as well, right? Where Rookie really was the defining factor in those team fights, getting the 2 items online. This champion is such a dominating, I guess, carry in the current meta where AD champions are the meta right now. But still, coming into this game too, we have comfort in the hands of JackieLove where he has a defensive tool, so he won't be too much of a worry compared to the fact that Weibo Gaming, they have the Leona, they have the Rel that need to engage onto the carries. But if JackieLove already has the Cleanse and Flash, of course, the Featherstorm available, they can realistically only look for Rookie in these team fights.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of safety. I feel like on both sides, actually, a lot of that engage is going to help Weibo to peel back a lot of situations like that. But we do see both junglers actually starting towards bottom side.
It's going to be expected that both junglers will be making their way slowly towards the top side, but the engage from the bottom lane.
This has been now at this point the bread and butter of this series, just early level 1 trades between the 2v2s and bottom side, but both teams looking for blood and just trying to keep this pressure on early on in this second game.
Weiwei has 2 very obvious decisions to make. Either go towards bottom lane, use that flash, burn the summoners out of JackieLove, and get revenge for life for getting tower dove from that game 1, or potentially look for something in the mid lane where Rookie without the flash on the Jace is extremely vulnerable, and that's exactly how you shut down a champion like Jace from the early game.
It is curious to me, though, because we did get in game number 1 at least full focus down towards bottom lane. Even though we didn't really get anything early on, it was both junglers hovering there. This time around, it is going to be centered around this top lane matchup, and a key matchup in its own that we highlighted so much before coming into the series.
Now Weiwei knows that someone is on their blue buff, and I guess the blue buff is just gone. Tien has the smite available as well. Does he get to get this?
He's going to get
50-50?
it. Oh, he doesn't get it. I believe it's under the Poro's skin there, and Tien ends up coming away with the buff.
Surprising fact is that how does Sejuani clear faster than Rel? The reason why most people prefer to have the Rel over the Sejuani is that you have a much faster clear time with the changes given to this champion, but now Weiwei's angry.
Coming back for some chicky nuggies, Tien will end up getting the big one. Maybe a little bit given over to Weiwei, but that is the kind of skirmishing that I love to see between these 2 junglers. They are pivotal in facilitating the rest of the team, and especially with the kind of compositional strength that we already laid out. Light, though, in a little bit of trouble. That lockdown's starting to weigh pretty heavy down there. The Ignite burning as well, those feathers ticking in. Light's going to need to be very careful down here as Crisp is on his way back down.
Light, you had no right to be trying to freeze that wave right in front of Mark as well, as Crisp did go for a cheater recall to get that refillable pop, but now your ADC loses out on an entire wave, so that was
so
really not worth.
And they're still going at it. We could check in a couple years from now, and I'm sure Weiwei and Tien will still be fighting. Xiaohu, with that priority in mid lane, though, will be able to help him. Weiwei gets out alive.
Weiwei did also secure the red buff away from Tien. I mean, these junglers are just
trading.
exchanging buffs, but we have Tien in the top lane first. The Shy is so overextended.
He is. He's in a lot of trouble here. He does have the flash. Tien just trying to find the angle. Doesn't hit the Arctic Assault. Some alcove gameplay from the Shy. Will be able to get some damage back with that Flame Spitter. Able to weigh down the engage of Tien and Wayward. Now Weiwei on the back end of this one was hoping that Tien would play greedy and go for a little bit of renew jungle clear. Both junglers going to end up backing so close as Weiwei actually ends up stopping his back, realizing there could be something. Wayward didn't expect this to come through, and Weiwei ends up getting an engage here, but he has no follow-up. Wayward did end up burning the flash.
And the nullifying orb as well. Wayward needs the TP back to catch this wave slowly building under his tower, but without the flash available, this upcoming dragon fight won't be considered by the side of top esports. But still, we see how much priority that both junglers are showing towards the top side, and I like the crowd in the arena today. The Shy sidestepped the Sejuani W, and the crowd went absolutely insane. But that is great discipline coming out of the Shy. He is noting that this is a very vulnerable matchup.
That's the thing about this series, though. You could literally take a dart and throw it anywhere besides maybe one place in Weiwei's continued story, and you will find greatness. You will find legacy that has been built and that is trying to be rebuilt, and the Shy himself, no slouch in that regard. We do actually see Weiwei going for the Scuttlecrab. Dragon is available on the bottom side, and I do wonder if top esports want to try to take priority with that, as they're going to find a 3v2 bottom side. Tien doesn't have that Glacial Prison just yet, but Crisp has to end up flashing.
Because he does have pots running, but he's so low, so top esports, they're going to regain control towards this dragon and potentially pick that up for themselves, as the Rift Herald is still 2 minutes away, so there's no pressure on the other side of the map other than Wayward having to burn his flash. But still, top esports, they need to wait for these ultimates to come online, especially in the Kennen, right? Because if you consider the fact that Weibo Gaming, they did give over this first dragon.
Oh, good flash from Rookie there. Xiaohu just trying to catch him out into Weiwei. But now we see actually the skirmish coming down. Who's going to get the dragon? It's going to be Chaos, and it's actually going to be Weiwei that steals it away. Also, First Blood ends up going over, and it goes straight into Light's pocket. One responded to, though, and Jackie Love gets caught. The Ultra Shock Laser ends up a double kill for Light.
And Weibo Gaming, they come back punching the Shy, now walking towards that mid lane. Rookie doesn't have the flash. Chen is so low as well. He wants to look for it.
He's looking for the long distance potentially. Will end up just making a little bit of crispy chicken nuggies there for himself. And it is top esports that get responded to with their early plays.
And Light picks up 2 kills on the Zeri, previously missing out an entire wave because of how terribly the lane was going, but the Shurima shuffle used by Xiaohu to start everything off, right? But Tien and Mark, they took so much damage from the dragon as well, and forcing everyone into the pit. Weiwei took it away with that 50-50 smite as well, and no one was focusing on the carries as Jackie Love was forced to flash out of the wall as well.
Yeah, there wasn't really much after that, and Weiwei ended up flashing over, perfectly connecting to make sure the Ultra Shock Laser lands, and that lead for Light is going to pay dividends. That is something we didn't see in game number 1, playing around this guy, and now we have the resources in the right direction for Weibo.
Now Weiwei is level 6, working towards that Rift Herald, which will be spawning in around 30 seconds. The link up between jungle and support is going to be key for this game. Both of them have great engages. Now Crisp having a champion like the Leona, where it provides great setup, something we didn't see in game 1, but Weibo Gaming, they always excelled through jungle and support synergy and vision control mainly, especially when you need setup for either Weiwei or Xiaohu to go for those flanks.
Yeah, I mean, Chris isn't so good in his track record. I feel like recently it has been a little bit more murky water for him. He hasn't been that standout support for Weibo, but in his past, in his World Championship run with FPX, with Tien on the other side, it has been a little bit of a track record of Chris being very mobile on the map, and now we see Weibo going for a little bit of a play here. Tien unsuspecting on the grump, and the engage comes over. He's like, I can't do anything here, and Tien goes down to his former teammate in Crisp.
Weiwei is actually 1 camp away from 6. I misread, and he stole the Grump and also killed Tien. He is getting bullied around on this Sejuani, but once again, the great link up between Leona and Rel for this game 2 is really setting the tempo and putting pressure on specifically the bottom lane of top esports.
And that's what I want to talk about a little bit more, because we were talking about all the engage and the peel ability for Weibo, but the strength comes through Light, comes through Xiaohu. That's going to be the main carry forces for them.
However, Weibo Gaming having, like you said, the Zeri and the Azir, the damage isn't going to be full-on burst. They have to play these team fights very slow unless Equalizer lands onto 5 men, and then you just start collecting the kills as the Zeri, I suppose. But on the side of top esports, once again, it's going to be how the solo lane is really show up to the team fight.
Tien's going to go for a little bit of finickiness himself. He said, you know, you guys can be sneaky, but I can be sneaky as well. They're just going to hover this, crash in here, maybe try to get some gold for Jackie Love. They're just going in. This is a 3v3. Top esports a little bit zealous. Mark with the Spider-Man jump, but he goes down to Weiwei anyways. Jackie Love under tower dies too. And top esports' nightmare of not winning on red side's coming to bite them.
Guys, what are we forcing? A huge wave, but still Mark flashing in, trying to ult onto Light, but Light only needing to use the ultimate, and Top Esports, they completely shoot themselves in their own foot.
Well, Light's looking a lot like Jackie Love last game, getting paid as hell here early on, and this early lead will pay dividends to Weibo as well. The equalizer going to be used on Wayward in the top side, just try to get some of these plates down to the Shy, but the strength on the map is already present for Weibo.
Does seem like the early game is going to become a huge snowballing point for the side of Weibo Gaming to take, but the Shy, he does have the flash available. His old teammate ganking him, Mazel.
Oh goodness, we'll see if he can get out. Hey, he got out of the last one. He's got Weiwei right behind him. He's going to buy time with the Alco gameplay here, and the Shy is masterfully setting this up. That's the slicing Maelstrom, though. He gets locked down. He's going to flash, though. He is buying so much time here, but he gets shot down in the back by Wayward. Wayward should go down to Weiwei, though, now as he goes forward. Does end up getting the charge. Tien's here on the back end, though, and Rookie can respond. Getting Rookie kills is so monumental for Top Esports, but Weiwei slides his way out like a smooth criminal, and Crisp is able to body block here. I don't think they can get Weiwei, and he makes it out alive.
A 1-for-1 trade between the two top laners. Xiaohu is here.
He's here to try to get the difference maker. Shurima Shuffle can be the difference. It's Tien tanking it up. Rookie goes right back in. Mark is here with the engage. Tien is still alive, but he dives to Xiaohu, and now it's back right around again. Xiaohu's alive.
A triple kill for the Emperor of Weibo Gaming, and now they're going to work towards the Rift Herald and a 9-2 scoreline to start off this game 2.
I don't think I had my seatbelt on tight enough here, Kitty. My God, these games are snowballs from hell so far. 2 games in a row, both teams are just gunning it. We actually see Weibo end up taking this Rift Herald as well off the back of that one.
This game truly feels like a race of momentum. We see in this replay that the Shy once again getting ganked by Rookie as Wayward flashing away from Weiwei and then getting that ultimate onto the laners of Weibo Gaming, but still, they committed so much into killing the Shy. Everyone else was extremely low in either health or mana, and this is a bit of a detail that Xiaohu was engaging onto Mark, and he used the I guess Emperor's Divide onto the support, so Mark couldn't really come back into the fight, but still, the moment of this fight was still Xiaohu being able to show up and get that triple kill onto Top Esports, and this is going to put Azir so far ahead compared to the Jace.
It felt like a revolving door at this point. It's like one fight started, okay, somebody else came in. Let's see what happens there. Now we look back at the map. Rift Herald is spawned in mid lane by Weibo.
And I will not shut up about Crisp and Weiwei playing perfectly in this game. Weiwei was seconds away from dying, but Crisp using his own body to block those skill shots. A true moment of greatness, I suppose, but now the static shift getting picked up by Light as well. Huge lane party going to be through bottom lane, and Jackie Love going to be consistently pushed under his own tower. And we need to throw back to game 1. Jackie Love was a huge win condition that Top Esports had to rely on.
And the fact that Light and Xiaohu, the guys we had literally set up from the beginning, say these guys will be the mainstays, the showstoppers for Weibo. They have 3-0-2. The Shy, is this the 3rd time's the charm? He ends up going into the alcove yet again. He's trying to get the outplay here. It doesn't look like he built the flail, goes a little bit wide. My God, the Shy is breaking people's ankles left and right. He has the overheat though. One more auto attack from Wayward. He's shielding up, and there you go. So, 3rd time is truly the charm for Top Esports.
But he bought so much time for Weibo Gaming, and look at where Jackie Love and Mark is backing right now. Tier 2 tower, an exact replica of game 1 where Light was the one getting forced out of his own tower, but still we get a replay of what happened in the bottom side. It was Weiwei trying to get his hands on the Jackie Love, forcing the flash and the Feather Storm out of this Xayah, 2 extremely important escape abilities.
Light already had 3-0-2. He'd already had that item completed. Now he has 3 more plates under his belt, about 30 seconds for those to fall down, see if he can get even more there. But meanwhile, that pressure that mid lane and bot lane has provided for Weibo ends up in a 2nd dragon for them.
And you see Tien specifically helping Weiwei, but he is currently 30 CS down and also building some MR, so his entire item spike is going to be extremely delayed with the Proto Belt getting pushed back compared to someone like the Shy who has been receiving a lot of attention. Let's just say that straight up, but he has been buying a lot of time where Weibo Gaming, the other 3 carries in Light, Xiaohu, and of course Weiwei are extremely ahead.
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit more about Top Esports. They might be down in the dumps right now, almost 5,000 deficit for them, but they do still have that range we were talking about in draft. They have that premium engage with Mark and Tien. Do you see them finding a way back in any sorts?
All they need to do is have Mark use that ultimate and lock down Xiaohu. He still doesn't have the flash available, potentially could look for something toward mid lane, but they need to get Jackie Love out, or at least some help for the Zai. You can't just abandon your AD carry, especially when Top Esports extremely rely on Jackie Love being ahead, especially playing alongside Rookie. So I'm not too sure if Top Esports, they're very happy with the game save right now, with the Baron spawning, oh not the Baron, the Rift Herald spawning in 2 minutes.
Tian gonna run straight into a metal horse, and Xiaohu over the edge too with the Emperor's Divide. That is the combo that you love to see. And Rookie also gets locked down on the back end of the flash too. He gets pulled back, and Xiaohu gets a double kill. Jackie Love wants to say something here. He pops the cleanse. There comes the big engage for Top Esports, but Xiaohu gets another one. A triple there. It's not gonna be the quadra. He ends up falling down, but Weibo are wiping the floor with Top Esports.
Double triples for this Azir. He is going absolutely insane. Now 6-1 with the tier 1 tower also falling in the mid lane. Top Esports, they're not going to let you get to that 3 items for Rookie. Now only just picking up the Duskblade. But we also saw the double TPs coming out of Top Esports, and the cannon died. That was what everyone, or at least Tian, was putting all that resource into, and he didn't show up in the team fight.
Wasn't able to. We'll take a look back at this replay, how this all started. Tian just face checks it and was on vision going into it.
Crisp and Weiwei are just holding hands with each other this entire game, and Tian is suffering as that Sejuani. Great CC chain coming out of Weiwei, forcing the flash out of Rookie as well. Xiaohu picking up another triple kill. Jackie Love needing to burn everything here as well. The cleanse gone, but the double TPs coming out of the top laners, the cannon did no damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with that blast code trying to deliver him to Grace, it did not matter. And as we get back into the map here, the state of things for Top Esports are definitely down in the dumps. It is strong presence from Weibo after a very devastating game number 1.
And Weibo Gaming, the Azir and the Zeri is only going to get stronger. The weakest point of this Emperor is the first 6 minutes, or at least the first 6 levels, and Top Esports, they weren't able to find that advantage. And we talked about how Top Esports, they need to play the fights a little slow, play through Rookie's poke, and then let Wayward find a flank angle on this cannon to really shut down the side of Weibo Gaming. But it's going to be tough because Xiaohu has the Emperor's Divide.
We're looking at mid lane though. Tian actually taking the preemptive engage. Wayward's over here with the slicing Maelstrom on the Weiwei. Solar Flare comes back in as well. There's the TP from Xiaohu, and that just means Top Esports need to get out of here. Slicing Maelstrom into the back line. They don't have the damage to follow it up, though. That's the problem. Tian trying to take down Xiaohu, but he gets out with the shifting sands, and Weibo with a double kill for this area. It's huge, and the Shy end up finding Rookie on the end. He wants his old teammate. He gets the solo bolo on his brother, and then he kills his other brother in Jackie Love. A double kill for the top laner of Weibo.
An ace at 17 minutes, Mazel. The Baron isn't even up, so they're going to get themselves a Rift Herald for the time being. But the only fallen member on the side of Weibo was the support. So this was an overall huge win as the Shy on this Rumble, who was getting consistently camped and pressured, also got back into the game.
He is 50 CS up on Wayward. He's looking at a side tower now as well, and they soaked so much pressure through him in the top side that enabled Weibo.
Yeah, and I want all eyes onto Weiwei in this entire team fight because he provided so much setup to allow Light to pop off in this fight in particular, where you also saw Top Esports extremely split up. Rookie wasn't there. The Shy was zoning him out, and of course, Wayward not having enough damage just quite yet as the cannon, as the Emperor's Divide pushes him out as well. Jackie Love at the end just surrounded completely.
He did, and I just love that in the end, the Shy's like, Jackie Love, Rookie, you forgot about me, baby. And they were able to turn it around.
At the end, Jackie Love also had to burn the flash. I feel like that was unnecessary considering it was a lost fight. But luckily for them, Baron wasn't up, so it wasn't too bad of a loss. It could have been worse. That's all I'm going to say.
Could have been worse. We'll see now as the setup for this dragon comes up for Weibo. It is a third dragon, a Dragon Soul point for them. And Top Esports have no say in this game.
No Flash, no Featherstorm. Wayward doesn't even have the setup for this upcoming Dragon, so potentially Top Esports, they look for something in the top side.
Rookie, you're in some trouble here against the Shy. He will absolutely take you down. Rookie He's got to be a little careful. The Shy has
Shy
the flash.
wants it!
He wants it. He's bloodthirsty, and he takes his head off once again.
The ult!
He dodges out of him. Wayward is here though, and Slicing Maelstrom will lock him down. Tien gets revenge for his mid laner.
They had to commit so much for the Shy. The TP out of Wayward as well. Double ultimates from the top side of Top Esports, and the bottom side of the map is in shambles.
It is absolute devastation here. Over 10,000 gold under 20 minutes, and Xiaohu and the rest of Weibo are looking at an in-hit turret down here in the bot side.
Because Wayward had to commit the TP, it's only going to be Jaculov and Mark for the time being, as Rookie is still 3 seconds away. Wayward looking for it.
Are we just trying to one-up each other from game number 1? There's the Featherstorm, the Blade Call as well. There's the re-engage too, but it's not going to be enough. Light flashes away, and Mark needs to be a bit careful. The in-hit does end up going down for Weibo. They should back away.
Double items online for the side of Weibo Gaming. You already see how much damage Xiaohu is doing on this Azir. Jaculov can't even get in range to get those feathers to connect onto the carries, but overall Light did have to use his double summoners with the Baron spawning in. I guess right now it is going to be tough because they have no control whatsoever into checking these bushes because they have so much CC for the side of Weibo Gaming.
That's the thing I find so interesting about this series. Yes, we were talking so much about the roller coaster and how the key matchup in the top lane can really affect the rest of the map, but right now, blue side is king. We've seen domination from the blue side, and it's something that Top Esports know well. They hadn't won a red side game in the playoffs just yet.
Devastating stats to hear, but still, Weibo Gaming, they prioritize this rel as the first pick on the blue side, and it is doing wonders for Weiwei. That's why Top Esports copying 2 bans specifically towards this player. You see how much of an important role he plays as setup for Weibo Gaming to bounce off.
They've got so much gold. They could literally dictate anything they want on the map, and right now they're just hovering around this Baron buff. The only problem is I feel like, yes, you have the Nashor's Tooth completed, second item as well in the Void Quick Blade for Light. Do they just want to go for it? It looks like that's the case, Kitty.
They're going to start it, but Top Esports, I mean, they are going to get baited in. Weibo Gaming can just turn this around with Weiwei having the flash and the Magnet Storm available. Rookie isn't even here.
He has TP, but Tien has been under full vision, and there's the equalizer into the choke point. The Emperor's divided. There's the Wombo combo of your dreams. It wasn't the Baron, it was the kills that were in the eye of Weibo.
Oh, look at Tien. He's wrapping around. Weibo Gaming doesn't know that there's a Sejuani behind the Baron right now. The Shy, he's going to look for it.
He's going to end up finding him with that Arcane Comet there. He is just too good. The spider senses were tingling. Look at the Slicing Maelstrom from Wayward. He's going to try to find Xiaohu, but the golden nature of Xiaohu is going to save his day. No, he's taking him out. One more auto attack, and he gets him. There's the Glacial Prison that ends up taking him. No, it's Rookie that got the kill in the end. This is chaos, and I hope you have your seatbelts ready to go because Light's going over the edge too. Tien ends up separating away from Rookie, but the Shy wants him again. He wants to chase him down. He does get the sidestep, but Light ends up taking down Tien on the back end of it. And it's the Shy that kills Rookie again and again and again.
And the Baron is still going to be started up or considered by Weibo Gaming, but that was such a drawn-out fight. I guess Tien and Wayward, they were able to find another opportunity to come back into the game as the Baron didn't go into the hands of Weibo Gaming, with Xiaohu getting caught out, but they do start at the end.
They're just going to start it up yet again. They feel like a lot of strength with this BF sword for Light. He's sitting at 7-0 and 8. Wayward just having to respond to the double stack super minion wave. Means this Baron buff is easy peasy for Weibo Gaming.
Now with the Baron buff recalls, the Dragon spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds, Top Esports is truly out of options. You see Wayward finding Xiaohu caught out from this play, but I didn't know why Wayward wasn't able to win this, because you were up against an Azir that was 1 HP. Just order him, bro! Just order him!
Feels bad, man, but Rookie ended up getting that shutdown gold. Actually feels really good. It was after this, though, that the chaos started to ensue, and Weibo knew exactly where they wanted to pull the trigger. Again, I want to see this, man. The Shy has a target on Rookie this game.
He is not letting go of this, I guess, brotherly love from Rookie, but Tien caught out.
Tien is completely locked down here, and that Poro ain't going fast enough to get you out of dodge, and that is another kill, meaning Weibo bring their snowball to the doorstep of Top Esports.
The minions are swarming in. Azir is also pushing in the top side. Weiwei.
Dude, Weiwei on this rel is a different monster, and Weibo waking up after game number 1 is the same. They are diving under turrets. They are finding everything they could have ever asked for, and blue side dominance is king. Slicing Maelstrom though, that's Wayward, locked down. He doesn't even get a single kill back, a double for Light, and that's the last inhib going down as well.
Everyone is so low though. The
oh
flash
my
from
God,
the Shy.
even the flash, get him out of here, get us to game 3. Weibo have a clean slate, and we have a series on our hands as one more turret goes down, one more Nexus, and Weibo even us up 1-1.
29 kills for Weibo Gaming in this game 2. Dead bodies of top esports roster everywhere in these team fights.
They had a 10,000 gold lead at 18 minutes in the game. It's actually insane, but I will just say, this is kind of what I expected between these two teams. We were talking about the 50-50, the burger flips, the key matchup in the top lane that can be so influential. But the way this has gone down, both teams swinging at each other, and that's why I predicted a 5-game series.
I can't believe the Shy got ganked 4 or 5 times that entire game, and he bought so much time. Although he did end up dying for most of them, he was dodging out in every single skill shot, and you saw top esports getting very desperate because Jackulov was consistently getting pressured, or at least getting dove by Weiwei on this rel, and I think that's something to consider for the side of top esports coming to game 3, because this rel champion is extremely important in the hands of Weibo Gaming, and it's a great flex that could potentially be considered by Crisp as well.
That's what I love, is the flexibility that they offer as well. And there's that engage potential. That was something that was missing from Weibo in game number 1. They find all the engage they could ever ask for, and it comes really well when Crisp is starting to connect with the team a little bit more.
Crisp was feeling himself in that game too. That Leona was top lane, he was mid lane, he was also diving Jackulov on the opposing team. So that's the true win con for Weibo Gaming, the link up between the support and jungle that did bring them such good results from the start of summer, but now they just have to really regain that mojo to pull out in this best of 5.
And that's what I think has been so curious to me, is the fact that, you know, when Weiwei came in, it was a little bit of a different style, right? It felt like a refreshing moment for Weibo, and we see when they connect, it is firing on all cylinders. I cannot wait to get into game number 3, but we're going to take a little break, and we'll see what the analyst desk has to say after this.
说说你最想削弱的、最想加强的和最想删除的分别是哪些英雄，并说出你的理由。
最想削弱的应该是葵桑提，因为太肉了，就葵桑提吧。
葵桑提。
削弱一下葵桑提吧，感觉玩 AD 总是被他，感觉动都没动就被他打死。
이게 그 상태다. W가 그
这个英雄的介入让上路的生态发生了就是太过于平稳了。
超猛啊！这英雄。
安妮吧，我觉得最想削弱的英雄。
削弱安妮，感觉希望不希望能一直玩，就一直混起来，削了。
安妮吧，因为我觉得作为一个中单玩家来说，安妮每次到了6级就啪一个熊往你脸上一拍，然后就是很无脑的一种打法，就是我相信每个中单玩家都会很无奈。
安妮的话就感觉太厉害了，就比如我玩个猴，那安妮上来就把我秒了，那玩什么？玩不了。
削弱的英雄10个吧，我搬了4年了。然后最想删除的英雄也是他，因为我刚打职业的时候，很多排位都是因为他输的，删不了就削弱他。
Nico 吧，因为最近 Nico 实在是太多了，对打野影响也非常大。
猴子，名字不太好，我觉得他的那个4个字的名字不太好。
打野为猴子。랭가 대회 때 아무도 안 하는데 솔랭에서 만나면 귀찮아서.
奥菲留斯吧，这个英雄的机制就太变态了，他可以用8个技能加上大招，不合理吧？
艾翁看到挺多，就是艾翁开始可以对线嘛，这个英雄感觉挺厉害的，要削弱一下，因为我感觉有点强。
不要英雄了，把打野这个位置削弱来，不能抓下路。
真强的。 盖伦，太可惜了，没有位太可怜了。
太强了！尤米说：“盖伦哥哥带我走。”SKG 的3C，回向良甲这个压力可以有点多。 还要追，盖伦优米的残局能力非常之强，但是没有了盖伦，优米还是强行换掉了凯尔。
被放风筝了。
战士英雄吧，就是能让坦克受到的压力特别大，让上路是比较 PK 的就还行。加强四姐妹吧，
加强盲僧吧，我很喜欢玩这个英雄，我感觉这版本不是很厉害。
可以加强一下巴德吧，好久没玩巴德。
想要加强应该是巴德吧，因为我觉得我还蛮适合玩这种随便乱跑来跑去，然后在那边杀人的英雄。
大虫子跟蝎子吧，我感觉这两个我都觉得太弱。
你平时有会玩这两个英雄吗？
就因为太弱了，所以以前玩，现在也没有什么机会玩。
加强的是开野，现在就已经弱到都玩不了了，那不得加强一下吗？
最想加强的话，蓝枪吧，感觉蓝枪有点弱。
加强卡莎，卡莎的话感觉太弱了，
老 AD 吧，像什么女警、老鼠大队这种吧。
门前艾克太垃圾了，感觉都走不掉中了。
加强的话，就是发条这个英雄，我是很久没见到了，我还是蛮想去赛场上玩一下的。
不想说英雄，我觉得中单这个位置可以稍微增强一下，整个中单的地位可以提高一点。
我觉得现在操作型的英雄是该加强一下了，现在都是那些站桩的素质太高了，就很多英雄都挺难登场的。
我这样删除英雄应该是猫咪，我觉得不管是在排位中我放猫咪，或者是对方猫咪，我都会感觉到挺烦的。
猫咪，
猫吧，
把猫删了吧，
猫咪吧，
删除猫咪吧。就对面 AD 有个猫，然后你没有，就他好像就比你更容易操作，然后就看起来就是你没他厉害，就很尴尬。
因为猫咪太好混了呗，感觉这游戏没有体验。
对，就玩多了容易会让人就是不想下来了，不想操作了。
因为跟优米对线感觉没什么意思吧。
不太喜欢玩这个英雄，
在下路的影响力有点太大了，会破坏游戏平衡。
More of a dog person, huh?
实在太影响下路的那个生态了，然后选了这个英雄，感觉就很奇怪。游戏的话，
要不就削弱，要不就删除啊。
哎，我问一下设计师，猫咪这个英雄是谁设计的？
删除厄菲琉斯吧，这么猛的英雄设计出来干嘛？
那个剑圣删除了吧？我每次排位遇到剑圣，我就很烦。队友选到剑圣，我就觉得要输了。然后对面选到你进去的时候，有可能他又杀了10几个。对，那这英雄还蛮烦的。
稻草人吧，有点吓人啊，开大。
阳光男孩，恶魔小丑。
为什么呢
？Q 过来 E 你一下，然后在那跳一下舞，就有点忍受不了。
挖掘机，这英雄太狡猾了。
阿克上就讨厌阿克上，我也不知道为什么，感觉他很烦。
波比吧，这个英雄就是干克下路能力太强了。
更想删除魏这个英雄吧，这个 AD 的威胁太大了。
艾翁吧，最近遇到的英雄总感觉很怪，然后他的机制又特别的特殊。
没有什么特效，我觉得他英雄都出的挺好的，都挺好玩的。
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me.
우선 그 부분에서 그냥 선발전을 잘 준비해서 저희 팀이 할 수 있는 걸 잘 하면 될 것 같아요. 롤드컵 진출이 결정되는 중요한 경기가 나왔는데 우선 팀원들과 이제 내가 열심히 해서 좋은 결과를 팬분들에게 보여주었으면 좋겠습니다.
Yeah, they did. They They absolutely did. It's one apiece. We have a series. They absolutely did. And in 24 minutes, close enough to 23, in a very convincing fashion, like Top Esports did to them, they did indeed.
After the last game, you asked me a very important question, which was, does that game change my opinion on the series? And I said no, because this kind of stuff happens in pretty much every series between these two teams. We walked away from game one really criticizing the draft from Weibo. Game two was a bit of a weird way to get to it, but it did end up being a much more playable draft for them. They first picked that Rel, and the Rel was very, very impactful and set up for the carries to do an awful lot of work. It was a bit of a question mark when the Rumble got logged in, but we'll talk a little bit about that later. But on the whole, Weibo felt like it was a much more playable game.
It was indeed. And again, the Rel first pick, let's just quickly talk about priority that was chosen when, you know, we saw the Maokai band away. I think that was a step in the right direction. Willing to leave up the Jace, knowing what the problem was, which was the setup of the duo.
And the thing about this Rel when it got locked in was that the Rel is great in terms of the Wombo combo, but the most important thing it did this game was cover for the Shy top lane when we know that he can get exposed in that side of the map too. Yeah. For those of you that have been watching since like 2015 odd in terms of Global League Legends, that was one of the biggest Rumble metas that we ever saw. And Marin, one of the best top laners in the world at that point, even he would perma-push on the champion and either kill someone or die. When you have Rumble, you know that is going to be the nature of this champion. True. Being able to respond early towards top side and be impactful in the early game plays with your big CC and damage, that Rel was key to making sure that the fights would happen that way. That didn't happen the last time we saw the Rumble, though. The last time we saw Rumble from the Shy, it was an absolute disaster class. 0-7-4 versus NIP. So as soon as that got locked in, we were thinking, are we going to see this again? Luckily for them, it wasn't.
No, again, luckily this time on the Rumble, it was a different comparison. Worth mentioning as we show you exactly what we're talking about. That, look, this Rumble, ultimately, you know, there were still some moments. There were still some moments where the Shy got caught out and overpushed, but still keeping them alive long enough around the top side, that's where a lot of the plays changed it out.
It did, and this was really the key thing, right? I think when we see the huge triple kills coming in from Xiaohu across as well on the Azir, very important pick for them. I was surprised that it wasn't prioritized in that first game, given the versatility with Xiaohu as shown on the champion, both being an engage and a skirmisher and a DPS threat. Weiwei being able to perform that kind of facilitating role for the rest of his team allows everyone to just shine that much brighter.
And again, Weiwei, you know, it was the first pick Rel that we've seen in other series, whether it's through playoffs or it's even in the finals or day one of regionals, that hasn't had the same impact. I'm alluding to EDG Jer, who again highlighted this pick. But this time around, Weiwei was on fire. And again, Nightmare, like, it was towards bot side, setting up light. It was towards top side, setting up the Shy. Xiaohu balanced on that as well. He had some nutty mechanics.
There's three-person stun with one just behind him as well. The hitbox really using the full breadth of it. And again, just turning up top side at the right time. You know that the Shy is going to push on this champion. You know that he's likely going to be receiving a lot of ganks. The fact that Weiwei could actually support the Shy was huge. There have been times in the past where Weibo haven't been able to respond to losing side lanes quick enough and has made Shy look worse than potentially he could have done in some of those games. Don't get me wrong, sometimes he does it all by himself. Sometimes the team doesn't help him to. In this time, though, I think we've seen a bit of that difference between those losing games earlier into playoffs and in the season as well, and this kind of development, which maybe we can just, fingers crossed, see this again for a number of games in a row.
Oh yeah, I mean, it'd make things interesting. And again, for Weiwei having this kind of impact when Tien last game on the Maokai had a similar value is great to see. But I think what we can take away from this is that yes, Weiwei put attention topside, set up Xiaohu, who got multiple triples in that game. But it is, in the end of the day, what topside does, isn't it? Like, I know we're looking at MVP here, but the Shy actually got impact in the game on the Rumble. We had a good laning phase. He drew attention, and Weiwei covered. From there, the Shy had impact. Wei with this game, invisible, because he didn't get to play the lane or really play the game at all.
In another Weibo game, even just weeks ago, not that long ago in the grand scheme of things, that topside kind of play would have fallen apart. And even though Light started off the game well with 2 kills and Xiaohu had some triple kills, it would have been bleeding enough pressure through topside for it to be a questionable game. Now, it's very important for them that they can have this more stable topside performance and at least paper over some of the cracks there when those fights actually start going their way.
And again, quick rollover as we get towards game number 3 now. Honorable mentions outside of Weiwei for getting MVP. The Shy doing almost the most damage. Light getting set up. Great team fighting. As you said, I don't know why we didn't see it in game 1. Xiaohu on this Azir, yet again, just like we talked about in the regular season playoffs, was insane on this pick.
And, you know, Rookie on the Jace on the other side was so strong in that first game. Normally we see that Jace going as you think, okay, well, Xiaohu going to struggle to match that. That wasn't the case. Xiaohu was very impactful in this game. I want to shout out Crisp as well. We called him out in the first game saying, hey, you weren't really linking up with the rest of your team. This time he was going into the enemy jungle with the rest of his team on the Leona, having some engage potential, which you lack on that Braum, really helped Crisp get involved in the game. And this is why it's so hard to predict this kind of series. We walked away from game one thinking, okay, well, it's going to be crazy quick games. Top Esports, they're so comfortable. But that's just not the nature of these two teams. When you load into another Champions League, it could well be on a different patch. It's just so different between the two teams.
We did talk about, you know, early game and what it meant to these two teams as well. Another reason why I think so far we've gone through 23, 24-minute games. Once Weibo start with a lead, once they, you know, hold the early game, it's not about closing out, but you know they build on tempo so well. Top Esports, the same deal. Historically, Top Esports have been a team that's played so well, and especially these players with an early game lead. I just feel like whoever we see getting a lead at 15 minutes is going to build that so well. It's like an unstoppable force.
And now going into game 3, of course, we have to talk about, well, what do Top Esports do? Because it was quite difficult to say that from Weibo's perspective from game 1 to game 2 because nothing worked for them. I don't know if it's a draft thing for the side of Top Esports in terms of what they were drafting. I think the Sejuani Jace combo as a duo, that's pretty good. I mean, the Jace Maokai, you're not expecting to get that one again. I don't mind the champions they picked there. I think that the Cannon had use in those team fights. For me, it's much more about reading the map correctly because it felt like towards that top side plays where things went well for Weibo. Top Esports weren't quite as clinical around that. I don't think their timings were quite as good. And when it felt like Tian would get towards the top side, he wasn't just slamming the Shy just instantly and stopping him from buying time. He was missing a couple of skill shots and not quite comboing up with Weibo at the right places. And that gave Weibo those openings. You need to be so much more clinical as a team getting to those important plays on top side.
And maybe outside of, you know, just want Tian's champion pool to influence that or at least getting involved. Yeah, there we go. Hey, what great timing. Hey, remember the Shy? This game did very well. Yeah, I guess.
We just got jump scared by that. I was like, oh, we'll talk about that earlier. By the way, that's what happens when you do manage to make those topside plays work in your favor.
Look, the Shy's Rumble, I guess we're coming back to this. Again, much better performance. And I like that, you know, a couple of times, the whole army was there. Just the usual. We got the dichotomy of the Shy as he altered Rookie topside, got a solo kill on his ex-teammate, and then all 3 members of Top Esports were there to gang, and he died. Like, yeah, an absolute classic, a 1-for-1.
Absolutely, and I think that, again, is that's going to be the takeaway from Top Esports. If you want to walk away without the Shy having that kind of impact, you need to be much more clinical around the top side of the map. I feel like their timings are off. I think that Mark was punished on his roams even by Xiaohu, not quite getting there in the right time. I think that Tian didn't quite get there in time as well in his own regard. It needs to be a lot more sharp on those kind of plays. Otherwise, you can see what happens when Weibo get ahead.
And I think as well, we need to quickly highlight as players are about to come back out on the stage for game number 3. A little bit more about the bot side too. You know, we saw the power pick and Zaya locked in here for Top Esports. Wasn't able to do as much as Jackie Love in fights. Didn't have any agency. The team didn't get any agency. But Crisp on this Leona pick, I think, no merit. It's worth mentioning here. This was a nice little shutdown to add CC into the merit of Weibo's comp.
And one of the big criticisms we had about Weibo from game 1 in the composition was there was effectively 0 engage, no ways to start fights. You can see what happens when they can start fights. Say that, of course, Crisp did a great job. Weibo did a great job of starting fights on their own terms. I think now Top Esports on the other side, I don't think Jackie Love was the problem that game. I think that the Zaya very nearly outplayed those fights, but what can you do when you're so far behind on the rest of the map? It's a question he's been asked a couple of other times this split. I don't think that Jackie Love has really been the issue with this team, but at least give his team some ability to help him in some of those fights.
I mean, people who will tune in for the first time here be like, oh, you know, it's got to be Jackie Love's fault, right? Because they're used
he's
to
doing fine.
what he's been doing for the past year and a half outside of this split has been inconsistent, right? I think people understand that, you know, Jackie Love is a high skill cap player. Sometimes that ceiling's a bit far away. Sometimes he's sitting right next to it. Jackie Love, as you said, to reiterate, a really solid player. Even that game was not the issue. I think what we need to look at, again, is, as you talked about, you know, Tian's ability to react here on the Sejuani. Because we know they're not going to get the Maokai again. We know after game number 1, Top Esports, regardless, now that they're on blue side.
Now you mention it,
they're on blue side.
But like, now you mention it, it's just like, oh, they won't get Maokai again. But it's just Weibo, man. How can you predict it?
They might give it.
Out of all the teams that might give it over in a completely nonsensical move, it would in fact be Weibo.
That woman crafted a heart. There is no way that the venue is giving that out, by the way. That is love for Jackie Love. Very nicely, but you're right. Weibo, just coming back to it before I get distracted again. Weibo are a myriad of question marks sometimes, aren't they? They're They're just that kind of team. And that's why the value of watching this series, outside of just seeing who's going to verse EDG, is the fact to be entertained, isn't it?
Absolutely, because this is one of these series where you could probably like cut and paste each of the games into a different order, and you'd probably still think it was games 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because you can't tell even the adaptation necessarily between game for game. The thought processes behind the drafts are just so different from other teams playing in the LPL.
Well, let's hope at the very least we get that entertainment to continue forward. 23-minute game, 24-minute game, one apiece. The series goes on in our elimination regional qualifier here for day number 2. We're going to throw it to the call with Mazel and Kitty to take us through game 3 to see who moves to match point.
Welcome back to the caster desk, and welcome back to a topsy-turvy series between Top Esports and Weibo Gaming. My God, yeah. I knew we were getting on a roller coaster. I just didn't know it was one of the craziest ones in the world. I guess that's the whole thing for every time we go to the LPL, right?
I didn't have my seatbelt either for at least the second game, because I did not expect Top Esports to get decimated by Weibo Gaming with 29 kills. And of course, with Weiwei being the construct of every single team fight, getting out of that game with a 4-0-22 KDA. This rel was truly online in that game too. Something that Top Esports could consider to take away with just taking that priority, I guess, denying it from Weiwei, right? But something that I also wanted to highlight was that Xiaohu on his Azir, extremely well performance, but he's only played 2 champions ever since the start of playoffs coming into the regional qualifiers, which is just Azir and Tristana, and he's already played both of those champions, so we'll have to wait and see, because I feel like the main point was still the link up between jungle and support of Weiwei and Crisp, where they were consistently helping out the Shy from those counter ganks and also pressuring Jackie-Love, where he wasn't able to be that carry like game 1.
We're getting into game number 3 now. Who's going to take that leg up and whose backs are against the wall for elimination in 2023? Yeah, Top Esports with the Vi Ivern ban still rampant for them, as well as that Azir not going to make it through yet again after that last game. The LeBlanc, the Maokai, and the Cassante banned away by Weibo.
Feels like the Cassante is going to be a perma-ban from game 1 now that Weiwei did get the MVP, right? But still, Tristana up and available for Rookie to take if he decides to go with that. But like you said, denying that rel away from Weiwei could be the approach into this game 3 as Top Esports, they're on the blue side this time around. So Weibo Gaming utilizing that counter pick potentially for the bottom lane, because we see how much priority that Weibo Gaming needs to give to Light and Chris to allow Chris to start roaming, at least linking up with Weiwei to affect the map.
Starting to think this rel might end up being the most pivotal pick in this series too. We see the first pick come through for Top Esports, gives them a lot of flexibility in the draft, but also a lot of that engage. There's some of that safety for Light, locking in the Azaya.
There's also Rakan if Weibo Gaming wants to take that, and Chris very, very sleeky with that Rakan in his pockets as well, and we know that gap closing is going to be key if Weiwei decides to go a champion like that. Sejuani for this game too. Poppy potentially flex towards the top side. Now with the Cassante gone, Weiwei can blind something like the Jax, and the Shy can just save that for the top lane.
And there is some flexibility there too. I love Top Esports being able to go with that flexibility of the rel. The Renekton is that lock-in for Weibo, so they'll go with some strength, and they already got both Light and the Shy's champs here. I wonder how that works out for the last pick they'll have in this first phase.
Even Weiwei has played the Poppy, and I think Poppy is a great matchup into the Renekton from the start to finish. But like you said, Kai'Sa and Xayah are now up and available for this game 3. But most teams do slightly prefer the Xayah after the changes to Static Shiv. But still, AP Kai'Sa, AD Kai'Sa is still very viable.
We do end up getting that Kai'Sa lock in here for this series. It has been banned away, has been left there, and it is going to be that big pivotal pick for Jackie-Love. Now we're in this final pick for Top Esports, and I would wonder if they want to try to either maybe take away that Lovers Duo combo or find that stability with a little bit more engage their way.
Mark needs to take away that Rakan. I guess they're going to give it over. Rookie 3 games of Jace in a row now, as that is open. Potentially a Sejuani lock-in for the side of Weibo Gaming.
The amount of poke they have. This is a composition we actually saw come to light throughout our regular season as well. If you don't have the Maokai and the Jace, you still have so much range with the Kai'Sa Jace combo here. The Lovers Duo is very high on the pedestal, it feels like, for Weibo Gaming.
You know what counters poke more poke. And you know what goes well through Nectin? Nidalee. What was Hoven in game 2?
No.
Nidalee. And now we're going to be dropping jungle to 4 and 5 for the side of Weibo Gaming as they do secure themselves the lovers duo in Zai and Rakan. An impressive 2v2 coming to this game 3. And Light did spectacular in that game 2 with a 2-0 start. And that was because of the setup that Weibo and Chris was able to provide from that first dragon.
And I think the desk highlighted it really well. We've put so much focus everywhere else, but actually a big pivotal part has been those early kills bot lane, both games in a row. We do end up getting that Nautilus ban in the second phase from Weibo, so very, very particular on the engages, the things that can go very well with the Kai'Sa. The Nico is the ban over here towards Xiaohu.
I'm just wondering, because they are starting to ban out mid lane for the side of Top Esports. Potentially, he can still consider the Tristana as it does get priority against the Jace, but that means you have to make up for AP in the jungle. But we saw Weiwei playing the Lilia from game 1, a very similar composition. I mean, it was the Renekton, Lilia, and Tristana from the game 1, and it didn't really work out because Crisp was on Braum and they didn't really have that engaged. So I'm considering the fact that maybe they can try that again now with Crisp on something like the Rakan that can impact the map a lot more to set up the tempo.
I like the ban from Weibo there with that Jax, giving away or taking away some of the side lane pressure that's possible, a lot of the flank angles for Wayward. The Tristana is the ban towards Weibo. Don't want to give that double marksman composition over to them, and also give one of Xiaohu's mainstays there for himself. I do wonder now though, they will have the counter pick available to them. We've already seen the Renekton locked in, so it's got to be the mid lane pick for him that's going to be coming through and find what he wants to get, even though Jace had already been taken so long ago. The Sejuani ends up making it through for Weiwei.
All right, potentially the Poppy once again getting considered by Wei with great disengage against Rakan, Sejuani, and Renekton. I would prefer that a lot more compared to something like the Ornn, but that Ornn champion does provide a lot of great scaling towards the late game, and that's where Jace and Kai'Sa really shine if Jacula decides to go that AP poking build.
Helps when you upgrade the long-range guns later.
Why not both? Why not both? The Ornn top lane
both?
and the Poppy for the jungle against the Sejuani. This Poppy needs to have an angle in the first 6 levels to get stuff done around the map, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to utilize the Hex Flash, and this time around it is going to be Mark having the Rel into his pockets, while Xiaohu, because of all these mid lane bans, 3 in particular, the Ahri is going to get locked in. But Weibo Gaming locking a composition that's very familiar to us if we were a patch behind, 13.12, where Ahri was dominating the meta alongside champions like Rakan, where you have so much great gap closing. And that's exactly what Rookie is going to be scared of coming into these team fights. So Tien's kind of requirement in these team fights is going to be crucial on the peel.
The proactivity is going to be super important, but the mobility for Weibo right now is what's standing out to me. You have that safety in the bottom lane, a lot of roaming capability from Chris, but I'm all in on the 2 solo lanes and the fact that we have to have a little bit of strength from Weiwei on the Sejuani to facilitate that early on. I don't feel like we're going to get as much craziness in the bot lane this time around.
Something that will never put any pressure on me is if Weiwei plays Sejuani. He is such a great Sejuani player. Coming into this entire summer playoffs, no one really expected what he was going to show us for this team, because Weibo Gaming, they had Karsa as the previous jungle in spring, and this was a super roster coming into 2023, but not getting the most ideal results from spring and stumbling at that 6-7 position in the playoffs.
And the thing is both these teams were eliminated by LNG in our playoffs. It has been a while since we've seen them. We've seen both give and trade blows early on in this series, but now it comes down to some of that experience, some of those accolades we see spread across all 10 of these members, Kitty.
5 championship titles in this game. The expectations couldn't be any higher, specifically coming into this one. I mean, brothers against brothers. But we saw from game 2, the Shy was more than happy to go absolutely insane for people like Rookie. But this time around, he has something like the Renekton. This is a champion that the Shy has been preferring a lot into summer, as it does provide a lot of great lane party in the early game. So I'm expecting we have some sort of priority given over towards this Rift Herald, because in game 1, that was Weibo Gaming's demise.
And that was the biggest difference. I feel like we saw some adaptation, and that change to blue side has been so crucial, right? We talked a little bit about Top Esports really preferring and not finding those wins on the red side, but now we're getting to game number 3. We'll see if Weibo can buck the trend and let this red side win. They have all the mobility they could ask for. They've got some of that roam capability from Chris that ended up being so crucial in game 2. But it feels like Top Esports right back to comfort, a lot of range, a lot of engage for this composition, and the fact that you have stability for Wayward in the top side, they've got to find something as we're going to hear the gyos one more time. The cheering alive as ever in game 3, as pivotal as ever. Both these teams on the brink of elimination in 2023. Worlds in their eyes, but a long trek to go till they make it there. And again, we've heard it from multiple players at this point. Anything but success is utter disappointment that will be hounding them for the entirety of the offseason.
That crowd is honestly rivaling EDG's fan that showed up to last night's best of 5. I think it was Weibo Gaming's fans. I can't imagine an arena with Weibo Gaming versus EDG because my eardrums are going to get blown out. But coming into this game 3, we're even in scoreline 1-1. Weibo Gaming locking in a team composition that has a lot of agency. You have great gap closing in the entirety of topside plus Crisp on this Rakan. But the problem with this composition is that if you don't get things done in the first 27 minutes, you are going to get eventually outscaled by champions like the Ornn and the Jace that can just outrange you.
And it's just going to be so difficult to approach objectives and things like that. We've actually seen pretty heavily presence around those earlier on from the blue side as well. So I want to keep an eye on that. But now, speaking of keeping an eye, this is the first time in this series that we actually get the opposite side starts for both junglers. We'll see Weiwei pathing down towards bottom side, but Tian on this Poppy. This man has destroyed games with his early pathing, the finickiness he can find, and those crazy little shadow moments. So I'm actually looking to see if Tian can play a little bit of 4D test today.
The two junglers that come to mind in the LPL when they are great at vision dodging is Tian and Wei on RNG. They are great with playing around these. I mean, I just said that and he gets spotted on the ward.
Gets brought right to a ward.
Weibo Gaming knows that the Poppy is going in for an invasion onto the blue buff, so Weiwei, he wraps around.
Weiwei was actually thinking about going towards Rookie here, but ends up just circling back around. Does have a little bit of presence from Xiaohu, some pressure from Rookie. Tian ends up working his way back out, and Weiwei will show his face in mid lane.
The situation quickly dies down, but Tian...
Yeah, Weiwei has to flash because they have reinforcements coming. That steadfast presence. Weiwei's just going to go down first blood to the buckler of Tian.
I mean, that's just Tian wrapping all the way around that blue buff, catching Weiwei off guard and going in after Weiwei also had to use the flash. Great start for the side of Top Esports, and the first blood, I believe, going into the hands of the mid laner.
And it was Tian. Yeah, the buckler coming through huge. I actually loved to see Jackie Love moving up so preemptively if you look at the minimap there, but this was all, it felt like a bait and a half from Top Esports.
Yeah, Rookie didn't even need to burn anything. He cancelled Weiwei's Q as well. Great follow from Tian. The bottom lane also, like you said, rotating towards his mid lane play as they did have the wave pushed in. So Chris wasn't able to really help out Weiwei, and that was a huge win con that Weibo Gaming depended on in the game 2.
And so we've talked a lot about Top Esports' poke, a little bit of their scaling potential. What I wanted to highlight for Weibo when we were going out of draft was the mobility and the flexibility between this top trio, the Shy, Weiwei, and Xiaohu. We'll see if they can actually get the ball rolling for them because they still have so much singular power if they can link up.
And the great thing is this time around, Light is on a champion like the Zai. It's not going to be as vulnerable compared to the Aphelios, where you can play potentially the 1v2 in the bottom lane with great disengage, and also your summoners into your pocket. So we'll have to expect Chris to move out of his lane extremely fast and start helping out Weiwei around the map so he can get those kills into the pockets of Xiaohu or the Shy.
And again, that was the biggest unlocking factor last game, was Crisp able to find the link-ups with Weiwei, and we've known that to be the case for Weibo as a whole.
We also have the minion DMAT getting picked up by Jackie Love, so it is going to be an AP Kai'Sa going to static Shiv, so a lot of range like you said, but Tian, he is a menace on this
That
pup. He's going for
is?
the Raptors.
Look at all the vision we've had. Xiaohu did have the push in mid lane, means Tian maybe a little bit out in the rain there in the end. Doesn't end up getting all the chicky nuggies for himself. We'll take a pretty aggressive back right there, though. And you love to see Wei Wei able to respond. A lot of hovering and both junglers fully present in the mid lane so far, Kitty.
Very aggressive pathing from Tian in particular, and stealing that camp away and also getting that first blood, right? Where now he is also sitting on the Balmy Cinder, so extremely tanky, but with the Dragon up and available, we have constant wave push from the bottom lane in Mark and Jacula, so that's potentially something that they want to consider, because Weibo Gaming, they are really strong at level 6 and truly need to consider this Rift Herald, which will be spawning another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you see Xiaohu, you see the Shy both hitting level 6s. The resets coming out from both solo lanes, the Shy getting his blocked off there, but that is the timing that you would look for, because getting back onto the map is going to be very, very important for them with that level 6 mark. We're still waiting for a little while for Wei Wei, and that will be kind of that go button for Weibo Gaming.
We also have TPs spent by the Shy towards that top lane just to catch his wave, or at least push that in, but like you said, we have resets coming out for Jackie Love and Mark with that Noon Quiver into his pocket, so a bit more damage compared to someone like Light. So Weibo Gaming, they won't win the 3v3, considering the fact that Jackie Love on the Kai'Sa will be naturally a little bit more strong with the Halo Blades.
Tien hovering this bottom side. Mark wants to get again. Look at Chris, the good guy, getting in the way, and the Lovers duo coming clutch. Meanwhile, a little bit of engage top side. The Shy proxy farming.
Wei would just use the Call of the Forge God to deny the Shy from proxying, but he doesn't care. He just continues the proxy under the tier 1 tower.
Oh,
Wei Wei, he
Rookie.
wants to look
Wei
for
Wei
it.
has literally just been here every time. Rookie tries to get that cool flash, but it's not going to be enough. Wei Wei gets the kill in the end, and Tian wasn't there in time.
And that's something we mentioned when Draft was locked in. Wei Wei, he needs to look for angles towards his mid lane. Jace is an extremely vulnerable champion without the flash, and even burning it in this instance where the gap closing from this Ahri was amazing.
And this has been a pick for Rookie. He has been highlighting so heavily, and they are able to punish it early. That poke not going to be online as early as maybe you'd want if you can get some of those facilitated resources there. We did see some more skirmishing down here, and we'll actually take a look, a replay of that mid lane scuffle.
Rookie was just trying to get his wave pushed in under tower, and because he used his spells to go in, I mean, Xiaohu found the perfect opportunity to engage onto Rookie, and that is going to be a kill going into the hands of Wei Wei. Potentially could have been better into the hands of Xiaohu, because you need that Everfrost as fast as possible for this game tempo to be even more urgent.
How telling is it, though, that we just have such star-studded rosters at the bottom side? Jackie Love getting locked down there. We do have the re-engage there by Mark to back them off. And the Ignite actually got dropped by Chris by the Jackie Love. He'll end up having to back.
Jackie being a little bit cheeky with his positioning, getting rooted by Light, but like you said, he just wanted to get the wave in and reset for this upcoming Rift Herald. We already have the support in Mark backing, and now he can start linking up with Tian on this Poppy, and that given over towards Rookie on this chase could be a huge bursting goal, because you need that Duskblade online.
The biggest difference I feel like that we've actually seen has been no early kills bottom side. At least we haven't seen some of those, you know, that dump of gold into either Light and Jackie Love's pockets. Tian, after 3.5 minutes of it being up, says, you know, I think it's time to take our first dragon.
At least we see the Shy this time around is gaining huge authority in this top side, consistently pressuring Wei Wei under his tier 1 tower, and also picking up 2 plates, right? And this time around, Wei Wei utilizing this lane party and getting the Rift Herald. Although there is a ward that is giving Top Esports information, they are just going to trade it over for this first dragon of the game. But once again, I mean, the Kai'Sa vs Xayah matchup, we've seen this time and time again. Honestly, my favorite ADC matchup. I don't want to watch a Fillers vs Jinx. That's so boring. Kai'Sa, at least, if she goes in, she'll put up a show. Xayah, she has great root angles. Throwing it back to Gala from last night, right? He was able to get insane roots as a self-engage on the AD carry.
Oh, point-blank charm into Glacial Prison, and Rookie is just locked down and dragged to hell by Xiaohu. There's that Keeper's Verdict. We'll push the bot lane from Weibo out of tower, and that should be a couple plates going over to Jackie Love.
But the Rift Herald getting picked up by Wei Wei, and Rookie dead. Also the jungle of Top Esports showing in the bottom lane. The mid lane is bleeding Mazel.
They are, and that has been the singular focus, it feels like, for Weiwei. He has literally hovered this mid lane over and over again for the first 10 minutes.
And you see Rookie, he's forced to build the Merc Treads. Knows where to go.
Oh no, he gets locked down. Cleanse ain't gonna save you that time, Jackie Love. Flash from Light, and the killer instinct is on the side of Weibo Gaming. Mark is going down too, and it looks like Weibo have found the wound they needed. All that gold dropped into the pockets of Light.
Every single time the camera pans towards the bottom side, it's Jackie Love getting rooted by Light. The mechanics are there, and the mistake is punished.
Okay, Wayward looking for the solo bolo on the Shy. Tien coming over, flashing the wall, and then he's gonna get it. The buckler of the Shy gets the outplay in the end, and don't step to Giga Shy.
Top Esports is completely shell-shocked with that outcome. The Shy gets away with the kill. And Tien also needing to burn the flash. A beautiful outplay from the Renekton.
Oh my God, we're gonna take a look back at that one, but the crowd erupted as the Shy got the outplay. And here, speaking of outplays, Kitty.
Jackie Love was just kissing the wall, and with the feather placement being perfect from Light, he just utilized this perfectly. And of course, with the follow-up from Weiwei and Chris, prioritizing towards his bottom side, Tien would naturally go look for something in this top lane. And the Shy did get chunked out heavily before the Poppy made its way, and it looked very dire for the Shy. He didn't even have Gorge Drinker at this moment, but Wayward was just a little bit slower potentially. If Poppy just went in and wall-banged the Shy, it would have been a 1-for-0 trade. But no, it was a 1-for-0 trade before the Shy, as he completely outplays this.
Oh man, Tien just can't get the range, goes for the buckler. And the Shy, look at that excitement coming through. There's a reason this man has been a monumental force in the LPL since his time on IG with his brothers across from him. But it has been a situation where the Shy, in the right moments, when he's feeling himself, it could take on the world.
Jackie Love, without the flash available.
Can he take on the world? I don't think so. As the world comes down bearing onto Jackie Love, he bites the dust for a second time.
Loses out on the wave, and also extra tower blades into the hands of Light. Now Top Esports in a very sticky situation where both top and bottom are losing control. Rookie can't get lane party. Although his flash is up, it's still so scary considering the fact that you are up against an Ahri that can just charm your face.
And Light is just racking up the gold. He's up in CS. They've gotten 4 turret plays down here too. He's gotten 2 kills. We have item completions across the board for Weibo, and they can continue pressing their advantage.
And being Top Esports, if Light gets ahead, and he is ahead, picking up the Kraken Slayer as well, consistent DPS onto the front line, where you need to be that leeway for Top Esports, for the Jace and the Kai'Sa to hit that 3-item spike. So they need to kill off Light and collect that bounty into either Rookie or Jackie Love ASAP in this upcoming Dragon.
And I put so much focus on the top trio. I was like, okay, they need to get ahead. Well, they did that, but the fact that Light has 2 kills, that's the insurance policy going through the roof.
And the great thing is Light 2 games in a row showing up on the AD carry. First game on the Zeri, now on the Xayah. He is truly being that carry potential player that Weibo Gaming desperately relies on when Xiaohu isn't given champions like the Azir or the Tristana, but he is stepping up.
So Weibo are using their fluidity to move around these objectives. You got about 30 seconds for a second Dragon of the game. Weibo want to start taking priority around these neutrals as well.
We already have the Shy hovering towards his mid lane as well. Tier 1 tower is so incredibly low. They're just going to take this in front of Rookie.
Easy peasy does it, and the Shy with that demolished proc gonna help out Xiaohu, and they get first turret of the game for Weibo. TS with a response on bottom side. See if Weibo want to face check. They get engaged on, but look at Weiwei over the other side. They get the re-engage. The Featherstorm is there too. You gotta get the Blade Caller back. Crisp is still alive with the quickness. Jackie Love goes in with the Killer Instinct too. He's able to get one, but that big engage from Wayward, I don't think it makes a difference. Top Esports, they're fumbling the bag. They can't get him. It's gonna be the trade back, and Weiwei goes right back in for the engage. Rookie misses the hammer swing, and Light is picking him apart with the feathers. That's 3 members down, make it a 4th. Is it about to be an ace too? They want to try to get Rookie. The sharks are surrounding him, and they smell blood in the water, and the blood is run rampant for Weibo.
Weibo Gaming, 2 games in a row now. The first game, an ace at 18 minutes, but this time they're gonna one-up that at 14 minutes. Top Top Esports completely dismantled after that team fight, and Light once again on Desire, completely outplaying the enemy team with his ability to outspace. Look at this. We have everyone committing the CC onto the AD carry of Weibo Gaming, but the Feather Storms come online, and that's where Desire is such a big problem for the side of Top Esports. And then he still has the flash available for Desire. He ends up flashing away from Rookie. That was going to be the last hope for Top Esports to really get that bounty gold.
Weiwei in these fights, in these last 2 games, has been insane, man. Like, the amount of times he gets those re-engages and able to find the lockdown for his team. He is facilitating so well for Weibo. Now we look actually back at it, we're going to get some skirmishing between Tien, who's trying to threaten the Rift Herald take by Weibo.
We set up Weibo Gaming's team composition. They needed to have agency in the early game. Now 11 kills and also 7k gold ahead. This is the lead that they so desperately needed in the hands of the Shy and of course the mid laner as well. With Light having 3 kills to even start off the game is just a snowball that is going to continue, and it has been an ongoing trend for the past 3 games on whoever team or whichever team has a gold lead at the 15 minutes just has that momentum.
It's hot, Xian. I'm surprised we have so much snowballs coming here. Xiaohu, though, about to get snowballed on by the rest of Top Esports. He overextended and got capitalized on by Jackie Love with the snipe.
Relatively good game from the side of Top Esports. They do get that bounty gold back into their pockets, but with the Dragon now spawning towards that bottom side, Top Esports have to trade that for a tier 1 tower in the top lane, but they lose complete control of mid and bottom. Rookie, he's surrounded.
They wanted to look for it. End up dropping the second Rift Herald, though, anyways, and could just be a tier 2 tower, while Top Esports will respond with a side lane of their own. This leaky sieve in mid lane could just keep on leaking. Let the water flow as Weibo are under the inhib tower here. They've already taken a tier 2, and you gotta be a little bit wary. The Shy wants it, he ends up getting it. That's 3 towers in a row in mid lane.
Jackie Love isn't here, he just reset. And Weibo Gaming, they're gonna walk away with the 3rd inhibitor tower, or at least the 3rd tower in the mid lane. The TP coming out of, I believe, the mid laner of Top Esports as well. They want to contest for this dragon.
They do. It would be a second dragon for Top Esports. We said at the beginning, you know, Top Esports do have some scaling factors, but if Weibo never lets you scale, what you gonna do? Here comes the Horn of the Forge God straight onto the side for the Shy. It is gonna be the kill going over. This actually looks really good for TES. They move forward though with that double knockup as well. They get the engage on the Light. He's gonna get taken out by Tien, and it is Top Esports who roar back to life.
Weibo Gaming, they overstayed from that play, and Jackie Love, he was able to reset and get that Nash's Tooth online as well. Now getting the second dragon into their pockets, a huge comeback in gold from 7k now to 5.
That's a big difference. I will say this second dragon as well is going their way, so they'll continue stacking up those neutrals, and we'll actually see this fight kick off yet again, Kitty.
And Chris was so incredibly low to even start off the fight by tanking that tower to begin with, but still, it's Weiwood's decision-making on cutting off the Shy as he was completely separated from the rest of the team, and they do get the bounty gold from Light into the pockets of Jackie Love, and that's where this composition comes online. Weibo Gaming, they can't make mistakes like this too often because you have to consider the fact there's a Jace, there's a Kai'Sa, there's an Ornn. Mistakes like these will drag the game on, and the scaling will come online.
And there's a reason why Rookie has been so willing to go for the Jace. You saw in that one, you know, Light not expecting the damage from the Shock Blast immediately changes the name of the game in that fight. We did see in the picture-in-picture, TES took a side lane turret and bottom side, but it has been fully responded to by Weibo. Still in a very strong lead, but Top Esports' poke might start coming knocking.
Rabadon's just picked up for Xiaohu as well. Huge damage coming out of the R. You already see that. Weibo Gaming, I mean, even Navori getting picked up, potentially a force at this Baron starting in 1 minute. They can't let the game go on for more than 27 minutes, considering the fact that Weiwood at that level 16 is going to offer so much in terms of ornaments. And with Rookie also slowly building towards that Manamune, I mean, time is pretty much running out.
And I've loved the proactivity from Weibo. They got to keep the pedal to the metal. The Shy, he's walking straight into his death. He's going to try to get the outplay here, but he's just locked down. It's Wayward that gets a bit of revenge on his top lane counterpart.
Great timing from Top Esports. Baron is still 40 seconds away, so they committed 3 members towards the Shy, gets the kill, and still can contest for vision towards his top side. So they are coming back into this game, kill by kill. And the Shy, I mean, this Renekton, if you make too many mistakes without that flash as well, you're not going to offer anything compared to an on.
And isn't that the thing that we set up this entire time? We're saying it might not be the best matchup in top lane, but it is a key one because you can have such a difference made by these two, the Shy and Wayward respectively. Weibo right back to it though, need to get these wombo combos together and continue to try to press top esports with these about 7 minutes left to that timer you were talking about. They're going to start the Baron.
They are going to start a Baron at 20 minutes dead set. TPs are available for both top laners as top esports. They plot this out.
Light got hit by the Void Seeker, and that just means the Flash Feather Storm is already out. The Glacial Prison did miss too, and top esports, they're going to capitalize on the Shy who TP'd boldly. They'll go down again for a 3rd time in a row, and Jackie Love picks them up. They're going straight to the Baron.
The Shy doesn't have TP to rejoin this fight after he responds from this game as well. I mean, Weibo Gaming, they just fumbled it.
They fumbled the bag, but we'll see if they can pick it right back up. Tien's in the pit. You do still have Weiwei. See if he can be the difference maker here. Some poke coming down from the non-poke composition, but it's TS feeling a little bit hesitant here. A little bit of anxiety stepping in. The Keeper's Verdict is actually so big on the Weiwei, and that just means the Baron goes to top esports, and the table has been flipped. We're almost dead even now.
What a devastating turnaround for Weibo Gaming. The Shy, the Renekton TP coming into that Baron fight was completely unnecessary. As top esports, they were just playing front to back and completely tore apart Weibo Gaming.
The fact that Light gets hit there is so big.
Yeah, Light also got engaged on, but burning the Featherstorm and the Flash just because of Tien, he was the key member that won them this fight. The Keeper's Verdict later on to force Weiwei out of the Baron pit as well to secure this into the hands of top esports. The scaling composition with a Baron that has that boost of XP into the pockets of Wayward and Rookie with the Mana Mune online as well now. The fights are going to be
Horn coming in. The Shy, that's a killer instinct. The Shy dead again. We're burger flipping today, and it's going the way of Wayward so far. My God, what a comeback from top esports in this game.
People seem to forget that Jackie Love on this Kai'Sa can just fly onto you from 2 screens away without your top laner now. The tier 2 is going to fall.
And this has been a long time coming for Jackie Love. We talked about him so much already today. This has been the most consistent split from this guy that we've seen in so damn long. And it feels good that a legacy that has already been built is showing its face once again. And Jackie Love has been the carry for top esports.
And you see how much emphasis Weibo Gaming put onto shutting down the carry of top esports in Jackie Love in the early game. Consistent games, consistent pressure onto this Kai'Sa where Light started off the game 2-0, but still Jackie Love being his best split so far in the entire year. The consistent reliability is there from a World Championship ADC.
And what I love is Jackie Love is literally the longest standing member now for top esports here. He is the grandpa of the team, but he's still giving those whippersnappers a little bit of hair too. We do actually see that 3rd dragon going over to top esports, so that'll be Soul Point on a Mountain Soul for them. And we also got those item completions coming up for them as well. They'll continue pushing with this 40 seconds left on the Baron buff in the bottom lane, tier 2.
It's a 3k Baron play as well with the tier 2, like you said, falling in the bottom lane. Xiaohu isn't here. He isn't going to be close to his 3rd item either. And now you see the problem of Weibo Gaming prioritizing the Rift Herald for the early game. As top esports, they have the dragon stacking. Now it's going to be a Mountain Soul for Weibo Gaming to deal with. Without the Void stuff, it's going to be hard to work through.
We saw about 23.5 minutes in, top esports take the lead for the first time in this game. And yes, Baron buff is coming off of them, but they're starting to get to their point of promise. We talked so much about that post 27-minute mark for them, and their scaling. It's something that Weibo are not going to have a lot of answers to.
Gwyn's also getting picked up by Jackie Love. This Kai'Sa is going to become a true problem. I mean, we saw in the previous team fight that Weiwei on this Sejuani did miss the Glacial Prism, and that is a key lockdown for either Rookie or Jackie Love to deal with. So those important abilities can't be missing, especially when it is a hard engagement with no major objectives on the map whatsoever. The composition of top esports, they have Rookie that can pressure the side lane.
I'm just happy that we have an actual contested game here. We've had smacks back and forth, game 1, game 2. Now we have a hotly contested game number 3. It is still something where I want to focus on Weibo a little bit more. They have fallen onto the back foot here. They have a lot of potential with the engage there for themselves. Do you see a way forward?
Weibo Gaming, this composition may have already been evened out from the early lead that they've been able to obtain, but they have great single target abilities that can look for picks. And we saw that JackieLove on this Kai'Sa, he is willing to make those mistakes from the early game, so potentially a camp of a bush before this upcoming Baron force the numbers advantage, or at least force a flash or summoner spells out of the carries, and then approach the fight.
The decisiveness for Top Esports has been the biggest difference maker. As soon as they see the Shy split from the rest of the team, they just go all in on him, and Wayward's able to get that long distance engage. We did just get third item completed for JackieLove. That Gwinsu's got to be pumping some damage now, and Top Esports feeling confident to move forward.
Both teams are just waiting for the Baron spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds as well, but look at Rookie's build. He is so close to his Ceruldas, and that's a massive spike for Top Esports to work off. Now level 14 on Wayward as well. This composition with the Dragon spawning in 2, this is the exact situation that Top Esports want to be in as that scaling composition, and I don't know how Weibo Gaming can force a 5v5 straight up.
Top Esports just going to press them until they have to make it to that Mountain Dragon timer. He did just get the Maw completed, third item for Light, so you do have a little bit more safety given over to the Xayah, but is it going to be enough? Weibo are full force out here to try to respond to Top Esports' aggression. Oh, triple engage from Mark with that crash down. JackieLove gets 1, gets 2. They're looking for more. The Shy is getting knocked up and taken out. That's not going to be the third for JackieLove. It goes to Rookie instead. The long distance engage from Wayward, and that's already 4 members down. Light, he's going down 2. He's under tower, doesn't get knocked up there, but JackieLove goes forward, and it's Top Esports running away with this one.
You know, Mazel, credits to you because the entire camera panned to JackieLove and the tiny gameplay was just in the corner, but JackieLove on this Kai'Sa popping off, and they turned this game around to 14 and 11. We need to remind the audience that Weibo Gaming, they were 7k gold ahead, but now Baron spawning and also Dragon in 1 minute. Top Esports, they're going to take this.
Top Esports feeling themselves, and as they should. They have so many accolades between them, so much experience. We heard JackieLove say it earlier. Anything but a championship is absolute disappointment for all of 2023. That Baron buff's going to fuel them up to try to end the game. We'll take a look back at the replay.
A great engage from the jungle of Top Esports. A 3-man engage, and of course, Mark the support. Yeah, the flash from this Rel was incredible, locking down the AD carry and of course the mid laner of Weibo Gaming, but AD carry wasn't there actually. But still, Wayward on this Ornn was managing to go from the other side of the screen and connect it onto Wayward. He's a sniper on this champion, and Light at the end does fall as well.
That's what we highlighted for Top Esports, the range that they have, the engage that they have. They're using it so well. And now with under 15 seconds on another Dragon, Weibo are going to have to be here. They're going to have to try to find a fight, or that's a Mountain Soul straight to top.
They can't keep giving anything over. Weibo Gaming, they're out of options. They get the charm, but it's not going to be a pick.
He gets the unstoppable there to get out of the grand entrance. Dragon already about half health here. Weibo can't even get in here. They're just going to force it. Weiwei is just walking forward. He's just trying to find something. Here comes the engage from Wayward too. You got to watch Light though. Rookie! He gets locked down by Rookie. The Keeper's Verdict going to go wide. The other side though, the Shy, he's trying to do something, but there's nothing left. And that's a full-on clean fight from Top Esports. That's the TP's in. A quadra kill for Rookie. He's looking for more. He wanted the TP for the pentakill. He doesn't hit it. Rookie, he wants Xiaohu. He wants to claim the Emperor's title. He wants one more shot, but he's not going to fight it. It's not going to be the penta, but it will be Xiaohu going down at the end here after a little bit. And one more shot, the unofficial penta for Rookie, and a Game 3 win for Top Esports.
Rookie finds revenge from the early game, and this, Jay, 3 games in a row. Weibo Gaming, they are truly disappointed because this game was supposed to be theirs.
My goodness, what a turnaround. Top Esports continue to find their wins on blue side, and they continue the fate of this roller coaster series.
Now Top Esports put Weibo Gaming to match point, an elimination match in the regional qualifiers. One more game and they're one step closer to making that 4th seed at the world stage. One more is all they need.
One more step forward, one more game to eliminating Weibo. But this is a Top Esports that found their stride. They knew that they were waiting. They were buying time to get to the point where their poke was just too much to deal with. They got those early dragons. That helped so much with the compositional strength that they had. Even at that 7K deficit, they had to start it off.
That one's gonna sting. Weibo Gaming, that was not the game to lose because they had such a huge gold lead. They had a perfect composition with the Ahri, the Rakan, and also a Sejuani that could look for individual picks, but that one overstay in the mid lane where they found that tower in the mid lane,
yeah,
threw the entire game apart.
All the inhibs going down, it was actually insane. The quickness though, the decisiveness from Top Esports, I feel like was the thing that stood out for me the most, right? They continued to pick out the Shy. This was a composition that was looking so good. The top trio for Weibo was functioning so well together, but the fact that the Shy got caught out 4 times in a row and just bursted down, turned into some crocs of his own, it was something that Top Esports knew they could focus on.
We mentioned that Top Esports, they locked in a composition with the Ornn, with the Jace. Once we hit 3-item territory, this composition was going to be deadly. And like you said, the decision-making from Wayward on this Ornn, forcing the Shy to be split apart from the remaining of the team, where he was consistently getting caught and having a numbers advantage. Top Esports utilized that, and they were able to start the dragon stacking. And that also became a very big detriment for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, that is it for our game number 3. Again, Top Esports on match point from eliminating Weibo from 2023 and any Worlds contention. We'll see what our analyst desk has to break down after a short little break.
双手成就你的梦想。反手的话，立刻一个破裂，踩2人，预言家先行倒地，而后续的话，该时候来了，骑士级回旋踢，换风动弹不得，直接倒地。
已经有晕了，霞那边大招只能直接先上。
躲过了，再将 W 躲，往前方小威很立功，想要去找高飞，第2时间招起来，双 C 都倒了，下看下一波大波开到了以后反开，带着过来一步伤害拉满了，小林先被秒掉，而且3个地方崛起4个人，今天的不消除自己的大招以后闪现撞到了墙上，没有办法，这边团滔博已经溃败了，哇，这一波卡纳维的这个大闹天宫卷麻了。 静候一切，又是贝尔维斯在对方野区撒野，敌的3个人，假的，直接变大小做又被留住，回到塔前还要 Q 上去，第一时间没有刷新同方向的 Q 选择放弃，儒勒来了 ，W 再中，再次变身，你在干什么？ 薛
闪现 QAW 伤害差一点，但是这里有人，
哇，还敢跳过去，
有布刃，拉卷起来了。
哦哟，阿边在配合，又是一个 Q 技能，把纳尔也收割。开的不错，但是自己也有点站不住吧。阿卡丽被后排锁定住，有个4包1，哦，好大！这个大树救下了阿卡丽的同时，德善在宝蓝这个位置要被捆住了，交了个闪现下，而梦魇帮忙挡，梦魇说大哥我也没盾，我怎么给你挡啊？野辅瞬间被融化。
Jump 加了保护性大招，双挑撤退被闪现捆住了，这把萨普也倒了。
但是晕一个已经够了吗？把泰坦秒掉，小虎自己也倒。侧面李秋南的位置还不错，微微想捡。欧亚这边交闪，被烂的跟闪拿到人头，德善闪现过去咬到的是优口，优口闪现出来，后面路飞流出红白刀，但是没有第一时间往前走。微微偷出魅火往前走，突破天灵拿到了一个长光的人头，再捡起来。李秋南这边手都 A 酸了，但是双拳南敌那边4个人啊，哇，而且是找大敌了蛮多飞轮的，是的。 球力的这个飞轮跌了很多，来看看这条大龙会使用传给拿到。那这样子的话，在龙坑里面的时候，好快呀！狐狸只能继续来正面，而且正面又有风雨的大招可以去进行阻隔。小天的被劈成，但是劈成不了，大招也被抢到了。小天也被顶头，这样的话小天牺牲掉自己，是变得非常伊娃一直来帮助。
泥王的装备很好啊，这过来偷一套
先小心泥王，泥王伤害是很高的，泥王有闪的，但闪现死了，闪现交慢了呀。
到了杰杰，杰杰4级5 buff。
被
小牛这边要赶紧走，如此这边赶过来拦也不可动。哎，在 Q 反向闪现，很帅的一个单杀。
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames. Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round, ain't gonna trip. 'Cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your false tales. Your head was in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside, but it left long ago. Now tell me how you gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's gonna little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess.
跟其他辅助来比的话，就我们下路可能更喜欢去对线吧。然后我自己的风格也是比较喜欢对线。我们冒泡赛的话，应该是第一场是打微搏击，打完微搏击然后再打EDG，就是希望都能以很好的状态去打吧。想对粉丝说的就是，今年1年也快结束了吧，然后都辛苦了，希望能进个世界赛吧。
I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't understand how Weibo lost that game. I don't understand. I don't. I am hysterical. This is Nymera. I've openly come out on this desk to being a little bit Weibo biased, a little bit. But just even past that, if I was a neutral man today, which I've told you I am not because of the shy, I would still be up in arrears in how do you lose that game?
I don't know either. I'm sat here, much more of neutral opinion between the two teams. There's a
how?
I will say there is a great amount of entertainment in watching this guy lose his mind, and watching Weibo somehow lose that game. Now, top esports, don't get me wrong, they really grasped the opportunities very well when Weibo put it to them. But I do think, realistically, the lens does need to be on Weibo. the first part of that game, and to, just to channel a little bit of our inner Mazel, I mean, we did have the Shakespearean moment to turn or not to turn on Baron. That is the question. And it felt like Weibo didn't have the answer to it, because there was a huge point in that game where Weibo were, 6,000 gold ahead, something to the tune of that. They had an incredibly snowball composition. You can see the Ahri, the Sejuani, the Renekton, very good at forcing fights on their own terms. And the Zyrakan as well. Great duo. Lots of things working out for them. Laning phase went well. They managed to snowball that into a lead. And then they decided to go towards that Baron, and it didn't quite seem like they knew what to do with it. They tried to pull off it. Light had to blow his ult and his flash very easily. The Shy teleported it in and died for the multiple times in a row. And it felt like after that point, Weibo just spiraled out of control, and that was it. Gold lead gone, game gone.
Yeah, I mean, look, ultimately, the exceptional player to Weibo, I know we're going to look at clips soon. First of all, Mark MVP with the sick engage, and as sad and despaired as I am, I will say, like, Top Esports, the way they brought that game back, the way they punished Weibo was still all class. Again, you talked about utilizing the range was huge. Some of these engages were clutch. Mark on this rel. I mean, it's strange. The people we don't talk about much on Top Esports today are coming up huge. Wayward gets my second MVP, by the way, on this Ornn, which so far in the series, he's been insane on engaged top laners. Cassante first, now the Ornn. Mark has been a great engage tool today as well, as we look past some of the play.
So, going back towards Mark, though. When you look at the carries of Ahri and Xayah, they are some of the safest carries in the game. Xayah has the self-heal from the ult, Ahri has a lot of mobility with her ult and the ability to self-heal with Moonspeed from W and the Charm as well. The fact that they were dying almost instantly in every fight is a huge testament to the engaged players of Top Esports. It is not an easy feat to consistently shut down the very safe carries that Weibo had on their roster. And yet they did that anyway. They managed to do that against a gold lead. They did it in a way that allowed Jackie Love to fly into the back of fights as well. And that really was the tale of this game. In these kind of replays, you know that the gold lead's already gone, and you can see how much damage Rookie and Jackie Love are doing at this point. But the fact that the engage keeps forcing these carries to blow all of their defensive capabilities very early on made it so there was no way for Weibo to really fight back in this game. Mark was key to that.
It's so difficult. Again, as you said, there's more ways than one that Top Esports had redundancy plans, I guess, for Weibo, if that's the right word. But ultimately, I know we didn't see it there.
Probably the correct word.
Contingency, I like it. That is correct.
I'm the vocab guy.
Redundancy, I mean, Weibo were made redundant, to be fair. So, as now Top Esports moved to match point, are one step away from eliminating WBG. I mean, all we have to say is Poke came online, Jackie Love as well, just taking charge of the damage charts this game. Even though Mark gets MVP, you've got a lot of honorable mentions to go through. It's crazy to me. I mean, I won't get over this anytime soon. That the Shy 1v2 top, that was nuts. The Xiaohu Ahri, you were complimenting him in the early game, where some of his team fighting positioning was just great. Way, his ult, his drift through mid was just great. I feel like it's a strange two-part story where I can be like, Weibo, they got this 8,000k in the gold lead at 15 minutes. And all of it threw away after what was such a clean early game, and I think was one of the best early games I've seen from them all year.
It was a very testament to their composition as well. All of these champions have great snowball potential. When we saw the drafts locked in, we kind of said, okay, yeah, well, Weibo, they're looking for an early game snowball. But as opposed to their game one composition, it felt like it was much more achievable. They had the champions to do that, and felt like Top East was they could fall behind or be at risk of falling behind, and they did. It really was around that kind of the mid-game, the 20-minute mark where Baron had spawned with Weibo. Just lost the plot a little bit. They got caught out in side lanes. I think Jackie Love, once he hit his items as well, he had a difficult laning phase.
He did.
But as soon as he hit his items, he could fly on top of someone like the Shy, who just immediately died, just got completely blown up. And once Weibo couldn't play on multiple lanes, that's why things got very difficult for them. They felt like they were forced to go towards that Baron, but then they didn't really manage to have that plan of either fighting and finishing the Baron or turning off a bit.
Sorry to interrupt.
Is that you?
That's
Is that your emote?
That's Gala and Knight in the audience.
Is the emote you? Is that the crying Weibo fan? Is that it?
No, they're having a laugh because they thought Weibo should have won Game 3 as well. They're the same. Oh, yeah, gal? Okay, cool. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I know
maybe we can get them to queue up you next.
Can we zoom in? All we need next is zoom. Sorry, you guys all know. You know what's going. Hello, Sean, Ben, the boys. Where are they sitting? Get them on. I'm so cheered up now. Who else we got?
Okay.
Okay, Elk's in the audience as well. By the way, JJ, you missed before. I know, hard for you guys to see.
I know. There's a saying which is, the fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I think the fastest way to Hysteric's heart is through pro players on screens.
It is. It is indeed. I'm sorry you guys didn't get to zoom in on that again. Just a random moment. They're watching the games today, so they should be. Obviously, they want this to go to a Game 5, don't we all? And they know it will. You said it today. This is going to a Game 5. Naimira, blue side, 100% win rate. I'm revived. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. That could be why I'm still gold. That could be why you guys at home might be silver.
I'm learning a lot about you today, Hysterics.
Well, I mean, I almost got plat in China. Solo queue here was a lot of fun. Solo queue in OCE, ladies and gentlemen, can we please fix the server? More importantly, this is about getting into regional qualifying for the 4th seed. It's about versing EDG. I told you I'm already a little bit biased, but what I want to see is great League of Legends. And one part it was. The other part, it all went in turmoil.
It was Shakespeare. The Shakespeare frog has brought this to us. It was really a game of...
I hated Shakespeare in high school. So it's no doubt that it
No
was
doubt that you hate it here today. I mean, it really did feel like a game of 3 acts. You had, the first act where the early game, once again, very important between these two teams, and we can see how quickly they snowball. We saw, even in the stats before we went into this series as well, Weibo are the team which they get the most kills in all games across playoffs on average. They're very good at taking towers when they're lead, and they're very good at building gold differences.
Yeah.
The problem is, in this game, was that with the composition they had, they needed something to close out that game. Something like the Ahri, it's not great at scaling into the late game when you don't have the very obvious Vi kind of initiation as well. And they tried to do that around the Baron, but what we criticized Top Esports for in Game 2 and they lost was being clinical around the top side of the map and being clinical in their plays. That's really what we didn't see from Weibo in Game 3. They weren't clinical around the real key points around objectives in the games.
So is there a change-up in anything draft-related then? That's what I want to know, because I think you and I were saying the same thing, that it felt like an equal draft in the sense that...
Draft wasn't the problem.
Weibo wanted to play the first 30 minutes of the game in an intense capacity. They did, in many regards. Top Esports, we talked a lot about the scaling, the outranging, early objective setup was always going to be a plus. Is there anything that needs to be looked at differently, or?
I want to see Xiaohu back on Azir, not because he was bad at the Ahri. I think some of the late game fights, his positioning was a bit suspect, but on the whole, the Ahri is good, and he's one of my favorite Ahris in the world. I think that the Azir, though, has been his bread and butter. It has allowed him to be multiple threats. You can either be an initiator or a long-range backliner as well. I think it gives Weibo a lot of extra tools to play around, and I don't know what we're going to do at this top lane matchup as well. I think that we need to have something which allows the Shy to have more team fight impact. That's what Wayward has been finding success on. That Renekton, yes, good in the side lanes in some ways and good in the 1v2s, but it's harder to play in those team fights. Give him something that's easier to just mash the 5v5s with.
Yeah, maybe a change there would spice things up a little bit. I will say, as Weibo come back out on stage with the audience behind them, by the way, that the Shy in that 1v2 play topside, he's firing today as well, in some regard. I know it's funny because we talked about who's going to be the bigger coin flip in the top lane. There's been a game of the Shy. The first game wasn't able to do too much on the Renekton. Game 2, the Rumble was insane. But Game 3, even though the Shy was doing well in lane, Wayward today, it's just been a new man. I don't know what he's done to get into this series, but when we talk about Wayward really struggling in playoffs and in this regular season, it is insane to see a massive turnaround from a player so scrutinized.
And the fact that he's kind of doing it similarly to how 369 has found success as well.
Yeah.
Of course,
the boys.
Now, the thing is that 369 is so I think we found the players again. We want to get them to make more emotes. Do you reckon we can do that? But I think the way that 369 found so much success for JDG is by taking your lumps in the laning phase and then just turning up towards those team fights. I think that 369 is very proficient at that, and I think we saw that.
One of the best.
Wayward, obviously not of the same caliber. We saw that Cannon game as well not have that level of team fight impact, even when he had a team fight champion. But he's still following that same kind of philosophy, right? I think with someone like the Shy coming into this next game, I'd like to see him go towards more teamfight impact. If you're not going to have a champion and success enough in the laning phase to deny Wayward any access into the game.
I mean, again, maybe the pick's changed in the direction of something like the Nara in topside. Maybe we do get a Queen into the Renekton. I guess any hopeful the Shy fans will see. But it's match point for Top Esports. And, reserving myself to a neutral tone for a second, I will say, I mean, this team has shown up massively here today so far. Game 1 and then Game 3 with the comeback, but returning to where I should be. It's going to Game 5. The Shy could be the GOAT. You all at home know exactly what they need to do. Take it to a Game 5. Weibo Gaming, don't muck this up as we send to the casters. Kitty and Mazel, take us through the journey. Come on, the Shy.
Pointing
Come
at
on!
There's so much bias.
What is this hopium from Hysterics? Hello, guys. They threw the game at a 7K gold lead. The Renekton isn't working, guys. We need to reconsider this because Top Esports, they are on match point and eliminating Weibo Gaming out, and we still have some people thinking it's going to go to a 5.
Hey, I'm thinking it's going to go to a 5. I just want to hear those sweet silver scrapes one more time, but especially the way that Top Esports has shown up. It was a miraculous comeback in that last game, and I think it shows to the experience that this roster has.
Yeah, being able to come back, like you said, drafting the Ornn, the Jace 3 games in a row now. Rookie is in his element, and we need to remind the audience how much pressure they put onto the double carries in Rookie and JackieLove. They were completely zoned out in their own lanes, specifically JackieLove on this Kai'Sa, always getting dove by the enemy jungler in Weiwei and of course Crisp, and that was kind of what was giving them that early game lead. But now match point, and we have the Rel taken away from Top Esports.
All right, at this point, does Blue Side just win dominance every single game, or can Top Esports change their history? In playoffs, they have not won a game on Red Side. We'll see if they can do this yet at least one time. Maokai, LeBlanc banned by Weibo on blue. We have Vi and the Rel this time banned by Top Esports.
And that makes me wonder, is Top Esports also going to take away the Ivern? Because those two champions has been a permaban against Weiwei for this series so far, but champions like the Jace, the Tristana, the Kai'Sa, the Xayah still up and available, and we saw the Xayah getting preferred by the side of Weibo Gaming, but because the champion was getting outranged by something like the Jace, that's something that they need to deny away from Rookie.
I'm wondering now that Azir does end up getting banned away yet again, so trying to take that away from Xiaohu. The Kai'Sa, though, ever present from that last game, will be the first pick for Weibo.
Champions like the Xayah and the Rakan is still up and available for JackieLove and Mark to pick up in this instance as well. But like you said, the Rel taken away by Top Esports themselves. But something else that we haven't really mentioned is that Poppy in the hands of Tian, right? Because Poppy is a great flex champion between the top laner and the jungle, where Tian was the difference maker in that huge Baron fight in the Game 3, where he utilized the Keep His Verdict perfectly.
And it started off straight out of the gate, right? He was looking for the aggressive trades, aggressive invades into Weiwei's jungle. They continue to kind of dance for a lot of the early game, but that heads up positioning from him, and as well as that proactivity from Tian, was so important. We did get that Rakan locked in for Top Esports, so Mark gonna have a lot of mobility and a lot of engaged potential for himself and for the rest of the team, while we do have to expect a lot of lockdown to come in for Top Esports to deal with this Kai'Sa, and the Sejuani's there for Tian.
Something that Top Esports doesn't really play, though, is that Renekton for Wayward, right? Because I looked at his career history, only 33% win rate so far. So that's definitely something that they want to counter with, considering the fact that maybe the Shy also locks this in just to deny it away with the Sejuani and Renekton synergy. But this time around, they deny the Jace away from Rookie. 3 games in a row, he did spectacular, although game 2 was a little bit more rough as he did get camped. But Tristana, I mean, we know how Tristana goes. We know how double AD carry compositions go. Where's the Ivern? Where's the Ivern? Wait, just lock it in.
It is still open and available, and we'll see if it does end up making it through finally here. It does enable the marksman so well, and especially when you opt into the double marksman comp here that Weibo has.
That means Weibo Gaming, they need to really focus in on what is going to provide them the engage, the AoE, the Shy. Maybe consider something like the Ornn, where Weibo did spectacular on that champion in the Game 3, bringing back multiple team fights with that single target CC onto people that were split. But of course, Chris has also been playing extremely well on champions like that Leona. And Leona is going to be a relatively decent answer into JackieLove, where you are able to force out the Feather Storm.
I love the lovers duo here, speaking of love, for JackieLove and Mark. I think it does give them a lot of stability. I still appreciate the kind of combos that they were able to pull off last game, but this will help because I do expect a lot more focus for Top Esports towards Rookie and Wayward, since we did get that kind of difference in draft here for game number 4 for them.
For some reason, a little birdie is telling me that we're going to get a Gnar game from Wayward. There's just something that tells me that
What could possibly make you think that?
Is going to go for Wayward. Potentially, Rookie this time around plays the Ahri in the mid lane. That's something that JDG does when they are facing against the Tristana. They look for that charm in the lane, and they look for skirmishes before the Tristana comes online with her items, and also links up perfectly with people like the Sejuani and the Rakan, but still, we'll have to wait and see.
We do get that Nautilus ban by Top Esports as their first ban of the second phase, trying to get away some of that engage to really set up the double marksman comp like you so highlighted earlier. The Jax, though, yet again, is going to be on the ban table and trying to take away some of that side lane threat that Wayward can provide.
The Jaxman kind of signifies perhaps a Renekton getting considered by the Shy. To be fair, the Shy did have an insane 1v2 moment in Game 3 where he was completely dominating the early game, right?
And then what happened?
What happened? Well, you can ask Hysterics on what happened because I don't know what happened.
I think that would be too much malding for Hysterics. I think he might not even make it away from China. Now, we do end up having the Rumble ban and the Ahri ban. We saw the Rumble come out previously in the series, but the Ahri ban, like you were talking about, trying to take away some of those big fluid picks there and the catch-out potential.
And because Weibo Gaming, they decided to prioritize this Tristana over the Jace, I need to also remind the audience that Xiaohu hasn't played any other champion other than Ahri, Tristana, and Azir ever since the start of the summer playoffs, so they did hand over this, as it is going to be a comfort for Rookie 4 games in a row now. But that's the Leona that I was talking about that can force some distance between Jackie Love and Rookie.
I'd love to see those two on our screens having a little bit of fun together. But that Leona, a lethal pickup for Crisp and something he was able to perform so well on the last time around. It is the Ornn locked in for the Shy this time, though.
Snip, snip, I smell a Gwen. Oh, but what if it's not a Gwen? No, that has to be Gwen as the 5th pick. It's a great answer into the Ornn, and it also provides AP, also a melee champion that also works alongside Tien. Depends on what Wayward's approach into this game 4 is gonna be. The Poppy works fine as well, does get slight leads ahead compared to the Ornn in the early game, and the Keeper's Verdict is going to be key in these team fights.
Yeah, be able to deny a lot of that engage potential there, as well as just separating a lot of the fight. I love to see Wayward bringing this one out, but this is where all eyes go on Weibo. They're back on the blue side. They have a double marksman composition that has to make it to those 2-3 item spikes, and they need to be able to get to a scaling point, Kitty.
And Weiwei has finally gotten his Ivan in this game 4. Before this, it's been consistently banned out by Top Esports. So we'll have to wait and see how Weiwei does with this double ADC carry composition, because you know that the focus is all going to be about Xiaohu on this Tristana. They've played it throughout summer. Xiaohu gets those tower plates early and he starts pressuring the side with Weiwei and Chris consistently hovering him, while they also have that late game security in the hands of Light and the Shy.
And I think for Top Esports, you know, their pick potential is definitely there. I'm looking at their early skirmishing as well, see if they can find any of those advantages from the red side to really upend anything, because their composition is a little bit different from what we've seen. A little bit.
It's very different compared to Game 4. Game 3. Game 3 was very urgent in terms of the tempo that they needed to find, but this time around they have a safety in terms of scaling to lay back on. They have the Ornn this time around in the Shy's pockets, and that was a champion that Wayward utilized to its full potential, finding these engages onto the enemy team, and it was also a great answer into the carries, of course. But this time around, I mean, 4 games in a row for Rookie. I'm pretty surprised that they keep giving this Jace over. Maybe the priority just isn't there, but every single time we see Rookie just popping up, even getting a pentakill in Game 3.
Yeah, it was actually incredible. It was not a pentakill I was expecting. You know, the timer does get a little bit long there when you start racking up the kills, but it is something where Rookie has been a mainstay. I feel like his reuniting with Jackie Love has been so crucial. It's so good to see these two brothers back at it, but they're going against their former brother in the Shy, Tien, versus his old friend in Crisp. And we're getting into a Game 4 where Top Esports are 1 game away from eliminating Weibo from their 2023 season, from eliminating their view forward to Worlds. And as we hit the riff for the 4th time, let's hear those Gios! As the flags wave high, Top Esports were looking a little bit spicy at this level 1, trying to find anything in top side that they can, maybe try to punish the Shy on the Ornn. But as we do get to it, something we saw different from last time around was the opposite side starts for both junglers. I am very much keeping my eyes focused on Tien versus Weiwei in the early pathing, and Weiwei on the Ivern for the first time.
This game isn't going to be about top lane. We've seen consistent ganks being utilized towards the Shy in the first 3, but this time around, it's once again going to be between Light and JackieLove. We saw how vulnerable this matchup was when the Kai'Sa was mispositioned in the hands of JackieLove, and Light used the roots to its full potential and completely shutting out the AD carry, at least the bottom lane of Weibo Gaming, or sorry, Top Esports in Game 3. But we'll have to wait and see because, I mean, Top Esports, they have a very simple team composition to pull off. It's Rookie waiting for those 3 items to come online, and Jackie having that bit of self-peel. They have to play with the space properly.
I do like the early skirmishing that Tien can have on the Sejuani. A little bit of proactivity could lead a lot for them, but this is also a situation where we've seen blue side dominance the entire series long, Kitty.
We also saw the Kai'Sa getting first picked, right? On the side of blue for Light in particular. I feel like Light has been playing extremely consistent in the entire series. Even in the losses of Weibo Gaming, he is just doing relatively well. He presses tab and his entire team is dead. That's the type of moment that he is experiencing. But the biggest difference for me is Weiwei on Ivan.
A little bit of combos coming down. I don't think Chris wanted to take that Zenith Blade. Mark and JackieLove, it'll respond right back. That'll be the Ignite burn from Mark, but the flash from Chris. He'll have the Hex Flash on the other side.
Because both junglers are parting away from each other, Tien can potentially look for a gank onto the flashless support of Weibo Gaming. But that goes back to my point of Weiwei this time around on the Ivan. He doesn't have that tool of engage, and that's something that Weibo Gaming desperately rely on, because we saw in Game 1, without that engage from the jungler in particular, they were very lost and they didn't have a clear engage of when a fight should start.
They will have a 6th man as Daisy the Rock will come in eventually for Weiwei, but it is something where you're going to have to really pay attention early on for Weibo, not get set behind so you can get to a point where Xiaohu and Light can deliver you to the promised land of a game number 5.
We do have Weibo already hovering towards his bottom side as the wave is slowly pushing back into Light and Crisp. And I feel like this game should be a relatively slow one. The big one for me, though, is the first Rift Herald, because we've seen Tristana compositions fail around securing that first Rift Herald. Many times, this Rift Herald doesn't go into the pockets of someone like Xiaohu. Those tower plates don't go into the Tristana, the Kraken Slayer doesn't come online, and the champion slowly falls out of the game, as it doesn't allow to provide that pressure in the side lanes.
We're going to be taking a look. Actually, the Scuttle Crab just going to be traded out either way here. One thing I highlighted so much of last game was the fact that Weiwei just continued to focus down towards mid lane. This mid-jungle duo has actually been a pretty strong undercurrent of this series. And last game in particular, it was of utmost importance for Weibo. They'll try to go right back to it, get the trade into onto Rookie.
The Tristana will find natural advantage against the Jace in the early game, as Light does barely dodge out on the W from Mark as well, but still mid lane parity is going to be key, as Xiaohu has natural push against Jace until the serrated Dirk, but Demolish may be a plate in the mid lane.
Gonna try to get the plate as quickly as possible there. As long as you can get gold to either one of these carries, that's what you're looking for. Love to see the pressing coming down from bottom side as well. We have a dragon coming up. Now, we did have a little bit more of a lax attitude towards that last time around. Tien hovering over this top side, though, maybe looking to punish something, but it is just going to be those ships in the night at the second, and with that kind of focus, the press coming in bottom side, the Lovers duos do back away to get the reset out in time.
And coming into this game 4, I wanted to talk a little bit about Weibo Gaming's composition overall, because they have great scaling, right? They have the Ornn, they have the Tristana that will eventually gain more range as the levels come online. Double AD carry, which has great peel provided by the Ivern. However, the requirement for the double AD carries to play perfectly in this teamfight is going to be crucial, because these champions, they go in, they don't really have an option of jumping out because Weibo picked this puppy.
The Shy's in some trouble, and the flash from Wayward. He's gonna get the outplay, the Shy! You're a monster!
He does it again in the top lane! And Weiward, he is gonna walk away a sore loser after that exchange.
That feels so bad, man, for the side of Top Esports. It brings back a little bit more of that hesitation in mid lane too, realizing that it is the Shy who has the advantage, a little bit of an overextend from Wayward, and now getting back onto the map, there is still that focus towards this bottom side that Tien is pathing towards.
One order wasn't enough. Wayward miscalculated his damage. It was a winning 1v1, potentially could have just pushed the wave in instead of committing to the 1v1, but he got too confident.
Oh, we actually have on the picture-in-picture a little bit 2v2, but I want to see here, Wayward looks like the auto,
He ordered the minion once.
Oh no,
But to be
then
fair,
this
he
right
wanted
there.
to get level 6, but the Shy did preemptively flash away before Wayward could connect the Keeper's Verdict, so that was just really good spacing from the Shy, and of course utilizing that tower aggro onto Wayward and winning the 1v1.
What a way to get an outplay. The Shy just standing there, say, coming at me, bro. It is Weibo looking to take this dragon, though Tien is in the vicinity to try to contest.
I mean, the Shy is now 15 CS ahead of this Poppy. He's taking a lot of tower shots here.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're going to the barbecue today in the top side. It is that Horn going to be utilized. The Shy, it does make it out alive. Will end up burning a lot of his health for it. Weibo, take the dragon.
I like how I was like, top lane's gonna be lame. It's gonna be Ornn versus Poppy. Nothing's gonna be dying but Wei Wei.
Oh, they got Jackie Love coming up here as well. Mark immediately flashes away. The feathers are starting to connect. The Blade Caller not gonna be enough just yet. Light wants to fight back though. He is the Kaisa. He's looking to get these plasma stacks going. But it's just the 3v3 in bottom side. Everybody leaving with a little bit of a bloody lip.
That's double flashes committed by Crisp and Wei Wei though for the exchange of marks, of course. But you see Tien, he wants to look for a regank. We do have TPs available from at least Wayward, but it is still before the 14-minute mark, so he has to TP to the the bottom tier 1 tower. But nope, the wave gets pushed in, potentially even a freeze from the bottom lane of Weibo Gaming. But Riftchild is spawning, and you see Mark and Tien linking up to make that rotation.
We'll see getting back on the map though, Top Esports needing to maybe set that tempo a little bit more for themselves. Again, this is a team that has not found success on the red side.
And we talked about the importance of this first Riftchild, especially going to the hands of Xiaohu. He needs this inflation of gold through the early tower plates, but you see the support of Top Esports being there first, having that early tempo, and they will be able to set up some extra bit of vision that will give Top Esports that slight advantage, especially with Jackie Love also hitting level 6, so he's more than happy to 1v2 in the bottom lane.
Wayward gonna move down to get some vision here as well. Just try to spot out the pathing of Wei Wei. That Rift Herald will end up getting traded over. So you got the dragon stacking in the favor of Weibo, but now some more gold waiting in the pockets that Tien's gonna have this Rift Herald for.
Tien is also level 6 now, so he can start looking to force around the flashless laners, specifically Wei Wei and Crisp. I feel like Crisp on this Leona, it has been a little bit scary. He has been going in and taking the wrong trades. As this Leona, I mean, you can't make too many mistakes. That goes for the entirety of Weibo Gaming with Light and Xiaohu, because once you jump in, I don't know if you can jump back out. We'll have to wait and see.
That combo is so deadly, but it also is that double-edged sword. Anytime you take the double marksman composition, you are giving yourself a bar of execution to reach, a timer to reach. And Top Esports, they're looking to up in that timer as best they can. Now, they haven't found any advantage just yet, not even a kill to their name. Only about 1,000 gold behind. It is going to be Wei Wei looking at top side against Wayward. It's the engage from the Shy, the double knock up there. Wayward, there's going to be a bit of trouble. Wei Wei taking a bit to get there. Daisy has come forth, and Wayward, he has the flash, and he has that steadfast presence, makes it out alive.
He only just got the flash. It's in about it, so it just got back up for this Poppy, but with no mana available for the Shy, he is going to look for that reset. Tien still has his Rift Herald. I'm assuming it's going to be placed in the mid lane with that freeze up Rookie and gets that Duskblade online, as he already has a Serrated Dark, so the mid lane 1v1 is already neutralized, and then Tristana shouldn't be able to find too much of a lead, or at least a lane push going on.
I'm glad Tien realizes the strength that Daisy provides, doesn't end up smiting that one away and trying to get that one off the table here. Wei Wei should come around the corner and be able to scoop up these chicky nuggies for himself. Tien just trying to play that skirmishing aggression that we wanted to see from him. He does still have this Rift Herald available to him, and I would expect it to go obviously towards Rookie or Jackie Love either way.
I'm wondering if Rookie goes the Serpent's Fang for this game instead of the Cerildus for that third, because you are versing Ivan and he can neutralize all your poke before Top Eastward looks for a hard poke. But wait, he is wrapping around, going to get spotted on vision though.
They get spotted out, meaning the Top Esports can play with pretty heavy confidence down in the bottom side as well. Tien ended up making his way here. If they do end up timing this one, they just drop the Rift Herald here, and it's going to be a lot of pressure onto Weibo's bottom side. Chris, don't do it. Chris, don't do it. Oh, he tries to go in, but he's going to get engaged on. Here comes Daisy. Light on the other side. This is actually pretty big for Weibo. Chris just going to give over his life, but look at these plasma stacks starting to go through. Light, he gets one of them. The grand entrance flashed out of by the man himself as Light gets the outplay. The killer instinct for a double kill. And now Jackie Love is left all by his lonesome. Light wants to take him out. He's moving forward. That Void Seeker, he doesn't have the range, doesn't have the damage, but it's 2 kills to Light.
Turned out to be the perfect bait from Chris. Like you said, Light is fully online now. He is going to back and get that static shift into his pockets. But Top Esports, they could have executed that so much more clean, but we didn't see the feather pullback from Jackie Love. I'm wondering where he used it because Chris, he didn't get rooted once.
And actually see now with these little bit of aggression from Rookie and mid lane on Xiaohu. We'll actually take a look back at the replay, and I want you to watch Light's positioning here.
Yeah, Chris did get initially engaged on by the entirety of Top Esports. I think Tien should have just committed his ult as he ended up whipping it. The first root comes out, but I feel like he could have saved the E for a couple seconds longer in terms of how Jackie Love played this fight. And now with the Glacial Prism missing, it puts the entirety of Top Esports out of position.
The fact of the matter is, Light was literally by himself, completely separated from Weiwei and from Chris, but nobody was able to capitalize on that. And when you start stacking up that plasma, it ain't gonna go your way. Daisy tanking up the Rift Arrow will deny that gold we had said was there for Tien. And that is actually so big. Weibo taking the tempo under control.
Bit of a tunnel vision, like you said, from the side of Top Esports, but with Light picking up those 2 kills, the Kai'Sa is the only one that Top Esports can't have fed, because you have to consider the fact that Jackie Love gets outranged by the AP Kai'Sa. Rookie will get outranged by the AP Kai'Sa, and she already has the static shift, so she will find consistent lane push in the bottom lane.
Mark gonna get back to his lane a little bit after that dragon goes down. That is the second dragon of the game for Weibo. With the Mountain Soul on the Rift, that could up in priority there, as some tankiness to a double marksman composition will be much welcome. More plates to Xiaohu in the mid lane. My goodness, 3 of them in total there, and you can see where this gold lead is starting to develop from, Kitty.
I can't believe Top Esports, they dropped the Rift Herald because they were running out of time due to a failed 3v3 in the bottom lane, and it gets completely neutralized by the side of Weibo Gaming. And like you said, Xiaohu already picking up 3 tower plates. The double AD carries are so incredibly fed with gold right now. That was a really cute block from Mark. He blocked the Void Seeker from connecting onto Jackie Love while he was channeling his and utilizes the passive.
Get you a man like Mark. Now we do have first item completed here for a majority of members on the side of Weibo with that gold advantage. They got the static shift, the Kraken Slayer there, so first item spikes for the double marksman composition. The Moonstone is there for Weiwei as well, traditional item. I do like the Dustblade completed for Rookie though. You do have a lot of strength in that fashion. A lot of that poke going to be online to some extent there. But I want to look back at the map state here because we do have some hovering from Chris, who's making his way topside, but more so Xiaohu doing his job and taking down the structures.
Weibo Gaming, they've moved the bottom lane duo towards this mid lane. They want to prioritize this upcoming Rift Herald, which will be spawning in 10 seconds. Mind you, that Weibo Gaming, they already have the first 2 dragons secured into their pocket, so they're in complete control at the macro, and no one can match Xiaohu right now, so he's just going to get himself a tier 1.
It's easy as that when you're able to grab this Tristana. Also a mainstay pick for Xiaohu, who himself has been a mainstay for Weibo. I think when we saw him come over to this roster, there were questions about what do you do after the legacy of RNG that you created, the general of Royal Never Give Up, and it feels like he had found his home. He feels like he had found his brothers, and here he is representing on the Tristana already.
You know what's really scary? Do you remember Scout playing Tristana and how he was able to buffer every single Sejuani ult? Well, we have a very similar situation. Tien is on that Sejuani. I'm wondering how they lock down Xiaohu from a distance because, of course, Mark has to bounce off someone from engaging first of all. And honestly, Poppy works incredibly well as a secondary, but the primary is still up to Tien.
Weibo setting the pace right now, though. They will take this Rift Herald in mid lane. Even as the Kraken Slayer is completed for Jackie Love, structure is the focus right now, and that'll be second tower gone, and Weibo able to find a lot of presence on the map.
Weibo Gaming once again in a very similar situation from Game 3. A huge gold lead at the 50-minute mark, sitting at that 5K. But this time around, they have reliable scale. They have the Ornn in their pockets. They also have Kai'Sa and Tristana as that double AD carry, which will excel in the 5v5 team fights alongside Weiwei, picking his Ivan for the first time in tonight's best of 5. So far, so good. So Top Esports, they need to start looking for stragglers around the map just to close up that goal gap.
And you're talking about the poke, or at least the scalability of Weibo's composition. Now, I do want to highlight some of the poke that Rookie can provide, but also just that decisiveness that if it's there for Top Esports, they'll be able to pick apart the composition of Weibo.
Yeah, and Mark receiving the MVP for the Game 3, that was because he was able to find huge 3-man ultimates on the Rel, where to the point it had to be taken away from this Game 4, but I believe it was by the side of Top Esports. I'm not too sure about that one actually, but still, Mark and Tien will be crucial in terms of how these team fights are set up, because they have that gap close to get their hands onto the carries.
And we have about 1 minute and 10 seconds for the next Dragon. This would be a soul point, an early Dragon stack for Weibo if they want to go for it. We do end up getting the back coming out from Crisp to try to make it back alive. And I do want to continue seeing a lot of this vision be set up by Top Esports around this, knowing that Weibo can go for it.
But looking at the map state, Top Esports, they have no outer tier 1 tower, so that is going to deny so much vision control, or at least vision from getting set out by Mark and Tien. And I feel like without that vision priority towards this upcoming Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, it's going to be very hard trying to fight a fight on your own terms. So they need to look for a front to back.
Tien's hovering around this mid lane, will end up being spotted out in the end, but it is Top Esports who are present around this Dragon pit. It is a little early and Weibo will be right here. Looks like we're brewing for a fight, Kitty.
The TP from Wayward as well. He wants to join in. Can the Keeper's Verdict really make the difference for this, though? It's Dragon Soul Point.
Oh, the Shy misses the engage there. That's a bit of a whip, and he's getting chunked down now. He ends up having to flash. Xiaohu gonna find Tien over the wall. Dragon is spawning just now, but it looks like Weibo's gonna give that one up after the missed engage of the Shy.
The Shy still has TP though, but it does seem like Weibo Gaming, with pushing the mid wave in, they want to contest this still.
They can. There's a TP ward right behind Top Esports. Okay, he's going to go for the team. Wayward is tanking up a storm right now, but he is tanking up everything that Weibo want to give to him. He doesn't get sniped in the end. It's the Dragon fight that Tien ends up getting. So it's the first Dragon for Top Esports. They've got to reset the fight, though. Killer Instinct from Lights coming right in. You got the lockdown here in the Reset City coming for Xiaohu. That's going to be another kill, and guess who's getting all the gold? It's the double marksman comp of Weibo.
You get the Dragon, but at what cost? For Top Esports, 3 fallen members, and soon to be a 4th, as Tien is desperately trying to run away with the Baron in 1 minute. I mean, item spikes are going to come online with Light and Xiaohu collecting the money.
They're already looking at a tier 2 tower too. My goodness, Xiaohu is destroying these bases. You think he'd put on a construction hat at this point, watch for falling debris, but it is Top Esports reeling in this game number 4.
And Wayward on this Poppy, that Keeper's Verdict didn't really mean too much. He tanked way too much damage before the fight even started, and that is one of Top Esports' crucial engages gone for this fight, where Tien was also very split from the entirety of the map. That Ornn ultimate from the Shy hit 3 members of Top Esports, and the follow-up allowed Weibo Gaming, especially Light on this Kai'Sa, to start doing the DPS.
As soon as he gets that positioning on the bottom side, Xiaohu also goes for the engage. And then it's easy as that. When you have that much damage, that much gun pointed towards the likes of Top Esports. And I just have to go back to it. Blue side has been incredible so far. Yes, we had that early lead for Weibo on red side last game, but it has been blue side dominance all series long so far.
With the gold lead slowly leading towards that 7K between Weibo Gaming and Top Esports at this 20-minute mark. As long as Weibo Gaming doesn't flip the Baron 50-50, this game is already won. You have scaling champions, you have the Tristana. All you need to do is kill Tien, get the Baron, and finish this clean game.
I will say it feels good for Top Esports to delay that soul point, but that means that Weibo want more. They are forcing a Baron fight right now, and they want to try to get the hand of Top Esports and pull them into the pit with them. They are just looking for the engage here. They're trying to pull resources from Top Esports.
But no vision whatsoever for Top Esports. No information on this Baron pit. They have to check it blind. Tien is still alive. He has the flash as well.
Tian got that last dragon in the 1v1 against Weiwei. See if he can do some miracle work yet again. About half health on the Baron, goes down. Top Esports is running around the corners. You do have a bit of a flank set up here as Weibo pull the trigger. They go for it. Wayward dodging out, but he'll go down anyways to Xiaohu, and right back onto the Baron goes Weibo.
And that's one fallen member of Top Esports. They're going to redo the Baron, but this time around, Tian is still alive. So it's still a 50-50. They need one more pick if they want to take this confidently.
Tian, he will get aggressed on the other end of this. They will not let him just sit here and threaten a steal. He's tanking up here. Baron is not going to be the pull. Killer Instinct came in from Light. Mark's already gone.
Look at
Chris Xiaohu taking out Rookie there. Tick, tick. Boom, baby! He's going out, and Xiaohu gets yet another one. And for a third time, they go right back to Barrett, and this time they secure the big purple worm.
Mazel, the game is currently 10-0. Top Esports haven't gotten a single tower in this game other than the one dragon that they have in their pockets. This is a near perfect game from Weibo Gaming.
Just about that. Tian able to get that big dragon steal to make it not so, but we got to take a look back at this one. Chris waiting forever for this.
Using the Hex Flash and getting his hands onto Wayward to start up the fight, and Weibo Gaming just committing to the front to back team fights. And of course, once again, Chris wrapping around and getting that CC onto Tian, just being an absolute pest to deal with for the jungle of Top Esports, where he wasn't able to challenge the 50-50 smite on this Baron. But while that's all happening, Xiaohu is 1v2ing, zoning out the two carries of Top Esports, where Rookie wasn't able to find that poke onto the enemy team.
There's just no way to get any leg to stand up on here for Top Esports. Every time the engage is there from Weibo, now they have Baron for another 2 minutes as well, and they are pounding on the door of Top Esports here in game number 4.
Jackie Love is still sitting on the Kraken Slay, not even the Navori. So Top Esports, I don't know if they can really protect this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Potentially just back off, work off your inhibitor towers, and look for a singular pick if one person missteps.
See, the siege is here now, present for Weibo. They might have overextended a little bit as some poke is coming back down. Tian's feeling pretty zealous to get this engage going. There's the Horn back, and you stepped way too far forward. The Keeper's Verdict's gonna separate one. The tower had gone down to Xiaohu in the top side of the map, but Top Esports, they're struggling here. They can't find anything. Tian just left out in the dust. And Weibo with the Killer Instinct to go in is eliminating Top Esports in game 4. They're onto the inhib tower in mid lane. The Shy's gonna burn his flash, but Baron is still up for a minute here, Kitty.
What an absolute mad lad. Xiaohu looking for more.
Oh my god.
So low.
Oh, he wants him, he wants him, he wants him, he gets him! And that's another kill to Xiaohu, and that's another game to Weibo. They're looking for the final touches here, Kitty.
12-0 Top Esports. They're not going to get a single kill in this game 4. Weibo Gaming, they're looking to bring it to 5.
Deliver us to greatness. Deliver us to Silver Scrapes. And you knew it was coming. Game number 5 on the horizon. What a series. We expected nothing less from these two teams. The accolades, the stars, everything coming down to one series or your season is done. And we go all the way to the brink. 5 full games. I couldn't ask for anything more, Kitty.
A singular game remains in this best of 5, where Top Esports, they were so close to getting that regional finals position, but no, Weibo Gaming had something to say about that, and specifically Xiaohu on this Tristana. This is why people don't let open the Tristana over towards Weibo Gaming, but still a near perfect game out of WBG against Top Esports, and this was another type of domination that we haven't seen in this series so far.
And Top Esports might be colored in red, but my god, red does not help them, because red side is looking like a curse at this point. But that's the beauty of a best of 5, because now they have the chance to potentially go back to blue side. And I do wonder, especially with the way we've seen the meta play out, we've seen Rookie literally just grabbing the Jace over and over again. There has to be a change in the draft coming in game number 5, Kitty.
Well, Rookie, when I think of Rookie, I think of Azir, right? But that has been a permaban from the side of Weibo Gaming coming into tonight's series, or at least I believe Xiaohu
after that one.
Yeah, after that one, but still, I mean, maybe it's written in the stars, maybe it's a script, but blue side still 100% win rate. And now Top Esports, being the losers of Game 4, they will choose the side for the final game. And from start to finish, Wei on this Ivan, it was led through in Game 4. It was a permaban before this 4th game, and he really showed us why this champion has been taken away for every single game, pretty much.
Also, I will just say, Crisp on the Leona is a different animal. It feels like, I know we said that about a lot of our players, but it is incredible to watch him work on this one. Even with those early engages didn't go his way, it was a lot of the setup, especially around that Baron pit, that was so crucial. That means that we're going to Game 5, and that means we have Silver Scrapes queued up and ready to go. So go ahead and crank those speakers up, and let's hear it. We'll see you after a short little break, and the analyst desk will break that one down.
抢到了冥王，而且大招过去直接开钻。哇，这人队已经打得很混乱了，手里还疯狂投伤害，恶不流点到了格温，但正面还有个满血格力加小猫咪，所以有点不太够，被震回来了。恶飞流这个点还有点高，格力还有第2周目，在我没有把厄斐琉斯击倒，看厄斐琉斯有基宝还在拉扯。厄斐琉斯再点个人头，要五杀了，就在战绩赛第1天5杀。
想要滑上去，
开大招开点了，猴子给技能往前推出了闪现技巧了，一步之后就是生存的秘籍，后上跨。
杰克这边还在正面 ，Mark 为你们在保上，刀子大，这边虎刀直接吸，我们过来了，这个厄斐琉斯直接拿到一个3杀，3下端脱平。 先逼掉乐言在后排前名，乐言丝线直接被秦文彦你给击杀掉了，而且后续赖特利用计划给了对方控制之后，回头在5连开始来大输出，4杀夸抓到手，5杀吗？最后人头是由小虎给拿到。再战线，双招交出来，但是想留更多的人，就要开了，可以想开后排，想开出可以直接秒杀到 AD， 卡莎直接对位的沙顿 AD。只要看后部其实可以了，在2下之后开启了收割模式，能收割起来吗？交闪电会把9号剑点死了，这波是一波机会，后部感觉可以收割，再打一个中间人头 ，Red Cap 就老不进能，但没有任何办法，一击能顶完之后一个 Triple Q 到手，那应该是有夸抓了。看到Peter这个位置自己也没定在原地，秦辉也已经向前狂轰 ，Alpha 再次支配了战场，4杀到手。 卡莎瞬间切到战场，4转卡莎，他带来个刺客的转职，直接收到一波 double kill，又瞄准奎桑迪，奎桑迪还捏着自己的大招，他没有大招，大招是没有了，卡莎直接一波3杀，39身上还被套了一手重度粉后段，卡莎再一个巨风可敌，直接切进去猴子反杀了，但是被小猫给推走了，下个刺切被处理掉，嘎啦飞上去了，1切2，拿下3杀加了4杀到手，这3个5杀是可以稳稳的送到嘎啦的身上，本塔 Q， 来了，跳一下。 欧亚这边很脆，直接被融化了，第1场已经招了，而且塔已经被点掉，双 C 在打前排，但是打不动，这边欧亚已经死了，这边开了5个人啊，开的还不错，但这边的话，李飞的血量还挺健康的，绿尔已经被秒掉，李飞拿到一个双杀，小炮跳进来闪 A， 李飞已经拿到一个第3个人头了，
有机会5杀，
要5杀了，最后优卡被斩整到，一发通臂的 Q， 本塔 Q，
打伤害，欧亚这边先被解决，北川也被卡在了前面，所有人都在集火出妹，出妹非常绕，打了一个闪现，乐园地牛头死了，瑶瑶反身开一个大招，但是被乌兹给躲开了，乌兹还在输出，乌兹这边是有闪现跟大招的，但双方打成一个 A 波，他要飞吗？再一个进攻了，乌兹回来，卡西亚少女带走了瑶瑶，闪现过来，还有彪把他锁住了，最后剩下一个过来的优口过来飞，被乌兹已经卡到大招，闪现不打，最后一下平 A。
I
N 前版本的辅助一般都是以一个坦克然后带控制的辅助为主，就是更多的话是承担队伍的一个给控制，然后逼对面位置的一个英雄。我觉得我们是一支很有韧性的队伍，然后我们也很喜欢就是跟别人打碰撞的那种对局。在其他方面的话，我们在团队的运营上，我们更像一支队伍，打的还是比较整体的。
Oh yeah, baby, game 5, here we are, and you know it was going to go the distance. You knew, you understood. Look at you, you base League of Legends fan. You all knew.
You voted for a 3-0.
Well, it does, but now that that was off the table, we all knew it was going to game 5, and the fact that Weibo were against match point after throwing game number 3, excuse me.
One of them.
It meant that it could only be a 3-2. My name's Hysterix. Today, I'm incredibly biased. Tomorrow, regardless of who wins, I'll be neutral again. But for now, man, let's talk about this draft because game number 4 was a pinch it was easy again. It was under 25 minutes, I believe.
It was quick. I'm trying to remember the exact timestamp, and I can't
Under
remember.
30.
But
there you go.
What we've seen now is the adaptation towards the top lane, the key matchup which we highlighted, and it's actually starting to really come to fruition here, because after the last few games, we saw that tank top laners that could contribute to team fights had a lot of value. Wayward on the Ornn did very well in the game before this one, but then coming into this, the Shy does exactly the same thing. Picks up the Ornn, it's Ornn into Poppy. They're both trying to have team fight value, and somehow, in a game with such proficient carries, when you have Rookie, Xiaohu, Light, Jackie Love as well, it's not necessarily been about them, despite the fact that often those roles are the main characters. It has felt like the initiators and the tank players have been doing so much value, and jungle as well, really first and foremost amongst that.
I mean, as you said, I feel like Chris getting high value here on the Leona. I think more importantly, even though in moment you'll see who got the MVP, I feel like, to add a bit of merit here, the Shy on a tank, the Shy on something that has the engage ability, even though in a lot of the fights there was a miss, there was a whiff down in Dragon area, having the ult value, it's still a threat, it's still enough to put Weibo in a great 5v5 spot. And Xiaohu took full advantage of that. MVP of game number 4 on this Tristana. And I have to say, WBG, outside of the bias I talk about today, the fact that they've drifted to another side, another style of composition, you know, double marksman coming through, is again, impressive adaptation.
The teams which we've seen succeed in LPL and qualify for Worlds already, so JDG, BLG, and LNG, have all been very versatile, which is a bit of a departure from what we know from the LPL. The LPL typically, when it comes around to international competitions, when they send multiple teams, they're very stylized. They'll play something very well, but not necessarily the whole breadth of compositions. But with teams like Weibo also in the mix too, potentially also qualifying alongside those other teams, the LPL has become a very varied region with its team's compositions, and games like this can really go to show that. This is the double marksman for the Ivern as well. I think that was a very intelligent answer to something like that Jace. The Jace was firing all their shock blasts into tanks, into Daisy. Really couldn't get value, and it brought so much space for Xiaohu to make the big plays. He was really popping off in all the right ways on this Tristana, and he defined, for in a lot of ways, a lot of the big fights.
And even though we've seen Rookie on this Jace a couple of times now, I feel like there's only been, you know, that one game, the comeback last game, that Rookie was really that impactful. Xiaohu's had now 2 MVP performances, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Even if not, the Azir game, legendary, right? Now again here.
Oh no, that was way on the.
It was.
Well, I got it in that game.
But he was a good support stuff in the sense that he was another carry that needed to be highlighted. So here again, Xiaohu coming up clutch, and I think in a lot of the Weibo wins so far in the series, it has come down to Xiaohu. Even the early game of last game, Xiaohu was an influential factor. It's just crazy we're down to 5. You said it best, you know, you predicted a 3-2. This was always going to game 5. This was always going to be a messy, a mucking about series. But in many regards, it's also been some clean League of Legends within the games itself.
This is kind of what we've come to.
No,
hang on a second, what do you mean?
Oi, what the hell? Production trying to tilt me?
But the thing about these two teams is that you can go from one game to just one game afterwards, and it looks like it is a completely different team on the rip. We've now had 4 games of 4 very different performances from these teams. I think particularly Game 3, Weibo will be kicking themselves. It felt like they were so far ahead that they couldn't lose it, and yet they couldn't quite close it out around that Baron through the lead over to Top Esports. And now it comes down to just one last game. Top Esports have side choice. They have selected Blue Side, and Blue Side has won every single game in the series. I don't think Blue Side is necessary. Weirdly though, I don't feel as though it's the Blue Side which has really been the killer. I think it has been the difference in clean play in a lot of the key games.
Yeah.
It does bring the question of what are you first picking? Is something going to fall through the net in this 5th and final game? Maybe we see Xiaohu back on Azir, which we did talk about him having a very strong performance on early on this. Are we going to see any of these tank top laners banned away? Are we going to see some of these priority junglers banned away? There are so many things you have to take into consideration over the course of this series, in which we've already highlighted multiple different compositions. It's not like it's been one pick that's defined the series.
Yeah.
Makes our job really easy when it does, because like, it's just all about Tristana or Kaiser or whatever. It's not really been that easy.
I mean, again, you know, when we see picks like Poppy, I feel like in grand finals with JDG, you know, there was a couple of games that really defined why 369 was picking it and how influential it was. But you're right, like the other days too, there's no draft that you go, apart from game 1, right? Where we did talk about the impacts of Weibo's draft, but there's no draft throughout this series, and even the other series throughout the other days that have been that egregious consistently, or a pick that's been that OP that needs to be taken away. I think the only thing we saw, you know, in game 1 again, Jace Maokai was given over. But ever since, Weibo have been banning away the Maokai. Jace has been coming through with the Sejuani. doesn't have the same impact, doesn't have the same merit, although close, it still doesn't get off the ground as easily as the Maokai does.
Something's going to have to fall through the net, though. We've seen the Kaiser and the Xayah be traded a number of times now. A lot of the time, those are picks which have defined the meta. I think that now we've seen them both kind of be traded off against each other. That hasn't been the difference maker. I really wonder whether it will be one of these tank top laners taking the place of one of these bans, which we've seen throughout the course of this. We've seen, you know, stuff like Jace hit a couple of the bans, the Maokai.
Yeah.
You really have to wonder what these teams are willing to give up in this fifth and final game, particularly on red side, Weibo. Maybe they try and change up their classic bans and bring on something else. We got the Silver Scrapes once again. Game 5 between these two teams for a shot at Worlds. It wouldn't even qualify them, but this is the elimination match. It is one last game to try and figure out their way through this draft and keep themselves alive.
Listen to them. Listen to them. Chinese crowds have forever struck a note in my heart. It's not this event. It's not just the many I've been to. It's Worlds in China. It's grand final moments. It's the fact that the Chinese crowd can get so rowdy. Somebody gave them drums as well for the gyos. That was always going to be a +10 to dexterity. Top Esports and Weibo, despite my banter coming in on the desk, I am just glad either way. Mazel drops the bomb off screen. I can tell you one thing. Both of these teams going up against EDG, I would be scared. I would be scared. EDG, we're talking about a team that maybe isn't as explosive, as scary as Top Esports and Weibo in some way. Yes, they're in a position for 4th seed. Yes, they had more championship points, but I'd be watching this and go, either if it's Weibo or Top Esports, I'm bloody terrified going in a best of 5 up against them.
I think EDG need to be scared. I think they're watching the games today and they're really starting to figure out what the heck do we prepare for. We've seen very, very drafts. That's one of the big points we talked about here. And we've seen, in a lot of ways, a lot of talent still left to be decided here.
Well, in a game 5, we're going to find out exactly the answers. I'm going to tell you right now, it is a Weibo 3-2. Let's go, the Shy! Weibo, you're going to win this. Don't worry about any analyst opinions or any bias coming from the crowd. This is yours. I'm not meant to have an opinion, but against it anyway. The heart's in it. We're going to head it over to Mazel and Kitty to get it out of the way and to watch this Weibo 3-2 occur. Let's go to the Shy.
You can wish all you want hysterics, but there is only one game that matters between these two and their 2023 season. Their ticket to Worlds, still another best of away, but they have to handle business here or it will be devastation for both sides if they do not make it. I think the amount of pressure that is in all 10 of these players right now that is holding their shoulders down, they've got to rise to the occasion, Kitty.
And the 4 games so far this series for tonight has been bloody. It's been chaotic and the roller coaster that we have been expecting this entire time. But of course, everyone knew that this series in particular, Top Esports versus Weibo Gaming, it had to go to 5. And now we're here with Top Esports coming off a huge loss and Weibo Gaming having a near perfect game to seal the deal.
It was incredible, to say the least. I think blue side has obviously been so ridiculously strong. Top Esports back on it yet again. Weibo's going to have to find a way to buck that trend and get a win on red side if they want to continue moving forward. And especially with the way the meta has played out. Rookie has played Jace every single game. We need to see maybe some adaptation coming through as game number 5 draft kicks off. These are going to be the pivotal things that set us up for a beautiful game number 5. Top Esports, they'll ban away that Ivern. They get the Vi off the table too. On the side of Weibo with red, they ban away the Kai'Sa and the LeBlanc.
And the difference is the Kai'Sa has been taken away. We've seen it in the past 2 games. A huge lead given over. I mean, this champion was going to just take over every single team fight. So Weibo Gaming being on the red, they're not going to give that over. So I'm assuming maybe they could consider something like the Xayah now that the Kai'Sa isn't in the conversation anymore, since it does get outranged by something like that AP. But still, triple jungle bans coming out of Top Esports. They are scared of Weiwei, especially when he did pick the Ivern in that game 4. Although not on a hard engaged jungler, he was still getting stuff done 24/7 on the map, and that's why this champion was so fierce.
Finally, the Maokai comes through as a ban again. You got to see that one there as well. well as no more Fanghorn Forest here ever again, it feels like. Now, first pick will be pivotal for Top Esports. We've seen them kind of hover over some of the flexibility before, but I wonder where they go to. We've seen the Azir make it through here in the first phase. Does that become a priority, or is it just the Jace yet again for Rookie?
We need the Azir for Rookie.
There it is.
In Game 5, the Jace isn't working out in the past game, of course, but still, Rookie is one of the best Azirs that we have in the LPL, and it's finally been let through open into this Game 5. I mean, Hysterics was talking about it off screen. Perhaps the Sejuani linked alongside the Azir, where it will provide great AoE into those team fights. But Weibo Gaming, they can consider the Jace themselves. You can find early game leads, but Xiaohun, the Shisana, he was dominating.
He was a menace, just being able to take down so many side lane turrets, but also just provide that demolishing strength. It is going to be that yet again opt-in for him, something he's been really highlighting on. But I love that Rookie is just bringing his Emperor into the Emperor of Xiaohu. We'll see this Sejuani actually be maybe a nice lock-in for them, because I think Weiwei, with those preemptive setups, with the skirmishing, the early pathing he can provide, could enable the composition very well already, even just in the first 2 picks, and that Sejuani does get locked in.
Now with the Rel and the Malka out of the conversation, the jungle pool is a little bit narrow, so maybe Tian can lean back to something like the Lee Sin or the Nocturne to go for those side lanes and really help, or at least shut down the Tristana, who will be pressuring the tier 1s in top or bottom. But we'll have to wait and see, because the Renekton is still up and available. Potentially the Shy will take that as the Xayah gets hovered. The Xayah and the Azir is such a notorious combo in diffusing engages, and they're great at team fighting as well. So we'll have to wait and see if Top Esports can pull this off.
I do really like it. You just have so much peel back available to you when you have this duo here as well.
There's also the Rakan available for Mark to pick on this 3rd position, but that means they're dropping jungle to 4 and 5. And with the jungle pool already being pinched so much, with Top Esports banning 3 of them, it's going to be really interesting on what Tian opts into if they do that.
Wayward's right back to a tried and true. We got the Cassante locked in.
And Cassante bringing it back to Game 1 of how the series started. It was Wayward getting the MVP. It was Wayward getting a 3-man Q3 onto the opposing team. But this time around, the Tristana and the Zeri locked in. Supports are still up and available. Nautilus is going to get considered by Weibo Gaming to get banned out, as it is going to be a huge counter into the double ADC carry composition. But still, I want to see something like the Alistar that can also create huge AoE CC in the team fights.
I always like the Zeri for light, even if it had fallen out of the priority meta there. It does give you that double marksman composition for Weibo with that double-edged sword there for them. The Nautilus ban and the Rumble ban, some harken backs to what we've already seen in this series.
The Jax is still left up and open for the Shy if he wants to take that. There's still a lot of viable champions that can go into the Cassante, perhaps just the Renekton lock-in into Wayward for the Game 5. Although, once the Bramble Vest comes online, the matchup does get a little bit more difficult, but we have to throw it back on the Shy 1v2ing in this series on that Renekton, completely outplaying the top and jungle of Top Esports. Let's see if he can do it again as the Poppy gets taken away, as that's also a viable champion that could have gone towards the jungle. But now, once again, the same question. Maybe a Nocturne for Tian in this Game 5.
Man, I do, that could be an interesting opt-in there. I still really like Crisp on the Rakan here, also taking away the Lovers duo. But you wonder if there is going to be that adaptation, right? We have seen a pretty stagnant state of things so far.
I don't like this Millie getting locked in for Top Esports.
Yeah.
They need hard engage. The Skana also works as an AD jungler that has huge focus in, not the Jarvan. The enemy team has so many jumps and mobility. This is not going to work. So potentially just the Skana for the Game 5. What is with LPL and locking in Skanas for Game 5?
Let's
EDG's
go!
done it. LNG's done it. And now Top Esports on match point will also play the Skana to determine if they get to go to the regional qualifiers.
Captain Flowers better wake up over there in the LCS, because we got a Game 5 Skarner. Everything coming down to the engage of Tien. But we have the hover for Giga Shy. This is something that we haven't seen in this series yet. It has been a pivotal pick for the Shy, and he'll lock it in.
This is going to be the first time the Shy plays Gwen since the start of the summer playoffs. And the first time we see him on something that isn't a tank outside of the Rumble. So he has a true potential of carrying this game away against champions like the Skana and the Cassante, which won't be able to deal with this Gwen on the side, but we'll have to wait and see because I feel like this entire series, it hasn't really been too much about draft outside of the first one. It's about who engages better. This time around, Weibo Gaming, they have the Sejuani, they have the Rakan. These two champions working together to go for those picks has been key for Weibo Gaming. But on the other side, Top Esports, they have great disengage. They have the Zai, they have the Azir, so been about team fighting from start to finish, and it's gonna end a bloody one.
And you hear the crowd getting pumped. The energy is electric. One of these teams will have no more say in 2023. The stars have aligned and they've all gathered here in Xi'an. And as Top Esports is trying their damnedest to find a win yet again on blue side, Weibo have everything going for them. The crowd feels Weibo centered. We even heard hysterics with all of his bias, but it is one last game on Summoner's Rift to determine if you keep going forward or if you end in tears and disappointment.
The pressure is on. It's all up to a singular game for both of these organizations, or their journey for summer ends tonight. The first 4 games have been extremely fast-tempoed, and coming into this Game 5, I expect nothing the less. But of course, the Skana is going to be key coming into this final game. We have yet to see this champion getting played by Tien throughout the entire split, but this is going to be a huge risk for Top Esports, but if they can pull it off, they go to the regional finals.
We are getting into it now as the arena goes dark. All eyes on these lit up stage on this Summoner's Rift as Game 5 and Silver Scrapes ring in your ears. You know the LPL always delivers. This was destiny between these two teams, and there is nothing left but one more game. Gios roar as we come into our Silver Scrapes Game 5. You might not be able to hear it as purely at home as we can here, but my heart is pounding. Everyone in this building watching so intently to see who has a date with EDG on the other side.
The chants from the fans is rumbling the ground in the Chujiang Sports Center. This is such a crucial series for either organizations, as it is an entire years of hard work and also a ticket or a potential ticket towards the world stage.
So one thing we've seen in this series, you highlighted it coming out of draft, it has been a very quick pace when a team gets ahead, especially from the blue side, except for the game that Top Esports had to claw back from Weibo. But now as we get into it, we were talking a little bit about the peel back and the potential that Top Esports has as a composition, and the fact that Rookie's on his ear yet again.
The biggest difference coming into this Game 5 is that Mark is now on Milio, an Enchanter support. We haven't had a single Enchanter support in the past few series of the entire LPL, and this time around, the Milio gets locked in, paired alongside Jackie Love. They won't have that agency, and the biggest factor into tonight's series was the jungle and support link-up that they so desperately rely on to set up that fast tempo for the carries to work off.
On the other side, I love the double marksman composition, but we've already talked so much about it in this best of 5. There is that bend and break style, the double risk, double reward, but you have to get to a scaling promise there as well with that kind of composition.
And the Shy, given the counter pick on the red side, we have yet to see red side win in this entire series. It's all been about blue. But with the Gwen getting locked in for the Shy for the first time in summer, at least from playoffs, he has to be ahead to really dominate the side. Weiwei, he's wrapping around from the tri-bush.
It is. It could be a little bit of something going down here on the bottom side as the Blade Caller actually buys a lot of time here. Mark will end up having to flash. It's not going to be first blood just yet, but we get Weiwei's early presence bot side.
Double summoners burn from the AD carry of Top Esports as well, but it was beautifully salvaged by the double root landing from the Zai, and it kills the play. But Weiwei now spotted with his gank towards the bottom side. The clear is going to be a little bit slow, but this is the fast tempo that has been created ever since the start of tonight's series.
And I love that Weiwei is being very proactive because Tien is just going for that full side clear for himself, and that is a little bit of the difference of approach that we're seeing already between the two junglers.
My eyes are all onto the Skarner, because the reason why you pick Skarner is, of course, for that level 6 ultimate. And you know who doesn't get away from a Skarner? Tristanas and Zeris. There's a reason why Nautilus is a permaban against, or at least for the Zeri against the Nautilus. But this time around, it's in the jungle. But still, the champion is relatively weak for the first 6 levels, so that's why Tian, or at least Wei Wei, is so incredibly urgent on forcing plays.
And we've already talked so much about the legacy that all these players have. We have so many accolades across this entire Rift here, but it is experience that is going to be the key factor here, and leaning on that as well. I love to see the difference come out from Tian and from Top Esports, and it has been the blue side that has been their bread and butter, it feels like, for them. So now for that proactivity that Wei Wei has, I want to see some answering from Tian as well.
And talking about Wei Wei, his entire journey in summer so far, the development is there. He came onto this Weibo Gaming roster with huge expectations, replacing Karsa from Spring, and Weibo Gaming, they look as together as ever.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, I think. You know, we got to see, obviously, Light changing over from LNG. A lot of these members from Weibo coming over here in 2023, but Xiaohu has been such a main part of the growth that Weibo has had, right? You knew this guy from RNG. You knew his strength as a general for that team. But the fact that he's found peers that can rise to the occasion with him is also important. They're going to have to change the fate of things here and hope for a first-time red side win in this series.
3-time MSI champion in the mid laner of Weibo Gaming. He wants to prove himself at the world stage once again, but that goes the same for Rookie. He's been snubbed every single time from going to that world stage at the internationals, so he needs to fight for an opportunity to prove why he is one of the best mid laners in the LPL.
That's the craziest thing, is Rookie just hasn't found success since he left IG. He found a little bit in a monumental season with V5, but it hasn't been lasting success. And now, as we get into this one, we have the first dragon already up tempo for Weibo. They're going to find Tian on the back end of it. It wasn't the dragon they wanted. They wanted some scorpion meat to kick things off.
And Chris beautifully wraps around the vision and catches Tian off guard. They're going to collect themselves the first blood and also the first dragon. And that is this entire Game 5 starting to an absolute bang.
It is indeed. Wei Wei was already very proactive. The fact that they find that back-end fight is huge.
And the first blood goes into the hands of Xiaohu. Xiaohu was the reason why they were able to win Game 4 in such a convincing manner. We'll get a replay of this where the ward spots out Tian at the Raptor camp, and he had no idea the support of Weibo Gaming was able to make his way towards the red. And the CC, Tian still had the flash, but the synergy out of the team of Weibo Gaming, they needed this kill.
Mark wanted to help so bad, but just a little bit of missed timing there for him. I actually see bottom side going to defend the back there for Crisp, and does end up doing so.
And in every Weibo Gaming win so far, it's all been about Crisp and Wei Wei's ability to set up for these plays. It's not about the team composition. I feel like ever since Game 1, every composition was winnable, but it all came to set up and how these players approach team fights. And Chris has been amazing on champions like the Leon, and this time given a Rakan with such mobility, you have to play with the flash timers perfectly against Top Esports, because they have the Azir, they have the Zaya. A flank is going to work perfectly for Weibo Gaming.
Now for Top Esports, we're getting very close to Tian hitting level 6. That was a big unlocking factor for them to try to shut down any of these double carry styles from Weibo and find Xiaohu and Light. But Xiaohu's already getting back to his construction work that he was doing last game. He's able to find some plates in mid lane on the Tristana.
The annoying thing will be for the double AD carries of Weibo Gaming is that they will be forced to build a QSS against the Skarner, and that does deny the 3-item spike. As the W lands, I'm not too sure if it's going to result into too much other than just a little bit of a health trade. But back to my point where once the QSS comes online, the Skarner no longer has the option to lock down either Xiaohu or Light, so potentially gets onto the Shy, where it pulls this Gwen into the hands or pockets of Jackie-Love, and they play front to back.
That's going to have to be the ticket here, especially because, again, we haven't seen the red side win just yet. Weibo were very close to one. They had such a good early lead, but then they lost it. Got a little bit lost in the sauce. We do have the Rift Herald coming up, and Wei Wei already this way, so is Tian.
And we'll keep highlighting the importance of Tristana having that first Rift Herald into her pockets, especially collecting that first blood as well. Weibo Gaming would love to keep rolling the ball and continue this snowball coming out of the early game, but still, we have the supports already roaming up. Chris being a little bit faster in tempo, but the difference is Mark is an enchanter support. He's not going to offer as much.
Yeah, I do want to also focus on our key matchup of the day that feels like has been a bit of 50-50. This mid lane, though, is capitalized on. Push 3 members into the turret here as Rookie makes it known that he is the Emperor this game. You got Tien going topside, though. He does have that level 6, but can't get the range onto the Shy.
Mark was so close to dying there, but Rookie with the 3-man Emperor's Divide saves his support. But that's double Summoner's gone, and also a huge ultimate that Top Esports requires to contest for this Rift Herald, but it does seem like Xiaohu is going to reset. Without that TP available, Top Esports, they regain somewhat of a control in this mid lane.
They actually want to look to capitalize on Mark and Rookie in the mid lane here. No vision towards this top side, going to spot out Weiwei. Meanwhile, Top Esports feel comfortable because of the Rift Herald. Jackie Love is on his way. He will make it here first. Light is nowhere nearby, so Top Esports feeling good to go in. There's that Skarner grab, and the Blade Caller combo on top of it. It's working so well together, Kitty.
And they secure themselves the Rift Herald, perfectly denying away from Weibo Gaming. And once again, the Skarner with the Flash ultimate completely catches Weiwei off guard, as Weibo Gaming trying their best to regain some of that gold that they lost through these tower platings. But still, a great team fight because of the rotation out of the bottom lane.
How dirty is that combo? You just get the Impale there and you just line them up for the feathers, and you know, Jackie Love pulls them back and you got an easy CC chain there for yourself. That is the kind of style they want to bring to this one. That was what we highlighted from draft.
Because Top Esports, they have champions like the Xayah and the Azir, Weiwei is going to have an incredibly difficult time. This champion is a little bit stubborn when it comes to the engages. It's going to be a little bit rough on how he decides to take these chances, but now Jackie Love rotating towards the top side, he is going to force the Rift Herald and collect 2 plates.
Tempo is the name of the game, and TES, we're trying to put some tempo on the top side. Very, very close to that other plate there as Weiwei is going to aggress back onto him, but some feathers will do some work into Sejuani as now Jackie Love gets engaged back onto. Some nice defense from Weibo, but continuing to pressure his Top Esports bot lane in the top lane.
So far, Top Esports have been the proactive team when it comes to macro. You have the double AD carries.
Oh, the back just got completed for Tien. He is nowhere near to help, and the Shy wants the kill. There's the TP coming in. That's Rookie that's going to join. Alcove gameplay ain't going to save you today, Jackie Love, as Rookie and Mark are now left out. That's another beautiful Emperor's Divide from Rookie, and he's showing how that peel can really work for them.
Over-ambition is Jackie Love's biggest mistake on this Xayah, burning every single ability and the ultimate. Weibo Gaming, they catch the AD carry of Top Esports, over-pushed, and they punish accordingly.
And now with this state of game, a little bit of chaos, the Dragon is already started up by Tien, and both teams are just kind of trying to gun towards victories for themselves. I mean, you would expect nothing less from both of them, but the tempo right now is in Top Esports' favor.
And because Light was solo farming in the bottom lane, getting that XP by himself, he has the static shift.
Whoa,
wants
whoa.
to contest.
Little lightning crash there to give him some juice back into it here. Weibo will be trying to capitalize on Tien, who has nothing left to get out of there. They are going to get him in the end, and it's Light that gets the kill. Ultra Shock Laser will end up slowing him down, but Weibo, they'll respond, and they get that one back.
Light is playing ever so confidently in tonight's series, a second time on the Zeri as he collects even more plates through this bottom lane. Yes, Top Esports got the Rift Herald. Yes, they got gold into Jackie Love, but that was split between 2 people, while Light has been solo farming in this bottom side as a Zeri.
We'll see the transition back down towards his bottom side, though, as Mark heading back down there as well. The reset does come through from Wayward, and that's something else I want to highlight. I know we talked about the holistic compositional strengths here, but I do want to go back to our key matchup in the top side of the map, and the Shy versus Wayward. The culmination here is the Gwen versus Cassante. What kind of influence do you see the Shy having later on in the game?
Weibo Gaming has a very scary composition in a 1-3-1 type of split push that they can apply towards the later stage of the game, especially through the Shy, where once 3 items come online, I doubt Rookie or Weiwei can even match, because you have to consider the fact that Rookie, he plays with range, but the Shy, having that Shroud in his pockets, I mean, Azir is going to get absolutely stumped on in the side, but still, they have to get to that point. They have to be on the lay low, but still, they have this early game advantage. And Tien, I mean, his flash is coming up soon, so he has to stop that.
Well, at least we got the check-in on top side. If I start smelling burgers, we'll go ahead and go back there. But Weibo, they want to go right to Rookie, who's all alone on the top side. He does have the crown completed, so it's going to buy a lot of time for him. But it's Weibo that want to capitalize. They're looking to pounce on the Emperor of Shurima. The Glacial Prison misses, and that just means Weiwei is just heading straight out of there. Rookie holding the pressure of Weibo.
This has been an ongoing trend with the Sejuani for tonight's series. These Glacial Prisms aren't hitting. And with that, I mean, Rookie just gets away scratch-free while Weiwood picking up a tower play into his pockets. But once again, I feel like Top Esports, with this composition, they will excel at 5v5 team fighting. Front to back is going to be their bread and butter. While on the other side, Weibo Gaming, they have to find flanks with Crisp, with the Shy. We already saw that Crisp, when it was the first dragon, he got behind Tian and he got that first blood into Xiaohu's pocket. So his requirement of playing perfect this game is going to be key.
If you see that left side of your screen right there, Weibo fans are rejoicing. Anytime you see two marksmen in the lead with a double marksman composition, you're feeling mighty fine. But the thing I have to focus on here is the relationships between these teams. They know each other so well, not only from the LPL regular season, but also the history. We have world champions on either side that got those championships together, and it all comes down to one final game, Kitty.
And this best of 5 is a redemption for either Top Esports or Weibo Gaming coming into 2023. These are super rosters in the LPL. Like you said, 5 total world championships shared amongst the players. And this is the only chance that they have to continue their run in the regional qualifiers and get that 4th seed, or at least compete for it against EDG.
Now we do have some timers on objectives coming up, about 30 seconds for that next Rift Herald, about a minute and a half for the Dragon. So you like the separation of the timers here? That just means we're going to be looking at Fight Night City around the objectives themselves. Tian and TES already present to try to get the Spire ahead of time.
4-man rotation coming out of Top Esports as well, with every single summoner available. My eyes are still onto Tian with the flash available on the Skana, because an ultimate from Tian is going to be a guaranteed kill for Top Esports if they focus correctly. But still, the decision-making has to be clear coming into these team fights.
It does indeed, and you see a lot of the vision is already present. That Scuttlecrab's actually doing some serious work for Weibo as well, but both teams positioning so heavily around this objective, Kitty.
The Glacial Prism has to hit from Weiwei, but Top Esports, they're caught out.
There it is. There's that Glacial Prism. Just going to be used preemptively there as Tian takes the brunt of it. We'll end up coming right back. Crisp was looking for a little bit of an angle here. Does end up getting the Hex Gate right out, and Tian starting up the Rift Herald.
But because the Glacial Prism has already been used to no effect, Top Esports, they have a time frame to start this up. Weibo Gaming, they're most likely going to give this
Weiwei. They're going to TP in. Weibo do not want to go down without a fight. The Impale is there, the double knockup, triple knockup. There's the lightning crash from Light, though. You got to watch the ADC. Xiaohu can't get the reset there as well. That Rift Herald is not there anymore, but the fight is still going. Xiaohu gets Jackie Love on the side, and the Shy takes down Wayward. Weibo, they find enough kills, but Xiaohu's overextended here and gets one back. The reset out, and your Xiaohu Emperor has arrived.
Bow down to the Emperor of Spring, because he's making his way one step closer to becoming that player to revisit the world stage. But Xiaohu in this team fight on the Tristana made the difference by killing both Jackie Love and Tian with a slither of health.
How fitting is it that the Shy and Xiaohu are the ones that have the gold? 2-0 on the Shy, 3-0 on Xiaohu. He's looking at a outer tower here, as well as first turret gold, and it is looking all Weibo so far with a pretty hefty gold lead, about over 5,000. They're looking at the Dragon now. This will be Dragon number 2.
The only hard engage that Top Esports have in their pockets right now isn't available. Tian's Stunner ult is such a long cooldown. Jackie Love's getting surrounded.
He is. The Sharks are swarming yet again. We've seen this happen time and time again, but he will be able to clear that one out. Tian is here. The Shy overcommitting a little bit. We'll have to burn the flash early. TP does come through, and that will be Rookie. Maybe looking for a nice little Emperor's Divide there to try to make something happen. Weiwei will end up taking that Dragon, though, for Weibo.
Weibo Gaming, I mean, once the snowball starts rolling, they never stop, and it truly feels like Xiaohu on this Tristana has been such a key factor in their wins. But with the Rift Herald getting over towards the side of Top Esports, they will manage to get 2 charges off in the top side. But still, the problem comes back to Weibo Gaming. They are so accelerated right now. The Tristana is going to become a huge problem if Tien can't shut him down.
This Impale, though, in the back of the pit, so big, but it ended up pulling TES into the Wombo combo.
And you see Xiaohu, his decision-making is so clear, shutting down the straggler in Jackie Love and getting this reset over the wall and using the Hex Gate to get to the back line. And then he finds access towards Tien, where Tien was very confident. He flashed back in thinking he would win the 1v2, but no, it was a 2-for-1 trade as he also killed Jackie Love.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie just doesn't have the damage right now, and the fact that Xiaohu barely survives by the skin of his teeth. You see the crowd going crazy as a Game 5 delivering for Weibo so far. We have seen them in a position like this before, though, Kitty, in this series. Top Esports are no slouches, and you have to always be careful about the engage that they have.
But now the 1-3-1 composition from Weibo Gaming, they're slowly coming online. Navori's picked up for the double 80 carries as we saw the gold lead, that these 2 people are sitting at the very top through those tower platings, and it's because Top Esports, they're looking.
They're going straight on him. They're about to get the reset on the Rookie. Does end up getting out alive. Did have to burn that flash. The tower goes down, though, and Xiaohu, at this point, he doesn't even just need a construction hat. He needs the whole dang outfit.
Not feeling too excited about the Skana right now. It is currently 0-3. I believe in the LPL, the Skana has only been played twice throughout summer, once by Jieje and once by Tarzan. It is sitting on a 1-1 win rate, so 50. So this is going to be the 3rd time we see it in the summer. We have seen the ultimate, the flashes connecting onto Weiwei, but if you're getting all your resources onto a tank, Xiaohu just gets to play the game however he likes.
He does indeed, and he has about a 3,000 gold lead over Rookie in the mid lane matchup itself.
And he also just picked up the QSS, so that is going to be huge for Xiaohu, as Tien no longer has that access towards one of the most fed members on Weibo Gaming. But now the problem, they're going to start the Baron.
Oh my god, I love it. It is actually TS who are in no position to contest this one. They don't even know that it's happening. Tien, he's not even going to spot it out. Now they do with the blue trinket there, but it's too little too late. He's going to try to get out of the pit. He can't do it. And Weibo, they're running away with it. Tien overextended himself and he's down. Again, the Scorpion has been skewered.
Top Esports is completely clueless about this Baron, and now with that secured, the Shy on this Gwen ever more so scary in the side lane, and Xiaohu on the Tristana. That is going to be a huge gold lead for the side of Weibo Gaming.
He's almost getting to that 3-item spike. We have 2 items now completed for both Light and Xiaohu, and yes, we're getting to that point, the 3-item spike for the double marksman composition that we had set up from the beginning. It's looking like the clock is about to hit midnight.
All Top Esports can do is to pray that Weibo Gaming can't find a successful engage through Weiwei. But Rookie, he's caught out.
He is a little bit here. Weiwei wants to try to find that engage on the back end of it. The crown did get shattered itself. Rookie locked down, though, as that slow came out from the Glacial Prison. And tick, tick, boom, baby! Xiaohu calculated. And that means right onto a tier 2 tower, too. Look how quickly they take it.
They're swarming in on the map. You see the Shy also pressuring the bottom lane tier 2 as well. Weiwei can't win the 1v1 anymore. They want to look for all 3 lanes, Mazel.
My goodness, they are flexing over Top Esports right now. They do have the empowered back. Xiaohu playing with the confidence of a menace here. Meanwhile, Wayward versus Shy in the side lane 1v1. The Shy taking some extra tower shots there. The Needlework doing some work back, but he is pushing this tier 2, and it will go down 2.
Top Esports, they're running out of options. They need a force on one of the stragglers on the side lane, potentially the Shy on the Gwen. You have a hard CC. If you get into the Shy's little bubble, you can potentially force that numbers advantage, but with the Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, Weibo Gaming, they have the tempo.
The scaling is starting to come online here for Weibo, and they just keep catching out Tien. He's going to try to get something here with the Impale. He's bringing it back. They did cook up some bird here as Chris went down. Jackie Love is there as well, and some fight back is alive for Top Esports.
Weibo Gaming, if they're greedy, they can test for this, but look at Xiaohu. He is going to start pressuring the mid lane. As long as Light and the Shy can buy time for this Tristan, it's going to be Inhibitor on the side of WBG.
They are just going to trade this one down. This is only a second dragon for top esports. The Shy on the back end here. Wei. No, it's Light that gets it. What the hell? How does he do it? Meanwhile, Xiaohu's taking mid lane. Light will be the sacrificial lamb. The damage has been done. And top esports, they're bloody.
They sneak the Baron and they sneak this third dragon away. Wei.
Oh, the Shy's doing some work. He's snipping away the heartstrings of top esports. That's another one gone, and a double kill for the man himself. There's a pushback as top esports getting a little bit something, but it's the Xiaohu reset that gets him out alive.
But the base is in absolute shambles for top esports to play off. A huge steal coming out of the AD carry of Weibo Gaming as that puts themselves onto Hex Soul Point. So in another 4 minutes, top esports, they are going to be forced to leave their safety of the base and contest for that, because Hex with this Zeri is going to become such a huge problem. However, if they do manage to get 3 items onto Rookie by the time of that 4-minute timer, they can potentially start winning these fights, because the Azir is going to be able to outrange the Zeri.
It's still an almost 10,000 gold lead for Weibo Gaming. We see how this went down. I cannot believe Light gets it here.
Light snipes it with the W, and he could have potentially lived. I'm pretty sure he failed his jump over the wall. Right here, he could have went over the wall and bought some extra time, but a bit of a mechanical mistake. But still, it allowed Xiaohu to get the mid lane inhibitor, and the Shy on this Gwen is truly alive.
I love the commitment here from top esports. They just have to claw back something. They are able to get the TP in from Wayward. The Shy overextends. They absolutely capitalize on it, but the question is it gonna be enough with that much of a lead already built by Weibo?
That was a 3v5 from Weibo Gaming. Chrisbot called out, Xiaohu was in the mid lane, and still the Shy was able to go for an even trade-off, but still, Baron in 1 minute and 30 seconds really saw how fast Weibo Gaming with a double AD carry composition and the Gwen does when it comes to shredding this Baron. So top esports, they have to contest for it.
Sitting at 5-0, 3 items completed now for Xiaohu. You also got your Knight's Vow completed for Wei. You're waiting on that 3rd item for the Shy. The scaling is already working out for Weibo, and top esports are going to have to be very, very particular how they find their engages.
The Shy is level 15, and Tien is level 12. Top esports, they need to force a pick before this Baron spawns, or else going 5v5 against Weibo Gaming, they are never going to win because of the item advantage in the mid lane, now sitting on 3.5 with that QSS available as well.
Xiaohu will just take another turret. It's the Sun Disc this time. He's willing to take down any turret he gets put in front of him. They've already put top esports on such a back foot. The super minions in mid lane just lead to so much priority and decision making for Weibo.
Baron spawning in 30 seconds. The facts are getting channeled by Xiaohu. He has the TP as well. Potentially could just come back with that TP and cheat the tempo just a little bit. Top esports looking for the mid prio.
You're wondering now, with a little bit of calmness on the Rift, top esports just need to get some vision control down outside. We have Baron spawning now, and Weibo reset in perfect timing for it.
But the Shy, no one can answer him in the side lane. They can potentially look for a 4-1 type of approach here, while Weibo Gaming, they can still realistically snuck this with the pink on the Baron pit as well.
We're going to see them move actually this way as top esports feeling very hesitant. Xiaohu just racking up the gold. Again, you got to watch Wayward and the Shy in the side lane. It will be TPs available for them, so you know a 5v5 can brew if it comes through it. Crisp has a flank of an angle, and Tien gets engaged on here anyways by Weibo. He will end up getting out alive, doesn't have the flash
Look at the
yet,
Shy.
but it is the Shy pushing here on the back end of this fight. He could look for the long flank, and as you see Weibo turn back around, this could be the flank that means the difference of this game. Baron is there, TP in from Cassante, and that's going to be Wayward's big break. The Shy has found it. No, it's going to be top esports engaged on, and Weibo, they're picking them apart. It's top esports running around like chickens with their heads cut off, and I don't know if they can do it. They can't put them back on, and Light is still firing away. away. He's going to go over the wall. The Ultra Shock Laser dodged out of. Jackie Love just trying to put some feathers into the back and get some peel. But it's Top Esports that are on the back foot. And it's actually going to be a TP from Xiaohu to try to catch Jackie Love. He's going to get him here. That's a big catch out. And Xiaohu with another one.
The remaining member of Rookie stays alive in the mid lane. The timers are 10, 20 seconds off for the dead people on Top Esports, but still the Baron is going to be key, with also Hex Soul getting picked up by Weibo Gaming.
We see now 7 kills on Xiaohu. The matter-of-fact moment for Top Esports was not here, Kitty.
The Shy utilizing his lane push from the bottom lane, making his way all the way to mid. But Xiaohu on this Tristana is way too fed, instantly one-shots the Skarner out of the fight. And that is just the entirety of the story as Baron gets rushed.
It's already started up. It's already almost dead, too. Before you even get out of the replay, the Baron is gone for Weibo. They've gotten the Hex Soul. They've gotten the Baron. And there might just be a couple more nails coming to the coffin of Top Esports.
With the Dragon Soul and a near full build Tristana for Xiaohu in this game 5. They are going to slowly suffocate Top Esports as they run out of time with the Baron minions coming into their base. So Top Esports, they need to force a fight before the inhibitors really start falling down because of the Shy and Xiaohu.
And you have to remember, this has been a 10K deficit that Weibo have had for a long time, but that does not mean you can count out Top Esports. The pick-off engage that they have, the peel back that they have, it gives them a little bit of breathing room, even if it looks so dire right now.
GA and QSS both acquired for Xiaohu, while Light has that stopwatch available as well. Tian has little to no options on who he wants to engage on. Crisp is the potential victim, but still, it's just the support, while Xiaohu is going to be the main problem.
He is absolutely the problem. He's got GA, he's got the Sash, he is ready to push down this inhib tower and bottom side as well.
You see the Shy also pressuring towards that mid lane. Top Esports, they are getting desperate they have a closing in from the Shy as he picks up the mid lane inhibitor.
Yet again, it falls. The inhib tower, though. There's the Impale engage, and there's the Inverse Divide. That's what we were talking about. The peel back for Top Esports is there. Triple Quadra knockup, though, and it's the Shy over the top rope, and that is it. That is Top Esports done, and that is Weibo with a game 5.
A bittersweet reunion between the brothers, and the best of 5 in game 5 goes to Weibo.
Brothers be damned on the journey to world. There is only room for the ruthless. Weibo have a date with EDG for the final golden ticket. Absolutely incredible. Xiaohu, the Emperor of today, didn't even have to have the Azir in game 5. Showed us how it's done on Tristana 2 games in a row, and he'll end Top Esports' season.
And the Shy hugging Rookie as the final farewell of 2023. Top Esports' journey of summer ends here as they get eliminated from the regional qualifiers. But that means Weibo Gaming, they get to compete against EDG for the 4th seed at Worlds.
Take the much-deserved bow. They find a win on red side for the first time in this series, and they will have a date with Destiny and a date with EDG. It is incredible to watch this team work. You've got everything going. The entire crowd lit up as we saw them take the Nexus, and it is something that Weibo have really come into their own here in this series.
And Weibo Gaming, because their playoffs run got ended at the round 3, people were disappointed. The expectations weren't met, but they were given a second chance in the regional qualifiers and up against Top Esports. It was just an insane run, and congratulations to Weibo Gaming for winning tonight's best of 5.
Congratulations indeed, absolutely deserved, but the job is not done yet. They still have to take on EDG. Now we are going to break down this series as a whole with Hysterics and Nymera over on the analyst desk. We'll see you there.
Man, I tell you what, it is nice not only to be right, I guess, in the end, but more importantly to experience that. witnessed that Game 5. It was a stomp by the end of it, but the elation, not only on the crowd, but on the players, and more importantly, I guess on our faces watching the action in the early game, was just insane.
And the way that they managed to do this, the way that Weibo managed to secure themselves passage into the next round was very important too, because it came through a style which they've typically failed at, let's be honest. This game required the Shy to be on not a teamfight tank, it was on a carry, it was on weak side, and it had to have great TP coordination with the rest of the team. Typically, these are the things that Weibo have struggled to do, the things that the Shy have struggled to do. And he did so well at it in that final game. It was helped by the fact that it felt like everyone else was very comfortable in that game. Light, magnificent performance on the Zeri. I think that the engaging players from jungle and support also did an incredibly good job. It felt like everyone really came into their own when they exactly needed it. And sadly, that means for Top Esports, they were outclassed.
No, I mean, again, a nice note to end for Top Esports, I think. Still, in that series, making Weibo work for it, but more importantly, showing us their strength. Game 2 was insane. The Game 3 comeback, insane. Jackie Love throughout the series, a very consistent player, really trying hard to carry his team across the finish line. Although, again, today, I apologize, I'm excited about Weibo, but I think more importantly, excited to watch Top Esports again in the future, again next year. Top Esports deserve to be here, and their performance was incredible. As I know shortly we're getting an interview. You know, I know we got Chris coming up. He's an absolute legend. My God, absolutely deserves it. Anyway, you'll see that in a second. I was excited.
I can tell
I was
you
excited.
what. Obviously, we have to spare a couple of moments for Top Esports. Talked about their year. This was the team that was meant to come in with super team expectations. We know the history of these players. We know that they have so.
What does it say? Weibo,
They're
not frauds. Not frauds.
Okay.
Well done, Kitty.
In at least 3 games out of the 5. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens tomorrow with EDG. We'll see about that. But I mean, they did best Top Esports today. Sadly, their season ends here.
Does indeed. And again, like, it's not something, you know, we could send a team out and just be like, yeah, you know, they tried their hardest. Top Esports genuinely tried their hardest getting to this point. Again, you know, this was a team that we said could actually make Worlds. A lot of people out there, I'm sure, were saying this is a team that could actually make a run for either 3rd seed, 4th seed, depending on where they finish in playoffs. They could have very well had that opportunity, but Top Esports is not about them today. It is about Weibo, as Christina is standing by with the legendary support. You need to Halter. Game 5 legend, Crisp by the side. Hand it over.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Crisp, the support for WBG. 欢迎 Crisp 选手来到我们的赛后采访，太激动了！跟我们英文流的观众朋友们先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 小奥迪英雄联盟分部的辅助选手 Crisp。
哇，再次欢迎 Crisp 选手。那么其实今天的这场比赛对你们来说是非常重要的嘛，要恭喜你们获得比赛的胜利。所以在赛前想问一下，你们大概是做了什么样的准备和调整呢？
就是我们一直来其实对自己的本身的实力还是比较自信的。就是我觉得我们只要不出失误的话，我觉得我们是会赢下滔博的。所以就算不管我们前期陷入再大劣势，或者是我们在当局的比赛中发生过很多意外，但我们始终坚信最后赢下比赛的一定是我们。
So my first question was that how did it prepare for this matchup? Because this matchup matters a lot for both sides. And Chris just said we are very confident of our strengths. So when facing Top Esports, as long as even we can just get in the disadvantages in early game, we're still confident that we can fight back and find some opportunities. Even though we have made a little bit of errors or mistakes in the early game, we can just fight back because we are so confident of our strengths. So the next question I want to talk a little bit about this Game 5, because today's matchup was so back and forth. In the first 4 games, on the blue side of the teams win, but coming to the very decisive matchup, you are on the red side. So what's your take on this part? Especially, could you please tell me about the draft for the last game? Because we saw your opponent pick Skarna, and it just got Guwon as the last pick for WBG. 那么其实，在今天的这局5局比赛当中，非常的有来有回。前4局双方都是旗鼓相当的对手，并且是在蓝色方的队伍获得了比赛的胜利。来到最后一局，微博这边，特别是从 BP 来讲，当看到他们最后一手选出蝎子打野，我们这一边微博这一边上路是拿出了格温嘛？想问一下，来到第5局之后，你们的心态是怎么样的？特别是从 BP 和阵容的这个角度来看。
其实第5局的话，就是整体对面的英雄选择其实都在我们的意料之中嘛，就是我们已经预想到了他们会选什么英雄，就除了蝎子这个英雄以外，然后
我们是觉得就是选出格温的话，本身是我们上单很擅长使用的英雄，然后他也玩得很好，然后再加上我们当时4个英雄的话，其实我们已经拿到了我们想要的阵容，我觉得我们选下我们就已经赢了。
So first of all, actually we have expect what our opponent will pick, except that last pick Gunner. And coming to our draft, because we have got our appropriate first 4 picks what we want, and coming to the last pick because the Shy is so signature, so confident, so professional on the Gwen, we just let him to pick this part to suit the whole draft. And coming to the game 5, I think you guys played very cohesively from the early game. How did you manage to stabilize and snowball the game from very early game around those skirmishes and even those resources team fights to secure this win? 那么其实在第5局的时候，我们发现微博这边打的是非常的协作，有协调性，而且你们是怎么样从前期的一些设计和资源团战、小规模团战上面，就可以在每一波当中积累了巨大的优势呢？
因为对面选的是米溜跟霞这样的组合，就是他们会在前期就是他们会想就是对我们下路展开压制嘛，然后我们想的是就是如果我们前期利用一个打野的一个心理上的差异，就是去抓他们一次的话，那么掉双招的话会让我们前期度过得更加顺利一点，然后就后续的一切应该都是我们就前面我们已经帮到打野，然后后面就是到我们来给到打野帮助的时候了。
So firstly, our opponent picked Xayah and Emilio this body. Maybe this body is a little bit dominant and they want to get leads on bowling, so we just call our jungler for help. As long as we can manage to force them to force their summoner spells, which makes it can make us play more confidently on the bowling. And coming to the late game, coming to the mid to late game, so in the early game, our jungler already helped us, and we can also do something for our team to get the fight back. And later, I just know that you got MVP for the game 5. So how would you evaluate your own performance and your overall team's performance today in this matchup? 那么其实在我们采访进行的过程当中呢，导播老师也有 cue 到，在刚才的这一局比赛当中 ，Chris 选手拿下了 MVP， 所以今天对自己的发挥和对整个队伍的发挥有个什么样的评价呢？
我觉得其实我们今天的发挥还是挺不错的，就是在第3局的话，就是可能我们拿到了一个很大的经济领先，我们在那一局里面犯了太多的失误，其他的点我觉得大家今天都做得很好，我觉得我们要保持现在这个状况，继续往上面走下去，然后我们尽量减少我们今天犯的失误。我相信我们是一定可以晋级全球总决赛的。
So firstly, I do think we performed pretty good in today's matchup, especially in the game, except in the game 3. Maybe we got a big lead in early game, but we just throw it. But I do think we overall performed pretty good, especially in the last 2 games. And we are, as long as we maintain and keep our form, we are very confident of making the Worlds 2023. Final question for you. Speaking of the Worlds 2023, you are going to play against EDG tomorrow for the LPL's last ticket for the Worlds. So is there expectations for the last matchup? 那么刚才松松选手也是提到了，你们非常有信心晋级到全球总决赛。面对明天 LPL 资格赛最后一天 ，LPL 最后一张争夺2023全球总决赛的门票，对阵到 EDG。松松选手有没有什么期待呢？对这场比赛有什么看法？
我觉得对阵 EDG 的话，就是我们必须赢下这个 BO5，才能就是证明我们这个夏天的努力是没有被辜负的。我相信我们整个团队，我们是一定可以击败 EDG 取胜的。
We have to win the EDG to make the World Finals, and also we have to win this win to prove that we have working so hard this split, not only for our players but also for our whole team, including this coaching staff and a lot of stuff. It will prove that our efforts we had put in summer was really relieved and really realized. Thank you so much for joining us. Really looking forward to tomorrow's matchup against EDG. 再次感谢 Chris 选手来到我们的赛后采访，期待你们明天针对 EDG 这一场非常精彩的 BO5。Okay, back to you guys. Bye.
Much, Christina, and thank you to Chris, who, ironically, while we were talking to him, picked up the MVP on the big screen behind us for game number 5 for his Rakan. We just saw the highlight in the final fight, a 4-man charm, and I think, honestly, that man over there off screen is an absolute legend who really stepped up today. You know, a couple of struggles here and there, I think, during playoffs, during the regular season, but let's be real. Today, this was Chris, who was a world champion.
The sense of timing that Chris had in that last game, that's what stood out, really. I think right from the start of the game, we saw when he managed to sneak into the enemy jungle, get out of vision, pick off the enemy jungler right before the Dragon was started up at that point as well, picking up an important first blood. That was the start of many great things. In fact, we're going to see it here as the first clip, because it was right at the start of the game. and he started as he meant to go on. Tien had a very difficult job in this draft as the Skarner. Felt like he was the only engaged, felt like he had to play aggressively, he had to play a bit fast and loose. But when you have to do that into so much pick potential of being piloted by players doing it so well, it's very difficult to perform that job.
It really is. And again, look, when we were looking at the draft and we're talking about it, like, there was a lot of back and forth. Felt like an even draft in the end. We also mentioned that in game number 5. But I think importantly enough, this pick for Chris, something that has agency, something that can follow up on the engage that Weiwei was consistent with throughout the series and was so great at, was just the perfect combination that put Weibo in this immense snowball.
What this means is, Weibo's hopes and dreams are still alive. Their season goes on.
Yeah.
We know the potential these players have. And when you see it in games like this, when you see it in their victories, you absolutely fall in love with this team. The problem is just seeing that consistently. And even in this series today, we saw some hiccups. That game 1 draft was a bit awkward. The game which they had fall away from them in game 3, that's one which I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves for. And Chris said that they weren't happy with their performance in that one. Understandably, they shouldn't. But they have themselves at least one more series to keep trying to find ways to build on what they have in this year.
Watch this. I mean, this is what they highlighted on the big screen for a reason. This was gorgeous.
Oh, man.
Just an insane play. I mean, it's a 5-man charm in the end as well, by the way. So just give it to him. I mean, again, we've seen Chris on SPX with LWX on this Rakan.
Like, up until that point, I was thinking, I think it's either like the Shy or maybe Xiaohu getting the MVP. And I'm like, that's another 5-man charm. It's really good. He had a 4-man charm around the Baron a little earlier as well. He'd had a couple of these key plays. And, coming into this last game, we were worried about that red side. We were worried about it. We were worried about what was going to slip through the cracks. And turned out, giving Wayward back the Kasance, he started off the day with an MVP in game 1 on that pick. That felt a little bit dangerous. Giving over the Zaya felt a little bit dangerous too. Rookie on his ear. I mean, he only picked up 1 win with it across playoffs, but it's not something which he's fresh to. He's a very good player, the champion. It felt like in this last game, it could have gone either way, and we did see some brief moments where Jackie Love was trying his absolute hardest to try and carry.
He really was, and again, ode to Top Esports for coming this far. But on another note, the top lane matchup, guess what? It did decide it in the end, didn't it? This Gwen pick, which you were talking about at the start of our segment after the game finished, was that it looked like a risk. Again, the Shy has been great on carry champions this split, even this year. But in this game number 5 on the Gwen, it was impactful against Wayward. Dominated the side lane, but more importantly, dominated the team fights. And top lane did matter in the end. I feel like it did define the series in some weird way.
We started off in a joking way, in a serious way in other ways too, right? Because genuinely, both these players had really struggled in Wayward and the Shy as well. But we saw MVP right from the off in terms of Wayward. And when we saw the teamfight tanks evolve through the series as well, with stuff like the Ornn pick being so impactful in the hands of both of them, we started to see how this top lane matchup changes the way the teams play. Where suddenly the team doesn't have to deal with a black hole of pressure in the top side. It's actually someone who's contributing to the team fights. Game 5, we were worried that it was off the team fight tanks. We were worried that it was a weak side Gwen, which you have to play very respectfully on, especially with the Ghana's gank and dive pressure.
Yep.
But the Shy really took to it well.
Well, with that on the side, with the Gwen nailed in, with Game 5 taken by Weibo, they'll move on to tomorrow. We'll show you exactly what they're fighting for. Again, with 3 Worlds teams already secured, the boat has room for 1 more. It's either EDG or Weibo. It's either Uzi or Light. It's either the Shy or Arla. At this point, you're losing great talent. We've already lost great talent today in Top Esports, but only one team can make it.
And it turns out, when you have so much scattered talent from some history rosters as well, I mean, we have Xiaohu versus Uzi. They picked up an MSI title together. We have Arla versus Light as well, who used to be on LNG. We have so many players that have shared history together. And one of these teams will be cutting the recent history of another team very, very short. EDG, they've had to really develop from spring to summer. They coped with the, I guess, the change between AD carries. Yep. Weibo still trying to make things work. And one last shot for both of these teams to keep their season alive.
It's a huge climb as Weibo take the 3-2 to end our night, but regional finals is coming up tomorrow. One last chance, one last match to end our 2023 before Worlds. Who will be going? Is it EDG or Weibo? We'll find out tomorrow. It is bye for now, but not forever. Good luck to the both of them.